stimulus plan being announced overnight. That's about 284 billion US dollars. They're going to basically issue bonds, generate cash, lots of different things that they're trying to do there in China. Lots to talk about as well. Micron, wow, were we misled about the state of high bandwidth memory by analysts, because there's all sorts of demand there. Meta really wowing everybody with that event yesterday. I didn't have a chance to watch the entire thing yet, but so many interesting products.
What did you think of those glasses?
Okay, look, I was just telling Fabian offline, look, if you have that form factor, like your glasses, not having a shoe pasted to your face, I think it's a starting point.
Yeah.
It's where we go from here, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, they said it was a prototype, but they're huge.
They are, but they're better form factor than having the Vision Pro or Quest tied to your face. That's why I like it.
He did a podcast, Zuckerberg did a podcast and showed them more closely later on in the day. And they actually had a version that was see-through.
Oh.
So the same exact frame, that thick, big, bold, chunky frame, but it was see-through. So you could see like every millimeter was taken up with compute.
Seriously?
Within the arms and the frame itself. So yeah, it was really interesting to see. But like you said, I mean, it's a starting point. It's a prototype that they can now build on. So yeah, lots to come still from Meta. Again, 2 more days of Meta Connect to get through. But as we said yesterday, most of the big announcements come right off the bat with the keynote yesterday that we got. So we'll keep an eye on Meta, but just a monster. More positivity for Tesla. I was just reading a Wolf research note on Tesla, specifically talking about the robotaxi event to come. What a couple of weeks it's been here for Tesla, trying to get back to the upside. But a huge monster move here, guys, right across the board for the market to start things off once again.
Going crazy right now. I mean, everything's breaking higher as we speak.
Everything.
I mean, Tesla's ripping. Tesla just ripped up $3 almost. 260 we were just at. Now you're at 262. Check that. That's $2. Check out the beast of the East or the West, I guess. NVIDIA right now 127 and trying to go. Somebody that we talked about before, Micron. What a good opportunity that was. And we did not pull the trigger, but we mentioned buying this name down here at $88, giving it $3 of space. Okay, or $5 of space, that's the upside. Alibaba, I came in, I was like, what in the world? This thing's at 102? Check that, 103.50 right now. I mean, it's like, you know, look, good. I am long everything. I have like 5% cash. Like, we're actually talking about this. Fabian asked me, what does rebalancing mean? And I'm like, I know what it means, but don't follow it. I mean, I was just like, I just keep on letting these guys ride. I mean, we talk about getting some out at tops, but where are tops? And I was saying that same thing before. It's like, if I'm overweighted Meta, you know, $100 ago, well, now I'm really overweighted Meta now. I mean, I don't want to sell a lot of these winning names. And I mean, today you just get that boost up in some of the China names. So shout out to Shakib, shout out to some of the guys there, Bang, in the chat that have been talking their book and really starting to get payoff right now. I mean, great move upside. I like the stocks here today. What are we trading today? China. What are we trading today? Semis. What are we trading today? Autos. You got to trade the names that are absolutely blasting off. And I mean, we're just getting into earnings season starting in the next couple weeks. Micron kicks it yesterday. We got Costco tonight. I mean, it's just going to be a monster. This market is not stopping. All-time highs.
Exactly. Although, when we say autos, let's make a bit of a distinction, right? Because I don't think necessarily Tesla just blasted to the high of the day. I haven't checked back in on Ford, GM, and Rivian and some of the others, but they weren't part of the party yesterday at all.
Rivian was our best stock.
Yeah, but they were downside, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, I know we're talking like exuberance and the things that are up. It's like not everything is good trades to the upside. Like a lot is. Weirdly, though, in that last move, Microsoft didn't go anywhere. I'm a little bit surprised here. Like every single thing that I was just sort of scanning through when the numbers came out, I mean, everything was pretty much as expected. It's not like we got any surprises. Although we'll get to why you have 3 Fed speakers going in like 15 minutes right before the open. Can't remember the last time that happened. But Softy, for some reason, it's only up 0.5%, which, I mean, up's not bad. And it's kind of sliding a little bit down here. There's some news with OpenAI that, you know, they might be going profit, getting Altman a stake. But yeah, a little disappointed by that move. But you shouldn't be disappointed with what's going on in the Chinese ADRs with the chip names. And we were talking about it in the aftermarket shows, like Micron was holding every level that you wanted it to on the way to the upside. And then when they were And when it would try to sell off, it's like, okay, well, 103, that's that 9.5% area to the upside, and then boom, it bounces off of that and then carries higher. You had Lamb going, ASML going, AMAT going, like everything was at least 3 points to the upside on this news, and that's what you love to see. So bull market is in full form, and the best part about it is the Qs aren't even at the highs yet. The Qs got a way to go, a ways to go.
A few things to keep in mind as well. Bitcoin, I just saw a couple of people mentioning it. Bitcoin trying to break the highs here right now. 64,500 was that last high as well. August being tested once again this morning. So the ETFs right across the board, all to the upside as well. I mean, there's not much that's down, let's be honest. Solar stocks getting a huge boost this morning. FSLR, nice note from Truist Securities, initiating coverage with a buy on FSLR. So solar right across the board to the upside. I mean, as we said, the travel side of things looking pretty good as well. Have you seen these lately? That's a cruise line. If you haven't looked at a daily chart of a cruise line in a long time, that's
CCL?
That's RCL.
RCL.
But I mean, they all look like this. NCLH, CCL, all just straight higher.
It's fantastic. And like we've been hearing a lot about, consumer spending dwindling a little bit, especially with respect to these higher cost excursions. And so not really, Bruno, like looking at that chart. Wow. Good look there.
Yeah. I was noticing, guys, Sean, you were mentioning earnings coming up here. I mean, as we always see, banks set to kick things off typically. It's the 11th, Friday the 11th. We'll hear from some of the big banks. But I was looking at some insurance companies this morning as well. And I mean, even those just through the highs and more.
Yeah, it was, good look on. I mean, JP Morgan might be primed for a pickup too because it's at the 50-period moving average. You know what name? I mean, it's interesting, Brendan, that you brought up insurance because you know what name I was actually thinking about getting involved with and I've never actually owned these shares was Berkshire. I mean, Berkshire right now, nice move down from 480. They hit that $1 trillion club. Now it falls back. I believe it's a sub-trillion right now. We can look that up, but that doesn't really matter. I don't care about that. You're now holding the 50-period right here at 450. So it's like, not going to be a day traded stock on the show. I wish, and I don't wish it would split or anything like that. Just let it already has. Let's just let it do whatever it wants to do. But right now, Berkshire, I mean, right here, 450, this looks like a decent pickup there. So I don't know of any insurance ETFs off the top of my head, but the one, now, enter the chat, I guess. But right now, XLF, we talked about this. I know Sharif was buying this name earlier on in the year. Still have it? Yeah, I mean, what a great buy that's been. We've been talking about this, and I know Sharif definitely was beginning of the year. There was a little breakout right here, $38, $39. Really nice move up to $44, $45. It's not going to wow you and give you those crazy daily returns like some of these tech individual ETFs or double, triple ETFs, things like that. But this is a nice mover, and I think that right now, heading into bank earnings, you're coiling up again. Like we talked about Meta kind of going sideways and finally starting to break out now. This is going sideways, same way as Meta is at the top. So I like when we go sideways up here, especially coming into earnings. I'd rather do a little bit of work on banks and figure out if this rate cycle is supposed to be a profitable one for them. I don't know exactly. I think with a stronger housing market, should be better for banks, maybe some refinancing happening. I mean, mortgage rates are still so high.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not a thing, but stronger consumer generally better for banking environment. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. We saw the MasterCard, Visa, AXP were all blasting off the last couple weeks. So yeah, a lot of nice highs and lows in these banking sector. I think it's going to be a really exciting earnings season.
Yeah, I want to wait around for them to all report there. There's so many of them that are actually in the pullback phase. I feel like, and there might be some value in there. I mean, I got the eyeballs on TD, which finally made its move, and there you go. There's a golden cross and then an up move in a stock. Yeah, there we go. Finally, I see one of these because on the aftermarket show, it was like I'd pull up a chip name that was running alongside of Micron, and then I'd see a death cross, and then I'd see the stock breaking out. It was like 4 for 4, pulling them up there. But there you go. There's for all you technical people out there, there's your what do I call it? A golden cross, and then a move back into the highs. So I'm like, this is the one I'm looking at. I own them it's a Canadian bank with a U.S. exposure, the most U.S. exposure of any Canadian bank. They've had some of their own issues, a bit of a shakeup in the C-suite and all that stuff, but this is to me either it's simple. When the big U.S. banks start reporting, these guys are either going to go on sympathy breaking it out or dipping into the moving average. And I feel like either way, I'm going to be interested in them. But I think it's a wait and see because there's so many that are in a range. Like I looked at BAC. It's like, okay, well, Warren's all done dumping these guys, presumably. But it's so range bound, just sitting here. It's like, let it do something, then you do something. Because it's just sitting here at 41 to 38 to 41, probably back to 38 before they report next week. And I think you just want to wait them out. And if they break out, you join breakouts. We've seen what that can do with the, not just the chip names like the Microns of the world, but like all these Chinese ADRs. And, it's better to participate in a move than necessarily anticipate. I'd rather be along for the ride when these start to pick up again.
Ram.
Ramin's joining us. Hi, Ramin. We were going to touch on Microsoft. There's, as the guys were mentioning, OpenAI with a little bit of a corporate shuffle, I guess. Mostly because of this. Sam Altman said for a $10.5 billion payday as they look to remove the non-profit tag from the corporate structure of OpenAI, which would see Sam Altman end up with some equity in OpenAI specifically. It's fine.
I think this is so very amazing.
Yeah, but I was just going to add, as you were mentioning as well, Mira Murati, who was CEO for half an hour or so when they fired Sam Altman the first time, leaving the company as well.
Yeah, CTO, she's obviously very capable. Brenda probably looking for a CEO position somewhere else. But let's talk about what they're doing here. So they're making the structure of the company a lot more attractive to investors. Yeah. Investors who were coming in, they're like, hey, why does a nonprofit control so much of your for-profit operations? The board there was a hurdle for investors. So they're looking to basically get rid of that. Now, the nonprofit is going to own a minority stake in the for-profit, so maybe money trickles down into that. But separately, a lot of people are leaving the company. It's not just Mira Murati. Yeah. A lot of technical skill is leaving there. So we're going to have to see how they maneuver around it.
It'll be interesting to see where she ends up because I think she'll have a easy time, to say the least, to land a new position. If you've ever heard her speak, incredibly intelligent. So, changes, guys, at OpenAI, not going to affect Microsoft at this point, but worth noting.
Yeah, obviously, it's not directly related to Microsoft. No, my disappointment in Microsoft is just that it's not really following the market. Like it's not like I think that story should have Microsoft up 5% or 2 or 3%, but I'd like to see it be doing better than 0.7 when the market is up 1.5. Like this was, look, you made a bottom yesterday. We're trending back up. You're back over support line. I just kind of felt like you could do a little bit more, and maybe we would be testing, a top break. Okay, maybe that's asking for too much, but I thought maybe we'd be testing a top break at the 442 level. Instead, this one's diddling in the middle, and I just don't know if I see a trade in Microsoft. Would have been an interesting breakout trade above that 442, but you're not really gapping it. The good news is it seems like a long way away, $7 from here on Softy to that level. But remember, if it goes $7, it's kind of just catching up with the market at that point. But yeah, just got to wait for 442. This is clearly not the catalyst that's going to get it done today. And there's so many other flyers out there. It's not like a big concern. I just would have felt they'd be, over at least 1% to the upside today.
Yeah, we were, looking at different names and thinking like, what are the next ones to go? We've already sort of anointed there that Meta. I think Microsoft has its opportunities. I still really like the stock. We talked about, Neil mentioned the NASDAQ before. You're just you're not as far away maybe as we thought away. Its all-time high is 503. So right now you are $10 away from an all-time high of the NASDAQ. We're already at all-time highs of diamonds, which is the Dow Jones. You're already at the S&P 500 all-time high. So if you're just playing the broader markets right now, you are winning. Your account is at all-time highs. So if you continue to buy ETFs and things like that, you're doing okay. NASDAQ continues to hold fort. With Microsoft and Apple being such huge parts of these indexes, you're probably invested in most of these names more than you even think. So let's just continue to hope that Microsoft can have that moat around it. Everything's fine with Azure. It has a 440 top break that I really like. It's just right now it's not in play today. So this is just the cues I was just showing. Like your handle's away now. you could break all-time highs today. I mean, that's possible. $10 up on the Qs. Yesterday we were 486, closed 494. I don't think we get that, but we'll wait to see. Qs right now pushing 500. Watch out, man. I mean, we already talked about, we've had TQQ and all these ranges on here for a very long time. I think the futures will have to be traded again today. We'll go over the top trades. Yep. We'll go over the top trades in here at Real Trading. But you know what? This is a segment that we just go from talking large cap names. Now we get an opportunity to go over to another specialty here. Let's start looking at some lower float names, maybe some small cap names with Louis Barbado.
A ton to not only look at, but talk about here. Louis, good to see you. Over the past couple of days here, it's been just wild week as far as low float names and some of these high short percent type names coming back into play once again. How's your week been? First off, what's catching your eye here?
It's good. It's good. I have to say I've been a couple of days off, holidays in the south of France, but back on the office. We have some nice tickers, as you say. We had a couple of runners last week, so the market is active again.
So first of all, where in the south of France, and give us more detail, be more specific.
Oh, I took how you call in English, like a caravan, an auto caravan for the whole family, and we've been in Carcassonne, Toulouse, and all these Lot Valley.
Amazing. Beautiful part of the country, especially or continent over there, especially this time of year. I'm just seeing actually right now as we're sitting here, there's a couple more popping up. KTTA, the biggest one right now. I mean, we're already at almost 11 million shares traded here, 70%. What are you seeing with this one?
Yeah, that's a crazy one, 70% up. As you say, a lot of volume traded, rotation float. The float is 0.8 million, so very tiny float, rotating float. But on the other hand, I have to say, if you check the stats, 5 last gaps, 4 of them closed red during the day. So as you can see here, pre-market down, then it pop-ups, and it moves all the way down, bleeding during the day. Statistics the data says it doesn't mean it's going to happen today, but the statistics say it should go down if the volume start to slow down. You know, if we keep holding volume and holding VWAPs and resistance, it might go up. But some moment of the day, it will bleed. The statistics say so.
Yeah, let's, for anyone maybe seeing that for the first time, let's back up a little bit here. Talk a little bit about the data that's included in what it is you're looking at there with, historically, as you mentioned, some of these little tiny float type names. When they make these big moves in the pre-market, how often do they actually follow through?
Yeah, you have to look at a couple of data. First of all, how is the market in general? We are having a lot of runners or not, and how these gappers are behaving. So let's say from $1 to $80, gapping up about 20% with a relative high volume pre-market. We are having like a lot of tickers, as you can say, in the last weeks, right? So we are seeing a lot of gappers in the small cap world mainly, and gapping up. That doesn't mean it's going to keep going up. And you have to analyze each ticker, what the percentage, if it keep going up during the day or not. And then you go ticker by ticker. We have KTTA, as you say, and we have TBO today as well. This is not that much of a bleeding when it gap up. 6 gaps since 2020, over 25% of the volume of the last price. Sorry, only 50% closing down during the day. So you have to check this data when you trade the small cap sometimes.
Yeah, this feels like looks like there was a headline after the close yesterday for that Telesys TBIO, as you mentioned. So maybe reflect on when there's news associated to these moves. Yesterday specifically, there was a ton of these little ones that were moving. Didn't seem to be any catalyst behind any of them. But when you do see that TBIO, for example, popped up right at the close yesterday, we're holding that high from after the close yesterday here this morning. Do you treat those differently?
Yeah, absolutely. The data doesn't tell you what you have to do like 100% sure. Yeah, the data tells you if it's more likely that it will go down during the day or not, but you have to put in the table as well, as you say, if the news is really important or not, if it keeps having volume once the market has opened, if it's holding B, so different factors that they can impact in these statistics.
Great stuff. Anything else catching your eye here this morning?
These are the main two tickers, and of course, we are looking also some Chinese, as you said, like Duojin and some other these 8-year Chinese stocks. Although we are very aware, we are taking very carefully the risk management on the Chinese stocks because they are more easy to manipulate. A lot of more linear movement without so much noise because of the high institutional ownership. So very, very picky with these Chinese names, according to the risk management.
Lots to look at. Once again this morning, Luis Barbato joining us from the Real Trading office over in sunny. Is it sunny today?
It's sunny, of course.
Of course it's sunny. It's Barcelona, Spain. Great to see you as always.
Thank you. I want to say hi because I just talked to them to Buenos Aires office in Argentina. They are trading. I opened that office back in 2006, I think, and they keep trading. So it's good news. I say hi for them from here.
Of course, if anyone in Argentina is watching. Good morning.
This guy, man. This guy has an office now
living the
in
life,
Buenos Aires and in Barcelona. Yeah, okay.
Chilling.
Honestly, yeah.
Chilling.
Great
dude, man.
Great. I mean, we love Lewis. Thank you so much, and hopefully he can come visit Toronto. Very, very soon.
Well, we can visit him.
That would be really nice. Well, yeah, I mean, visiting him would be even better, in our opinion.
That'll work.
Then, so, okay, yeah, so a couple of small cap names there. I like what Lewis said there about Chinese names being, overly institutionalized. Investors there can be easily manipulated. We talked about some of the Chinese names not really moving in the after, I keep saying the after show, but in the PM show there between 2 to 4 o'clock, not super exciting, but should be really moving here off the open. So watch out for FXI and some of those small cap names in China land as well. NIO breaking over $6 could be interesting. But again, just a different style of trade there. Thanks, Luis, for going over some of those metrics and what he looks for. And see, no matter how you trade, statistics are there, right? I mean, making sure that there should be certain retracements in stocks, volume plays and whatnot. Thanks, Luis, for all that. And Buenos Aires, very, very exciting.
Jealous. We're all jealous. But hey, shout out in the chat because we just got a super chat. Oh, there it is from Adrian Petrus there. I believe that's I looked it up. This is Romanian currency. So shout out to a viewer from Romania. Appreciate the super chat. How's it going? It's going great. We're all smiles today. I mean, you can't be angry when the market's making fresh highs. I mean, it's a hard thing to be. I suppose if you're a short seller or someone that only goes short stocks, then you're going to be in a world of hurt today. But everyone else should be all smiles. Appreciate the super chat. We love all of our viewers. Great community out here. Adrian, thank you for that. Just quickly on NEO, I actually think NEO could be doing better than it is. It's barely breaking 6. Look at right in here, 6.30. This can get through $6.30. It looks a little bit more interesting. But this breakout, it's so cheap. The cheap ones you want to move more. And I think that's always the case here. PDD is going way more than NIO. Alibaba, bigger company, obviously doing well itself. But yeah, the daily chart's going to tell you 6.30 goes, and this one can absolutely fly.
I come over here just quickly here, Fabian, because there it is, man. This reminds me of the childhood. I was wondering where maybe I got this bang from all the time, but a shout out to Mankind here, Cactus Jack and all, because it's just bang, bang. This was the good old days, man, of wrestling. Wrestling's probably still great now, but there it is there, Mr. Socko. Yeah, but yeah, anyways, I was wondering
Best
about
finishing
that.
move.
So shout out to Gilman right there. With the bang bang, so
wow,
I had to retweet that, and I hear Sharif got a kick out of that as well.
He's a big wrestling
I used
guy.
to watch too much of this, man. I used to have the figurines and all that stuff, going to events, Maple Leaf Gardens. I went to the WrestleMania at Skydome where it was, it was Ric Flair versus Triple H. It was The Rock versus Hogan. Oh man, you don't get to see those kind of things anymore. That was classic to say the least. That we were on the floor and everything. Legend. It was a great time. My cousin and some families as well there. Yo, there he is right there. Yeah, this is kind of like wrestling right there. Okay, yeah.
What are you
just picking? You're picking Neil's nose, man. That was nasty. Okay, over to the green screen and we can get back to some professionalism.
Dude Love was awesome. I like that character for Mankind as well. All right, guys, Starbucks getting a nod today, 2.5% here from Bernstein. We'll see how the new CEO is able to control costs. That's really the issue for analysts. First Solar, okay, so now we're starting to see the solar stock pick up after that 50 basis points cut. Let's keep an eye on those. Obviously, Micron, wow, were we bamboozled by analysts. They are not reporting any weakness in demand at all, and TradeWeb gets the nod from TD Cowen. Nordstrom down as well as that retail trade continues to suffer. GE Healthcare getting a downgrade from UBS, and Hershey's and Sonos, guys, both in negative territory to start the day.
I'm glad. See, every now and then upgrades and downgrades are good. Because I didn't remember, if everything's gapping up, that means Starbucks can break 100, right? So everything is gapping up. Starbucks is up 3%. Hey, you got the China story there. We'll probably have, I'm going to check on Nike in a quick little second here too. But yeah, this $100 area, obviously not exactly the high on the daily chart, like 100's a round number. 99.5 is that local high, but you know, we can all see some resistance in here. It's lower high resistance after it made the top back in last year, November. So it's the high of this year as well. So, 52-week highs, 100 break. It's only $1 and change away here on Starbucks. Got to add that to my watch list this morning. Nike, I would hope, is also, yeah, okay. So as expected, Nike's also breaking higher, but already through its breakout here at $90. But yeah, continuation to the 200 period, continuation to 98. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. But Starbucks 100, sign me up.
I did like, I do like that Starbucks trade there. I think you could still watch out to fade that $100 initially there. Shoot, there was another name on that list. These guys over here. All right, I forget what I was going to look at, so we'll just continue to go on that look. I still do like that Starbucks look. I like the name Kava in this space. We talked about that one. There was a name on that. Do you have that board again? Put that board up if you have the earning. It was First Solar. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah. FSLR. Because you know why? Brian Shannon on Tuesday, those of you that were in the market recap show, he just took a position on First Solar Tuesday. So the reason why, again, was it looks like it was breaking above this 240 mark. So that's what it was. It was Brian Shannon into First Solar on Tuesday in and around this area, trying to break higher. I asked him about any new plays, anything we could talk about next week when I see him. It was FSLR, so that's on the upgrade side. So that's what it was. I didn't have much to say about it other than there was a guest, Brian, that was in this name. Looks like it wants to break 250. That might be a real clean break back there to the upside. A different story, of course, with stocks like Enphase, Solar Edge and stuff, just continues to be at the downside. Enphase is trying to battle back. That's going to be very interest rate sensitive. We talked about that. But look at SEDG. This name got kicked out of the S&P 500. And I think this was like $100, $80 or something like that when that had happened. This has gotten absolutely pumped to the downside. Look at this, 72. Right, so I think we're pretty right about that. Yeah, $100 down to 20 right now for Solar Edge. Look at this name, Randy. $300. This name was $300 last year. This is July of 21. See, that's a new feature that AI could do. Superimpose Randy's face on all charts.
Yes.
Makes
but all charts better.
No, there's not a chart there now. Yeah, then now we're just focusing. Come on, man. There we go. Okay, there it is. There it is. Anyways, okay. Randy, how's your day going? Good. You know what? You want to say anything quickly because we're running a little bit late on time here.
Coffee?
Oh, that's okay, fine, perfect.
Sign me up.
Tesla, by the way, back to summer highs right now. The stock
Here we go.
looking to break out through 260. So starting to go. Randy, the man. Randy used to watch wrestling.
Oh,
not really.
When I was wee.
So give me, do you remember any of your favorite characters there or wrestlers? We just had a blast from the past with Mankind
Andre
there,
the
Mick
Giant.
Foley.
There we go.
Andre the Giant. Okay, good. Yeah, the only man to ever body slam Hulk Hogan.
That's right.
So I think Ultimate Warrior might have actually eventually, but yeah. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Sharif, give me your favorite wrestler, man.
Oh, that Bret Hart, Sean. I'm going to have to go with Bret Hart there. The Montreal screw job. Yeah, you know how it's going to be there, right? Shout out to Canada. 57.80, guys, where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're well above that. We took out 5,800 like it did not even matter, and that was in the pre-market overnight, or sorry, the morning high, 58.28. So simple. We're using 5,800 as support, and we've never been this high, so it's a blue sky setup. Let's see how we do.
If you haven't done so yet, NASDAQ still kind of lagging behind here a little bit, but hopefully. I mean, it was 2%, I think, in the pre-market, still to go until all-time highs. Anyway, go to the description of this video, hit the link for the watch list, enter your email address, and then you get that absolutely free, sent right to your inbox every single day, has everything you need to know on it. Every day in the pre-market. Let's go. Micron, top of the list this morning as it should be. A monstrous move here, almost 18%. Just took out the highs, kind of hanging out here around $113. Yeah, go back and check yesterday. It was 95 bucks.
Brendo, the guide here was spectacular. They're talking about $8.7 billion in the first quarter of 2025 with respect to revenue. Listen to these margins, 40% for the margins. We don't typically see that for a hard good, for an actual physical good. So good look there. They exceeded analyst expectations on both the top and bottom lines, and it's already up 17.78%. Let's see where this one does.
I mean, we laugh, but I mean, it's almost a tough thing to just buy blindly up here, guys.
I mean, the funny thing about it is buying blindly is the easy thing to do because you just do this. It's like playing blind in poker. Like, it doesn't mean you're going to win, but it's literally the easiest action you can make because you don't have to think about it. But I'm not going to buy blind up here. I want to shout thank you, SOS. It was a fun aftermarket show. We enjoyed doing it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And Micron gave the goods, right? Like, it's always fun when something like Micron at the time was up like 13% as we were watching it live, but hey, guide was great, beat top bottom, you're cleared out levels on the daily. Now, obviously, some of the areas we were mentioning in the afternoon, in the aftermarket show, you said aftermarket for afternoon, and I just said afternoon for aftermarket show. But some of the levels we were watching there, they're just not going to be in play right now. Like, we're not going to see, we might, but we're probably not going to see the 105 that we liked. I kind of thought that would be a nice little place to go dip by hunting, but you go right up to the next level on the dip. And it's like 110 was last resistance. Like 110 to 112 was a nice little channel. So I would not be surprised with a move this big that presents the opening range here, or the pre-market range. And so I would look at this pre-market range as the key. And if 10 can't hold, I do feel you have a little bit of a gap back into that mid 105 range. So the 110 looks like the spot for me, but there's a host of chip names we'll get into on the semis that we'll do next. But yeah, for Micron, I just go back to that daily chart, previous resistance to support, also pre-market support here at the 110 level. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some profit taking when you're up this much, and that should give a chance, I think, at the 110.
Yeah, so I wrote down here, it's on the sticky note today, Micron. It's already broken through. It was basically the pre-market highs of 1250 is what I liked. Now we've broken through that. Yeah, right now you're not really buying blindly. I mean, because you have the numbers, you have the goods. And right now you have VWAP. And we talked about that. Again, it's on the sticky note today. Micron's at the top of the note. Today, just because why not? I mean, I think this is going to be bang bang again. This is going to be a bang bang. Maybe we got to do a new graphic with that. That would be kind of fun. All right, so okay, yeah, exactly. We'll figure it out. Maybe I have to write on that board over there. 112.50 looking long on the break here. Pre-market pressure will pop it off. 110 early buy spot, but I don't know if we drop into 110. I just like an even dollar level there for Micron. This is just a dark pool wick that happened at 8 o'clock, so I don't really care that it stopped at 110. Thank you so much, Randy.
Cool, thanks, Randy.
I just like the even dollar level. I think it's an option eligible level. Micron's expected move, I don't even know what it was. Did you wind up?
It was 9.5.
It was 9.5. So you're well extended, man. You're double the move now on Micron. And yeah, I still think you want to take the pre-market high breaks, but we're still 25 minutes away from that. So momentum will come to this name. There's going to be a lot of people that have missed this boat, obviously. Huge move up there for Micron, Randy. I mean, obviously, you bought some shares down here at $90, I'm sure. Down to 113. Nice its move up. Look at this little area right here. That's kind of where we started to cascade, right? We've been up here before, but now we're up here for reasons. Earnings, we like that. So now let's wait to see if we can hold. 114 is sort of the next breaking spot again. So now that we're up here, might as well giddy up through the highs. Micron could easily be up, 25% today, believe it or not. I mean, there might not be that much stopping this name. So let's see. Money's going to pour into it. I think Micron has a great opportunity to continue its move higher. Dip buys into VWAP, Randy. That can be the play. 1180 right now off the open. So Micron, congratulations. Anybody that went long this name.
Randy stoic in the morning.
I know.
Staring down that chart.
Very serious, man.
NVIDIA, meanwhile, benefiting as well. I mean, the entire group is higher again this morning, but 2.5% here from NVIDIA. Look at these 3 days, or the potential anyways, for 3 days in a row here, 127 coming into play.
Yeah, Micron shed some light on basically the hyperscaler demand here, Brendo. So just to put it into context, some more of these hyperscalers spend on AI build-out. They're gonna need high bandwidth memory. Just to give you some example, Microsoft invested obviously $1.3 billion to build a new plant in Mexico. Taiwan Semi has a new deal with Apple and Alphabet for smartphone chips, and the partnership between Amazon and Oracle, like they're building out hand over fist, and they're buying these Blackwell chips as well as the Hoppers, and each one of them has high bandwidth memory.
It doesn't really matter where you look, as we mentioned, Intel, AMAT, there's ARM, just saw a day high alert there for ARM, 4.5% now for ARM.
Yeah, it's across the board. Pretty much all of these names, you can pick and choose. Obviously, we're going to start with, maybe not obviously, we're going to start with NVIDIA, but let's be real. You can go to, we talked about Lam, we talked about AMAT, the guys that make the things that make the chips, or just go to the biggest and the baddest to start off with. What I like about NVIDIA today is you have a clean area that I feel like we're headed to next at about 130. 130 to 130 change in here. So you've made the breakout from one level. That 120 area is now gone, and I think we're sort of headed into this 130. As long as we're holding 125. I mean, a double top yesterday, clean at 120, just couldn't really break out the 125. So it's, to me, trend up. It's an over-under type play, looking trend up into that level. So 27 is going to stand out for a break. I mean, it also, any kind of a dip that holds prior supports is going to be key. I was a little more interested in Intel around 24 than where it is now. It's just, I don't know, I'm missing a little bit of data in here, but it did break 24 yesterday, very early, and then ended up closing, it closed at the $0.50, didn't push through 24 on the Micron release, and then pulled back. So I kind of expected you to be playing off 24. Intel tagged $24.50 today. So this is one that I'm not going to chase this move. Obviously, it's good. I think NVIDIA is great. We have a plan of action on Micron. But as far as Intel goes, I think I'd need it to drip down a little bit more. 3.5% already. It's clearly on the move to the upside. Don't really have any short ideas or short levels for any of these. Not a single one set up enough as a weak-ish play that you're like, oh, this one looks like it could be a short. None of those really set up that way. And as mentioned, you just said ARM also gapping higher. You can pick and choose. You're going to have gaps pretty much everywhere. ARM was a 150 break that we never got it to trade. So if you like ARM over NVIDIA, I mean, prior high 150 dip. It's no different the setup than 225 on NVIDIA. I just like NVIDIA better, that's all.
Yeah, I like NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA's been a monster, man. I mean, like I said, it's been NVIDIA or Tesla has been the P&L #1 for the office behind us and for myself for probably the last couple weeks. It seems like every single day it's the most heavily traded name. You can also trade NVDLL. I think there's TSLL for Tesla. I believe there's an NVIDIA one as well. I'm just going to talk right now, though. It's just one of those things, man. You always want to look to play breakouts, I feel like. But this morning's maybe a little bit of a different story. And the reason is that we're already up so huge in the NASDAQ. As Brendan and Neil mentioned, we're less than 2% away from all-time highs. 2% away, That's just one more day. Like it's not even a thing. I don't think we won't get there today. I don't think the market's going to be up 4% today. But at the end of the day, this name still has some room to go. I mean, 140 is the high for NVIDIA. The market PE right now is 21 or 22, getting higher every single day. Some of these other names can get back to where they need to be. Meta's PE is only 24, 25. So I just think that there's going to be more room to run here on NVIDIA. But as Neil mentioned, this 130 level is pretty ominous. We've already been up here in mid-August, and then we really came back in like a lot. We dropped 30% there. So we dropped 30% in NVIDIA in a week. Like, you know, the fact that it's up 2.5 is still great. Let me just say that again so everybody can understand. NVIDIA dropped 30% in 1 week. All right, this is not August 5th where we were in London. Shout out to Adam DeLuz, who I think is happy birthday, and I think he's on his way here.
Birthday on Saturday.
130 is going to be a level. So you're going to have to look at that. Whether or not you're long into 130 and you may want to cover some, I'm going to be covering some. I was lucky enough to buy into here at 105. I remember we were off on this Friday right there, and I was talking with some dads, and they're like, what are you buying? And I was like, I'm just buying NVIDIA and closing my eyes. I feel like you have to open them up now. 130 is right there. For the day trade today, though, I've written it down here. Go find it at Trader TV Show on Instagram and Twitter. I wrote down NVIDIA 126.50. That's already breaking right now. So that one's gone. 125 for a dip buy. So that's just yesterday's close. Nice action into Micron earnings, 125. Again, an option eligible level. The 200 period moving average is there. If you drop down $1.50, I think you got to buy some NVIDIA. Why not? As long as you have your stops, right? You can go long or short anything on any day. Just to have your stop orders. Why would you want to go short this market? The NASDAQ right now is up 1.7%. And just doing this. We said days ago we were bullish. The bullishness continues, man. The Fed has your back. So it's full sales ahead. You're going to get 50 more rate cuts, 50 more basis points coming up soon as well. So if you don't believe this market has legs, I feel like ZZ Top right now, you know. They've got legs and they know how to use them. And the futures right now has these legs.
Like
and they are running, boy. They are running to the upside.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. They've announced their Q2 2024 financial results, with deliveries surging 44% quarter over quarter to 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000, up 101% year over year. Q2 revenue, meanwhile, climbing $357 million, 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to a sustainable mobility future. Just quickly, this RYDE popped up on a screener here in front of me, just got absolutely demolished through $1 there. There was a offering that just came through, if anyone was watching this ride to the downside, now a penny stock for ride. Let's talk about China, going the exact opposite direction here this morning. There's JD, 10.5% coming back in a little bit this morning. PDD, 10.5%. You'll see the trend continuing here. There's BABA, not quite 10%, but you get the picture here. Huge, huge moves once again.
Yeah, that's what $2 trillion or 2 trillion yuan, I should say, does in terms of stimulus there. So 1 trillion will be to stimulate consumption. They've been already doing that through investments. The other trillion is going to be able to address local government debt. That seems to be a big problem there in China. It's holding them back. Their goal is to achieve 5% GDP growth year over year, and they need to get their property sector under control, Brendo, because it still hasn't bottomed.
XPeng, the leader as far as the EVs is concerned, I think. Yeah. I mean, Li Auto actually having a pretty good morning here as well, almost 9%, but XPEV just took out the highs there as well. Bit of a pullback, guys.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, if I look at one of the EV names, it's usually going to be NIO, but shout out to XPeng and Li Auto. Pinduoduo, hey, we're in the zone now. Like that 200 period that looked like it was going to be incoming is $5 away, which for this stock is only 4%. It's up 11% right now. So this is, 200 periods at 130, just underneath 131 or so. That's a spot. I think it can be a fade. So waiting for it to get to that level, I think requires a little bit of patience. This move from the bottom here, it was down at like $88. So it's just a little different from the other Chinese ADRs at this point. It's the one that I could see running into a little bit of resistance. And even if it breaks to 130, for this to go all the way back to 140 is kind of crazy, but it is what it is. As far as Alibaba goes, that's the one we usually like to trade in here. You gapped through everything, more or less. Kind of leaves you, we're already pulling back into 100. This already feels like it's going to do that pullback thing and that dip buy move that we usually see when you have this massive gap into the upside. And it was Pinduoduo that I was looking for the fade. It's Baba that's kind of already doing it. I think the 100 level is kind of an obvious psychological level. But I'm not really looking short on Baba. It's PDD in front of the 200 period moving average that I said yesterday I wanted short. If it gets to that price, I think with any kind of up push, it has a chance to get there for the fade. And we already went, like NEO, $6.30, it has to break. It's at like 605.
Wow. Okay, so Fabian messaged me earlier, or he messaged in my ear. He's like, basically that he was glad that he had picked up some FXI, or at least that it was a good call. I assume maybe he's in it, but this is just one of those names again. I said yesterday that China would fade off that top, but then more stimmies come, and we've seen what happens in the U.S. market when there's some stimulus there. Mission passed, yeah, that is for sure. Right now, FXI, the Chinese government right now passing all the levels right now. Maybe they already have GTA 6, the Chinese government. I don't know. There's the break there, 29.50. They do, I think. Yeah, okay. Nice move to the upside. Who does? Take two? Oh, okay. What's it called? You'll tell me in a bit. What is it, a secret? I'm trying to give it to the people. Okay. Oh, I don't remember the name. Okay, my bad. Okay, so 29.50 breaking out. There goes FXI right now. Huge move to the upside and still going. You're already above all these levels, man. You're taking out year highs. Obviously, you're well above last summer's levels, but you're going to run into this. This is why I wanted to zoom out. You're going to run into this 33. This is January 30th of 23, so you still have a little ways to go. But that top, the market, a lot of the market topped out there, so we'll have to wait to see if 33 is in play. I think if you can get up there, that's when you start to put some puts on, or at least start to cover some of your positions for the downside. I think we're getting a little spicy right now in these ETFs. You don't see large cap. Type that to me, man. All right, so anyways, 27 up to 31, just major moves right now. I really like Alibaba. Let's hit the sirens for that one. Shout out to everybody, Shakib in the chat, everybody that's been pumping China's tires. You win, right? I mean, ultimately, we all win because we're long this name, but there it goes. Just look at the gaps. This is a very, very dangerous name to day trade because of these gap fills. I mean, it's hard to trust them as investments, but at the same time, I mean, look at this. You're running right into 104, 104, 104, 104. This looks like a top to me. I might exit some Alibaba, man. I mean, it is mission passed. It is chicken dinner winners, and that chicken can turn, foul. Very good one right there. Very quickly.
Someone's got to be there when it dares off.
I just don't know if if that is one of those things that you want to short or not. But right now, Alibaba is upside and looking great. So I'd say you stay long these names. But for me now, I'm going to wait for $100 even dollar level, wait for the $6 even level on NIO. And I do not want to miss.
We got that super chat. You got it.
Yeah, I might as well because I just saw it here. 20. Oops, why can't I get away from that? There it is. 20-year-olds, thank you for being a new subscriber there. The fact that you're this young is a huge advantage for everything investing-wise. Investing is a game that is a winning only game. And the reason why I say that is if you look over a chart over the last, so I'm like 31, so you're 20. So if you look over the last charts over the last 11, I can't even say it with a straight face. Over the last 11 years, you'll see the S&P 500 right now at all-time highs. So for me, this is not advice because we are not registered to give said advice, but I think a wicked way to start is in indexes. So that would be what I would say if you're going to invest your first $10,000. The advice that I would give my kids and giving myself as well is just to buy, slowly leg into the S&P, the NASDAQ, things like that. We talked about Berkshire. I would do that. The outlook on Tesla, of course, we've already went over this. We don't have too much time left, but the outlook on Tesla for me is we're near highs. We're near those summer highs of 260. I think there's a lot of excitement about the robo-taxi. I don't know if that event's going to be anything. There's already Waymo, which is Google, by the way.
Google
is running the story in self-driving right now is Waymo. So I still like Tesla. I think it's going to be special. I'm looking for a cheaper car. I think they need to announce a $20,000, $25,000 car.
Got to be able
on
to
the
compete
road,
with those
man.
Chinese vehicles.
Wheels down, has to be a lower price. So for me, if they do that, then Tesla goes 300 and change.
Ooh. Is it S?
Just saw Mullen, guys, just pop up there. There was an order, apparently, MULN, moving around. Anyways, they received an order for their truck. Just a heads up if anyone's interested in Mullen. Let's talk about Meta. Big day yesterday. Did come off a little bit end of the day. Ends off the highs. Well off the highs. There was some selling into the close. But never mind, because we're gapping through that this morning, 1.5%. I mean, there's so much to touch on from this Connect event yesterday and the keynote from Zuck. We were mentioning, if you're with us in the first half an hour, it was a prototype, but these VR glasses that they were showing off, I think, is that the
It is,
video?
Brendo, yeah.
We have a video of.
And it's like, what's fantastic about this is that you don't have a shoe on your face. You're able to superimpose augmented reality in a form factor that I think a lot of people are willing to accept. Sure, it's a bit thicker, and you were mentioning to me off camera that you had the clear version of it.
Yeah.
You could see the components inside. But I don't think it's too big. This wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still, and he even said, I mentioned I was watching a podcast with him that he did later in the day after the event yesterday, and he even said on that, this is just a prototype. So this is version 0.01A of what will end up being the actual product. But it was really cool to see the clear version showed every single millimeter of space was used with all the different components, the batteries, the processors, the speakers even. For the audio side of things, but just sign of things to come.
Just fantastic look. Also want to mention the Quest 3S. That's going to have a starting price of $299, which is quite ridiculous. They're also cutting the price of the Quest 3 down from $649 to $499. That's not a bad look. And the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, Brendo, can you believe they sold 730,000 of the first iteration? They're expecting over 1 million for the second.
How did yours work?
Went right back.
I mean, we'll see. Going right after Apple too, guys. Not necessarily a positive here for Apple.
Not necessarily. And let's get to Meta quickly, but look, I wanted to get the other super chat here, and shout out to Nick W for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the kind words. I'm going to get to thoughts on a CCL swing because that was your question there at the end. On the weekly chart, this $20. There's the 200 period on the weekly as well. Like, it's just, I'd rather participate after it's breaking and closing above, technically, or you look for the support levels. Clearly, it's forming an upward trend with higher lows, but has yet to make that big breakout. They report next week, so you could always do, probably looking to gamble going into it that it's go to the upside, which I'm not. I don't do things before earnings. I just look for the trades after the fact, technically. But was that back to Brendan already?
Powell hasn't started speaking yet, but the speech has been released. And there's no comments on monetary policy. So remember, we're supposed to get Powell at 9:20. Nothing yet, but apparently no comments on monetary policy from Fed's Chair Powell.
All right, so that's good. I'd rather him not talk about it. We already sort of know what's going to be happening right now as they are going to cut again. The next meeting. It's 9:25 right now. We can look at some of these imbalances. We'll do that in a second. But I have Meta 580 long break. Major event yesterday. Watch the spread, I was going to say today. Use less. I was going to downsize and wait for a bigger hold on Meta right there today because we have these bulls that are running again. And they're not running for the exits on Meta, that's for sure. It has faded out a little bit. We did get to 580. I only marked down 580 because it's 580. I mean, I don't really care what the top was. We've already blown it through there. I mean, that 550 was an absolute monster. Took that out. Look at this name. You want to talk about Meta's opportunity to go down as well. We had NVIDIA dropping. That was 550 down there to 440. So you had a very, very dramatic drop back in July on Meta as well. Another retracement. So it's not like these names don't have the opportunity to come back in, but when they go, they go. And that 580 is just going to be a big break. So I think you want to take it. You know, like, look what the market just did. So that's the other thing right now is like you're also fighting a very big move in the NASDAQ over the last little while. Remember back in September when everybody was saying, oh, boo-hoo, September's going to be such a bad month. You know, it's historically the worst month. And I was even saying it, which is why I was trying to buy a little bit. And I thought that was overdone. I mean, there's been so many good stories this month. And Meta just kicks it, I mean, basically ends the month yesterday with another good one. And then Micron comes out and smacks everybody in the face. Oracle, another huge story for the tech space. I mean, that was huge for the month of September, just creating like waves, you know? So it's just a matter of time before they all come back. I mean, Amazon is another name that just 195 break today. I mean, this is almost back to those levels where Bezos looked so smart for selling them all and then probably buying it back down here. You know, this is what the market is. It's very rigged, but at the same time, you got to respect what's happening here. Just take the opportunity to buy good companies when they dip down. That's the way investing works. You know, try to buy the best names, do your research on them, and hopefully they'll be winners. I think Meta today is a winner. I want to buy this through 580. Share size is in question because I think it can move $5 on you real quick.
I'm feeling like it might dip because of what's happening in the market. And it's a weird level because the event high was much higher than this, but the previous high 2 days ago was 574 in here. Look at that little wick. And then there was resistance at that price yesterday as after they mentioned most of the AI stuff and things started settling down in the event, it put resistance in at 74. So I like that level. I think it needs to hold on to this. As a matter of fact, now we're starting to head into the downside. Imbalances are out. NEO's a buy of 1.4 and BABA's a buy of 800,000. NVIDIA was a sell. I don't see it there anymore. But yeah, so buy imbalances on NEO and Alibaba. But a big move to the, maybe not a big move, but you guys just saw like a $3 move into the downside on Meta. I feel like we're going to be doing some dips here at the open. Although I look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA's at the high of the day. Micron's not going anywhere. It's Tesla going down, Apple going down right now, Meta heading to the downside. To the desk?
Real quick, DraftKings, guys, huge day yesterday. The short float coming into play a little bit here, but 2% about to take out the highs here. Nothing really new.
JP Morgan maintaining their coverage on DraftKings with overweight and a target $54. Nothing different. The past was 48. This was running yesterday because Flutter Entertainment gave positive guidance for 2027.
Yeah, 1 minute to go here, guys. About to take out the highs.
This is a double top on. I don't know, but I don't like this.
Talking about DraftKings.
It's look, 42 was the high yesterday. You kind of rallied in there. It gave you the dip at the open back in a previous high. So like to me, the dip it goes into 41 where it closed, and I'd much rather be looking at something like that. I just feel, you know, we were up almost 2%. The Nasdaq just pulled back a few points to 1.5. I think we can go a little bit dip buy hunting in here. We didn't really talk about Tesla, well, specifically, I don't think, but the other day it was 250 that we couldn't take a break because it gapped over. It dipped into 250. Yesterday, 257 was the clear high. I think you're dipping. Right now, it needs to hold on to that 57. Simple strategy. Prior support or resistance turns into the opposite. If you like the law on Tesla, I like it there at that 257. I'm dropping the countdown, but there's no one to ring the bell, and I don't have anything I can quickly throw on it. The bell sponsored by Firefly Neurosciences, and let's ring it in 2 and 1. And that's a miss. And okay, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, Ramin. You got to get the job done. You know what? The first time you might miss, but the second time was a hit.
All right, we're into a small little trade here with NVIDIA. I mean, it does break through. We'll see. It does break through 127. Let's wait to see. We talked about maybe having some pressure there early. If we break through this 125, we'll get out of NVIDIA right now because it is pushing back down. We did not want to use the same amount of share size that we used on this trade previously because, again,
Pre-market
we
low.
knew there was going to be a little bit of a pre-market push here coming for NVIDIA. So 125, if we do wind up losing that, let's get out of NVDA. So right now, that's the only name that we're in. We did take a little bit of a pre-market high and just bought a little bit down here as well. Micron.
Micron broke.
Yeah, we talked about Micron. I mean, it literally says take the pre-market break.
Me.
We don't have it. Instead, we have NVIDIA. It's Micron right now ripping through 115. I mean, people were like, who's buying Micron off the open? Well, someone is, but there's the little bit of a fade. So it's just NVIDIA. It looks like we'll wind up losing on this one early here. NVIDIA, there's the break. It looks like it wants to keep going to the downside. We have 126.76. So get ready. The pressure's here on NVIDIA early as it looks like there's some profit taking coming through. We can get something out if it pops back up here into the 30s to release some pressure. But right now it's NVIDIA. It's making moves and it's making moves lower. So if you got to be patient with it, fine. But right now the pressure to the downside. I mean, look at the futures right here. They're getting absolutely smoked back in. So we'll hold out that maybe this is a dip buy opportunity. We'll see.
Yeah, it's trying to bounce off that 26 as we speak. I'm trying to get a little bit more. It's Micron. Look, Micron is the one that's stealing all of the smoke right now as it's through. I can cancel 110. That's a completely irrelevant order at this point. Looks like it wants to break 115. Like I said, I don't want to chase this morning, so I'm not going to chase the move to the upside. We're going to look for a bit of a dip buy, maybe back into 113. Looks pretty good. Tesla didn't get to 257, but Tesla is absolutely flying back into the upside.
Tesla?
So Tesla,
No.
yeah. Well, it did. Okay, so it got to 259. Oh, a second ago it was back through 261. Yeah. So it had bounced $2, and then by the time I flip back to it, it's here at 260.5. So there is a bottoming pattern happening in Tesla, or at least attempting to. Apple's still falling and about to go red. That's what's dragging this market down. It certainly isn't Micron. Micron's having itself a day. PDD, of course, NVIDIA goes down first. PDD just wicked that 130 level. So either you're sitting on the offer, which I didn't want to sit on the offer at 930. I wanted to see it fail 130. There it is. It just went through 130, now back at 27. So look for an opportunity to short that level again. I'm not sure what Bob is doing, actually.
Yeah, I'd like to try to do something myself right now, but honestly, I mean, all we are in right now is NVIDIA, and we've taken some hits on it because we just keep on getting out on these little bumps up. Just holding out, we still have about 65% or so of this trade, so hoping that this will eventually start to go. But I don't know, man, losing faith right there. We did buy some 126s, but other than that, we have to wait because we did take that 27 break. We're okay on the 27 break. It's just it's not bumping right now. We said we'd look at some China names today. Shout out to China right there. And look at that. We said that this is very manipulated. Not like, who would have known? The stock up 8% and just opens up flat and not doing anything right now, Alibaba. So I think 103.60, if we want to break that top, maybe there's something there for Alibaba as the market's trying to get going again. So, move down into 20,400 now. Again, wow, I can't believe we're saying that, 20,400. Nice move up, and here it comes. Let's see if Alibaba wants to take that high right there, 103.60. Wow. I think that might be worth a go there on Alibaba, 103.60. Yeah, we probably take that long.
Yeah, so Meta's back above 574. There were more dumps at the open. Actually, while we were looking at Micron and Tesla, NVIDIA, and Pinduoduo, Meta dumped through 574, tagged 72.5. And then right back above. I want this higher low here.
Baba just went
See if we can get 575. Wow, already?
Like, we just talked about Alibaba, and then let's go, man. That's a chicken dinner freaking winner right there on Alibaba. So let's just see how far it wants to go up, man. We didn't get that much out. So let's get something out in the 90s if we're able to. Here for Alibaba. There it is, man. Spin the moneymaker right now for Alibaba. We still hold out hope for NVIDIA, but we said we'd be trading Chinese names. And there it goes, baby. It's Alibaba with a nice little move here back upside for BABA. Trade the Chinese names, man. Trade the names that have been strong today. We do that here with Alibaba. So a nice little win here, breaking through 103.60. That came real quick, man. That was like bang, all of a sudden in our face there. Alibaba. We'll still hold on to this one. Give it a little bit of time. We're out of 40%.
Yeah, watch out here. Meta and NVIDIA starting to come back in. Where are you, Meta? There we go. Load. There we go. Hit enter. Oh my goodness, I always have to hit enter twice when I'm calling up symbols sometimes. Meta just bounced off 575. Oh, seller at 76, refresher at 76 there on Meta. So we dip back in. So your higher low here is at 574.5 on Meta. It just wicked the 75 level, came right back underneath. This market is bleeding right now. So it gets weird to be long and not be looking for anything short because the NASDAQ just broke through overnight lows. The ES is actually tumbling. Yeah, I'm going to get out if we break this local bottom on Meta. I don't like that at all. Like, I got the bounce. It goes right up to 76.5. Next thing you know, there's a seller on the way back in, $1 down. So I'm going to jump out of that. We're looking weak right now. Tesla's to 259. NVIDIA, at least NVIDIA
is trying.
At least NVIDIA's trying. It's trying to bounce off VWAP. I actually have a reload at 126 in there. I'm missing a wick, but obviously that candle. Yeah, we're coming right back into 26. We get off the bid and see where we bounce and then try and take whatever bounce it's going to give me here. So good look so far to at least hold the bottom on NVIDIA while everything else is plunging. Tesla's at 259 and going lower. Oh my goodness, we should probably just be short Rivian.
I mean, the market has a lot of space to go still. It could come back in, is what I'm
Rivian
saying.
continuation.
Still up that 1.1. Yeah, Rivian, we love some Rivian.
I totally forgot about this.
That is for sure. All right, Alibaba makes a dip down. We did not get 103s. We were waiting to sort of buy some of those dips in Baba, but didn't come through. We are still nicely long this name and trying to get more out as we get closer and closer. Okay, we averaged in. Neil and I both talked about this on our favorite stock lately. Anyways, NVIDIA. So we got a good little move here. Let's just hope this market can continue its upside push. NVIDIA could be an absolute beast. We just need it to go. So let's see if we can do that and go over to Brendo.
Pre-market, guys, but an earnings name as well. KMX was red significantly back below $70, just went green and then some. So a nice reversal here for KMX ripping up.
Oh boy, up. Yep, we are severely green now. There goes NVIDIA right now. We just get some out. Nice topside play there for NVIDIA. So let's see if it wants to go. We just bought those 126s. Again, we had written down here 125 as dip buy long opportunities, but you take what the market gives you, and there it is right now, 75 cents in the money on some shares. So we'll wait to see if NVIDIA wants to make this that special day that we are all hoping it is. There goes NVIDIA, nice move up. Let's take some more out. Yeah, 17s. Give me those. Give me that. Nice move up to 21s now. Here it is. There it is. It is your first, I don't know, unless you have $1 on right now. It is the first dollar right here. Let's see if we can keep going on NVIDIA. It is by far the biggest stock for me there today, as Bob is not doing anything, but it's NVIDIA that's making it scream to the upside. Good job there, NVDA, man. You had me worried for a minute. Thanks, Jensen Ayal.
Jensen is happy as a man in goggles.
This guy
so
happy,
look, you're going to the upside on NVIDIA, but we just tagged 111 and reclaimed it on Micron as well. So Micron headed right back in. I don't know if it was going to get to the 110 level, but the second NVIDIA started to go and Micron failed to break out. Now we're holding 111. I think we got to go into the longs here. I think we forgot all about Tesla, but it doesn't really matter at this particular point. Tesla still looking relatively weak. I want to add to NVIDIA in here. I think we're headed to 130 today. So that's going to be the same old story.
Yes.
Last time it was the same pattern. We made the first available curl, grabbed out, and then looked for the dip back into VWAP or the previous pre-market high. There's some size at 25 or 27.5, I should say. Chewed right through it. So the trail's going to go in here, and we're going to be buying dips on this, almost no question. This one is definitely going. I haven't checked in on any other chip names outside of this and Micron. I'm going to make an assumption that they're all going to the upside. Apple just went red, however.
Guys, this is why you use bigger shares, honestly. There's no other reason why. It's so that when stocks go and they go in your favor and they do what you thought they would do, you're able to absolutely cash in. And that's exactly what NVIDIA did. And this is the one thing that I'm realizing more and more, man, is that if you see the trades you like, you just got to take them, man. And I mean, this is an absolutely monster play there for NVIDIA. I want to thank everybody. You got to definitely, you got to hit the register. Yeah, let's hit the register right now, wherever that is. I don't even know where it is. We'll just go props up to that one as it just keeps on going upside, upside, upside. NVIDIA, we just cleaned some out at 60s there. And that's the other benefit, right? When you use more shares, you also have more outs. You have the ability to get in and out of your position when you see fit. You can always look back and be like, why did I get out? Welcome to my world. But at the same time, you have to get out sometimes. And we actually got out of Alibaba Alibaba there. Alibaba does break down lower. I guess a little bit of wool over our eyes there as it goes up. We take the first fill. We got out of 40% of it. We averaged in. Now it drops down. So that is our friend Alibaba as it continues to go lower right there. But it's NVIDIA that's really the belle of the ball here today. So let's just continue to watch, see what winds up happening. But I like this call. We are now out of, we have about 20% left, maybe a little bit less than that. But NVIDIA, nice move up, man. I mean, those outs were key. 127.50, 127.60. So let's see what happens now with NVDA as it's pulling back in a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to tank into VWAP here.
Wow.
We're about to get it back again. The ES, NASDAQ, all going to the downs. Like, this is the NASDAQ here while NVIDIA's on that run. Right through the lows. We're actually only up 1% now, 1.1 when we were screaming into 2. So it looks like we're only going to get to VWAP in here. I'm going to reload back into NVIDIA. Scott Henderson saying Amazon's closed its gap. I'm looking at Tesla, NVIDIA, PDD, Micron, and Apple right now. So you got to try to focus on just a few names. And it's Apple that is the most concerning, still tanking and now red after that MetaConnect event. They were gapping like everybody else, but big level at 225 incoming on Apple. We didn't even get to these guys, but 225, big level on Apple. That's the only place I'd be looking for any kind of a dip buy. So NVIDIA is the name I'm looking for the dip. We're sitting right in front of VWAP here. Tesla 257, not there yet, but we are trending back to the downside here on Tesla. Pinduoduo, still trying to lurk toward that 130, but you're finding resistance at 128. So a little bit of trouble here for PDD as it's trying to get down. I wanted this one short. Not sure if we're going to get the price we want.
Yeah, good call on that. All right, so same thing. I mean, I think Neil and I are on the same page here trying to get some shorts, get some more longs in NVIDIA, but right now those longs do not appear to be present. So we'll wait to see if we're able to get anything on NVDA 126.60, 126.70 is actually where I'm sitting right now on NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see if we're lucky enough to get anything there, but that's what we're waiting for right now on NVDA. So let's wait to see if we do get that nice upside move. We can let Baba try to calm down a little bit. I don't know if it's going to, but right now Alibaba dancing around a little bit there. We did want to check out on Micron. Again, a big name here today. We're always talking about trying to find strength and weakness in some of these markets. Today, Micron on earnings gave us exactly what we needed, but at the same time, relatively tough trade early because it does break that high. We did think that that would happen, but look what's doing right now. Back down to the 200 period of 110 and change. So that's definitely something that many of you are going to want to look at here for Micron, thinking about dip buy opportunities down to 110. I know you were
This is so strong.
to Meta. Is it Meta you're talking about? Oh,
No,
NVIDIA.
no, NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, we love NVIDIA.
No,
We're 580 break still alive.
I'll tell you, look, Meta, I'm not down the stock, but I'll tell you I got the bat out. And we had this conversation. I'm not going to rehash it. You can watch the aftermarket show. Hey, if you make a decision that's wrong at the right price, then at least you knew where to make a decision. You just got to get back into the stock sometimes. Meta is up 1.4. Apple's bleeding and this is going higher. I feel like that makes a little bit of sense, but it also makes sense. It's back above the level that I wanted. So it did stop out. Probably shouldn't have used an even dollar stop. Should have just given it an extra 50 pennies, but I didn't, and we have to move on to the next. If we can get some higher lows going on Meta, I think this one can be a trend to the upside. Right now, it's really just NVIDIA that I'm trying to pick up here. I just canceled VWAP because it's not getting there. And yeah, I mean, I was sitting at 50s. I'm probably just going to split the difference and sit in the 75 range here in the middle and try to pick this up. But the market is falling enough that I think you'd be able to get the bid you want. One more, it's not a change of plan, but it's something we didn't mention. Rivian is approaching $11. That $11 break from yesterday that kind of didn't happen. Still looking for that and short back into the pre-market highs. In case we have a down day, it's a stock I like short. So still focused on NVIDIA. And yeah, PDD, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for that 130 again. It happened really fast. If you weren't sitting there at 930 for that spike, you had no chance. Like after it was through 130, it dropped like $2 instantly.
Got no chance in hell.
No chance, because that's what
again,
you got.
Shout out to the WWE there.
I want a button
and
for
Vinnie Mac. I got to watch that Netflix special there on Mr. McMahon. Okay, so all right, a 580. I still like the 580 break on Meta. Let's just stay there and let's wait to see if that does happen. Really holding the bid well is Meta, despite this move to the downside. So I think if we're going to find one that is relatively strong versus weak, we found one, a tag, you're it, Meta, for today. So we'll continue to watch out and see if that is something that we can do. There's the reload on NVIDIA. I mean, we are reloaded. Don't know if that means it's going to be a good thing or not, but there's the reload there on on NVIDIA, as we discussed. So let's take a piece out now. There we go. We get some 90s. We got 70s there. So that was a good little reload. For now, it's good. Who knows where it is later on? So right now, we will continue to watch out for NVIDIA. Nice job there. Hopefully, as we'll just sort of Barry Horowitz ourselves, pat ourselves on the back for that reload, and then we will wait to see where it goes now. Take something out at 127. Wait for a little bit higher than that as well. But so far, so good here, as NVIDIA has that reloaded moment. So okay, that's good. We're happy with it.
Sevens.
Yeah. What else was going on?
No, 27 on NVIDIA has a refresher. That's all. So I'm saying get through that price. Tesla's trying to make a 260 higher low, so we're not. I don't know. I keep leaving the chart up on NVIDIA because I'm still on the bid here, but Tesla doesn't get to 57. The higher lows being put in now. Looks like it wants to take this 260 and hold on to it. I still want to be buying a dip in Tesla, but this market is giving me the feels that we should be very patient for any dip buys. Apple 225 is going to be in play, but I still feel if you're going for one of the Mag 7 that isn't NVIDIA, it should be Meta. Meta's just a little bit stronger than Apple. They had the event, all that good stuff. You're going to dip back down in here. If VWAP doesn't hold, it's the 54. Got to trade it better. The first time through, had the bounce, didn't hold on to it. The next time, we're not going to miss our chance on Meta. Remember, you're getting some, it's like Bowman speaking now, but it wasn't anything policy related when Powell was talking either. So I think we're kind of okay there.
Yep, good call on all of that. We did get that out on NVIDIA, but still waiting for that. We are still waiting for that Meta call as well to break back above. Let's just have a double check on that one. So, not doing anything. Okay. Hopefully it will start to do something soon, but right now Meta is just kind of doing its own thing right now. So let's just continue to watch out. Faraday futures apparently starting to go crazy. FFIE.
Oh, they reverse split.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay, so there it goes. FFIE right now. Nice upside move. So we'll wait to see here. Up 20% on Faraday. Maybe Brendan?
But real quick, we were talking about some of the travel names in the pre-market if you were with us. UAL, 6.5% here. 52-week highs as well.
Jets ETF is a good way to do that. Not the Jets. Tonight we have a good game, don't we? We have the Dallas Cowboys.
No, we don't have a good game.
That's going to be a good game. What do you mean?
No,
we hate on the Cowboys. It's going to be a good game, no? I don't know. I think it'll be a good game. Well, yeah. Neil's love for the Dallas Cowboys runs very deep, and part of it is because you guys scarred him with the Buffalo Bills, of course, going to 4 straight Super Bowls, and basically doing something that nobody thought could be possible.
The Cowboys line is the bid of NVIDIA right now.
Yeah, there goes NVIDIA right down to the downside right now. Where's my stop on NVIDIA, by the way? Oh, yeah, 125 and change. So there goes NVIDIA to the downside. It looks like we will get stopped out as this market is showing no fear right now to any of these longs.
They're just get a single short.
You're long, you trapped right now. We'll offer some out here at 90s.
Yeah, it's all
Tesla dumping as well, 258.
Yeah, Tesla's through 58. I'm in Rivian, but it is what it is. It's NVIDIA that's going to turn us red because it's trying to hold on to these pre-market bottoms. All right, you need to regain. If it regains 26, then it's kind of like this over-under. You haven't broken the pre-market low. NASDAQ is kind of leveling off here. Need to hold through 26. If you're not holding back through 26, then to me, this is not going to be any good. As I said, Rivian's the only thing I'm short. It's not really moving very far. The good news is Apple's starting to turn back upside. So the weakest name is starting to go back into the upside, which does make me believe they're trying to bamboozle us out of the long. Let's see how we respond to VWAP here on NVIDIA. Rivian, as I said, we were able to get into this one short, but this is off of pre-market highs, not off of the levels from yesterday. So forget about 11.5. I'm basically playing off 11.5. And it's weird to me that this stock is going up all of a sudden when NVIDIA comes down. So if we break the pre-market high, I'm out. That's 25 to 30, understandably a tight stop. But hey, Rivian is technically up 2%.
Okay.
Well, not technically, it is up 2%.
We talked about, you just said it's a good thing that NVIDIA was holding. I kept on calling Rivian NVIDIA yesterday as well. But there it goes, man. We did buy some dips there. We did get some out when it broke 126. We did not get stopped out. We told you that we are not at that stop out level yet, 125 and change. Downside 125.75 for the stop out there in NVIDIA. But there it goes. Climbing back upside. So let's hold on here now. We've already done the damage here on NVIDIA. Let's just see if we can keep it going and make a little bit of cash here into this move up. All right, now it's back up into the 50s. 127 would be pretty sweet if we're able to do that. So let's just hold out and see if we can get some 127s now on NVDA. Was there any other names you guys are looking at right now? Because for me, it's
CarMax is...
okay, that was another one.
It's impressive.
Okay.
Look, first of all, I
am
distinctly shocked that KMX is now up 5%. So got to acknowledge it. Shout out and congratulations to anybody. Oh yeah, I can't. I need a new one. We need a new key for when I want to congratulate because it just doesn't work and I hate hitting that. But CarMax, V-shaped recovery, looks like it wants to take out the top. The best thing that can happen for a squeeze type name is to squeeze shorts after you've trapped more of them. And that's what just happened on CarMax. Watch out for 80. The 80 looks like a pretty big level if it can get there. Not the fish that I'm frying because we're only in 2 stocks and it's Rivian and NVIDIA. As let's go to the desk. Brendo.
Just quickly, guys, that FFIE looks like some CEO or executive changes. So new CFO I see for Faraday. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news. Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Make sure you visit Benzinga Pro. Luna for coming on yesterday as well and dropping some of his knowledge about some of those small cap names and teaching us about that Benzinga Pro platform. It's a good one. We do have it in our ear. Of course, when we have Brendan on the desk, I mean, we level up. So that's leveling up from Benzinga Pro. So you do get a free version with Brendan.
Y'all get Brendan free.
Yeah, we'll, okay. Bob it down to 102 right now. I mean, I would love for this market to battle back. We have a big winner again on NVIDIA right now. Our offers, I'm going to take a piece right now, 75. Let's just do that. There it is, man. Ring the register, a little bit of a hot dog can in there. As we did buy those 126s. We did get some out. Man. We were pretty close to getting stopped out. So we did get some out on that 126 break initially, but able to buy that back as it held it. And again, you got to stay strong on some of your ideas, right? And obviously NVIDIA, as Neil and I mentioned, that's been the one for us. So we'll just continue to hope that it continues to be the one there today. Great call. We've talked about it. I haven't any trades on this, but good call, I thought, on DraftKings at that $40 level. It's breaking out now. Upside is DKNG, but not doing too much today as another kind of rate sensitive name here with DraftKings. Could be in look and in focus over the next little while here as it continues to move higher. We got that good report from Flutter yesterday, and these guys are definitely seeing the benefit there. So good job for anybody that's been trading on DKNG up to $42. Looked like a pretty good stop and go zone there. We have 44 as a top, 43.50. So again, just pay attention to your positions and monitor them. I like that 43 break there on DraftKings. I think Alibaba, if it can get to 100, might be something there. It's only at 102 right now, but it's trying to bounce underneath VWAP. So that's generally been a look for me to go the other way, right? So if you're under VWAP, we're looking to go short. 101 is the 200 period moving average. The market needs to be turned around. I'm completely fine holding on to a long of NVIDIA, but honestly,
everything else looks like a short.
That's the thing. And I think NVIDIA actually looks like a short too. We just took that out. Some out there at 75. I mean, it's strong, and I'm holding the long. If I thought it was a short, I would just get out immediately. But for right now, let's just see what winds up happening here. It's NVIDIA, and it's trying to hold the top. So Neil's not wrong there for sure.
The frustration for myself is I had disappointment with what Microsoft was doing, and it should have just been, no, Microsoft is relatively weak. Maybe this is going to break down, but it doesn't matter. Don't have it. Softy's about to go red. Apple already did and is now back to green. But I don't want to. I'll update you. NVIDIA got to VWAP, so that's good, but it's not holding VWAP. That's bad. So we did get that dip. but it's not holding above VWAP. Unfortunately, look, it's holding the low, but that's lower highs as well. It needs to break this slight trend that it's put in here. I'm kind of getting it just to show you guys, right? Like this is the trend that it's forming. It's a really bad trend line. If it holds the other side of this, I think we're back to adding to the long and then going higher, which now it is obliging us to do. Rivian got to VWAP and no further. Average price was 20. Okay, I got to 24s after I got to 25 halves, so my average price is going to say 24 because I got the first ones, whatever. It's just first in, first out. But it's bouncing off VWAP. If Rivian takes out the high, I'm getting what out of Dodge. If the market's going down and Rivian's breaking out tops, it doesn't make sense to short it just because the daily chart says so. This could easily turn around. CarMax going up. Barry saying, have a look at SMCI. No issues. I'm trying to be patient till 10 o'clock here. We're just only in the two names. SMCI, here you go. Always want to see where the relative strength is. SMCI is breaking out the tops. If it can, well, okay, never mind. Yesterday's high, the high from 2 days ago is like a 480, but this is a strong name as well. Hopefully, NVIDIA can stay strong, but it needs to hold above 127. That's just not happening right now. And then, oh yeah, Tesla was the other one we wanted to get to. Tesla not getting to 257. That was my level. It's the previous high. It keeps bouncing off 258. At some point, if it keeps holding above the level I like, I got to have a long, even if it's not going to be right at the price that I like. But it's finding support at 58 now twice.
All right. Yeah, not as good of a day today as yesterday. We'll be roughly green on this day, but it's just because we had lost on Alibaba, and we're just kind of holding fort now on NVIDIA. I mean, I wish I could say we were up huge on this, but as Coffee Trader and some other traders in the chat there, it's like you're already
AMD's
like
better.
sort of leveled into some of these names. So it's like, do we really want to take more risk at these levels? And I think the answer maybe is yes. Tesla right here at 260.50. Maybe this goes. I like the stock, but there it is right there. I'm going to try this break of 260.50. Hopefully it will get going there. We'll try it, and then if it breaks back down below 260, we can get out. So this, I think, is a try. We just got out some more of NVIDIA there at O's, so that's pretty good. 126.85 is actually where we were at, so that's going to be a stop for us. Let's see if it continues to go upside. But right now, the next one that will execute will be Tesla. And I mean, we missed the bottom of 258. We didn't write down anything to there. Oh, we actually did. We wrote down 257 dip, but we didn't get there. We got to 258.20, so I'm not going to cry over that spilt milk right now for Tesla. But look, man, maybe it's not that strong. It just keeps on hitting. All right, I'm going to cancel. Like we're already in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's running. This just keeps on waiting to break. You know what? All right, I'm going to put it back in. Wow, I just keep on changing my mind here. 260.50. Let's try it. Hopefully we get it on a break. And hopefully it works. So here it comes, coming back in for Tesla. Let's give it a shot. It keeps on getting bought up. I mean, that little buy up right there was 259.80. So I guess that's going to have to be where our stop is. Let's take a shot here on Tesla, man. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We lose? I think it's worth the shot now. TSLA trying to take out that high, 260.50. We're going to go long. I like the stock. If there's a rebound in today, it should go. We're already almost $1 in now on NVIDIA. So let's just keep the party going, man. Good trading over here. Let's just wait for patience on the stocks that we like. I think that's important.
Exactly. I'm not looking at gift horse in the mouth. There's another refresher at 27s on NVIDIA. I just took a leg out, but we got some super chats in here. We called them out in the morning. Shout out to you and thank you, Mashworth. Appreciate you. Willis Addison as well. And then Devian Wade, DLTR. And just says DLTR in my name. So DLTR is on a bit of a recovery pattern here. They got destroyed on earnings, as you guys can all see on the daily chart. But nice move to the upside. On light volume, however, it's not going to be a day trading stock for me. So all I will say is it's trying to trend up. I don't think it's established any strong trend because volume is so light. I would look at something like a VWAP normally, but this it just doesn't seem like it's got enough action for a day trade. It sets up as a breakout through 73.5, but if there's no volume, I don't like a breakout. But technically speaking, it's setting up a good one there. The only other position I'm in right now is Rivian, and Rivian, I mean, it's gently trying to head back down to 11. Remember with Rivian, after that flush yesterday, 11 was the bottom twice. So it bounced off 11 2 times. I want to look to take profits in front of 11. If it can eventually break that low, I think it's a separate trade on Rivian breaking down through 11 even. For now, we're just going to take it to the quarters, to 11, and then go to the desk for Brendan.
Still seeing some Fed comments coming through right now, guys. Just be aware, there's nothing on the schedule for 10 o'clock, but Fed's Bowman speaking right now, so heads up on that. Fed's Williams seems to have wrapped up. That was the last one that we saw on this calendar at 9:25 there, but nothing again from any of these apparently in the way of monetary policy direction. So 10 a.m. we just got pending home sales there, month over month, 0.6% to the upside. Smaller than expected, was supposed to be 1.2%, comes in just about 0.5% there. Negative 3%, meanwhile, year over year is supposed to be negative 6% on the forecast. The big one still, Micron trying to hold 111 here, pre-market lows, but what a day for some of these semiconductors, including, NVIDIA still chopping around at the highs or thereabouts, but back and forth we go. We mentioned this briefly pre-market. There was another, I think it was Bernstein with a positive note this morning on Starbucks once again. So I just saw that pop up through 98 there on some volume. Volume overall, not great, but Starbucks still 2.5% to the upside. Speaking of highs, this is IBIT, the Bitcoin ETF, right here, right now, trying to break out on that daily chart. If you zoom out a little bit, guys, for Bitcoin.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, 64.5.
64,
Good look there, Brendo. Yeah, we did not recognize that.
I'm always looking over at Sean's screen for Bitcoin because I don't have to look at my IBIT because he has the real number there. IBIT, you can see the levels, you just can't see the actual price. That's all.
Yeah, IBIT, I mean, again, another great, tool to sort of use there to trade in the coins of Bit. All right, so... Or more outs there at 127. Like, honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't really want to be in this too much if we break below. We've already talked about where we're trying to reload this name. I mean, maybe 126 one more time. But I feel a little silly keep on doing this. We're up on the stock. We're up nicely on the stock, but everything can disappear like real quick, man. And I'm still waiting for that Tesla. It looks like we should have maybe thought about it the other way around. I mean, if we just kept on shorting here, we'd be happier than what we are now being flat on the stock. But being flat is not a bad position. It's just not doing what we're waiting for it to do. Hasn't done what I'm waiting for it to do. So 260.50, but here it comes turning around. I keep on changing my mind on this stock because despite being up 1%, I don't necessarily just look at what this number is. You have to play the trend. And right now, obviously, when the market being up, you're like, well, let's look for stocks that are up. But that's not the case here right now for this name, because you could see that it's a huge downside push right now to the NASDAQ. So you're actually trying to look for maybe names that are weaker that have tried to battle back right now. So I think that might be one of the things there. And if you're going to try to buy some dips in Tesla, I mean, 258 and change is available. I'd still rather play the break long, believe it or not. So that's still what I'm going to try to look for there on Tesla, is that break long. The other names we had written down were Alibaba today. Alibaba is the only, we're 1 for 2. We lose on Baba, we win on NVIDIA right now, and that's it. We don't have anything else. Micron with a nice little pullback as well today. Really battling off that 200 period. That could have been bought. We were looking at VWAP. Maybe that's a break, 113.20 or so, but you got a little bit of a time to go before we get up to there. We talked about DraftKings. Quickly over to Miss Kathy Wood, see what she's up to right now with Palantir. Palantir with a move down. If you want it, there we go. So this could be a name here. Nice little gap up there for Palantir, trying to break through 37. You take VWAP, what about 37.10 right there on Palantir, trying to go upside. Then you have VWAP protecting you. You have the 50 period as we run into the 200, which is 15 cents. So I think you can get that right there, 37.10 break long coming through on Palantir. So that would be another area to look at there for PLTR.
So look, SMCI is still flying in here. NVIDIA's right back to 27s. Until it gets to 27.5, we're still in the same story. Like my last out was at the 27 anyways, but SMCI just broke out 480s and it's continuing to fly higher. The stair step has now taken the final rung here, and if it makes another high on that daily, you've now broken out the last available top. So obviously I'm looking for this to get dragged up as well. NVIDIA to get dragged up, which is a weird thing to say because SMCI shouldn't be leading anything, in my opinion, but it doesn't matter. It is. Apple doesn't get quite to 225, but maybe it was close enough. I suppose, because it's back at 227. What's weird is the market's still holding right at the bottom, and I'm seeing Nvidia goes back to 27, Apple's bouncing off 25 and held green. It's like, what is so bad? I mean, Meta tagged 570. I'm glad we got out of that one. It felt like, I was like, okay, well, maybe we'll reestablish the 574 level. It never happened. It just blew right through it the second time. So Meta, I mean, it's threatening like it could go red here. A little bit of caution. I've been asked a lot of times about Intel, but my thoughts with Intel was if it broke 24, wait for the closing price of 23.5 or reestablishing the 24 level, which it's trying to do now. So Intel dripped. I kind of felt like Intel might drip. It was up way too much, and now it's trying to hold on to VWAP. So if it can hold VWAP, I'd like longs over the 24 level. But this market's still, it's still preaching patience, I feel like, for the longs, with maybe the exception of Apple after that 225 bounce. So still in NVIDIA. Rivian just tagged another bid here. I'm going to cancel the last one. So essentially the high is 30s, we're got mid-20s, and the bottom here is 1108. We're looking for 11 even, and an 11 break, I still think, can be incoming on Rivian. There was one more thing I wanted to get to, and that is the missed opportunity on PDD. Looking for a spot to join this, the 130 short. That pullback, I guess we're not going to get. What I like about PDD is the fact that it's 10% up, but look at that downward trend on Pinduoduo, as opposed to Alibaba's, which, yeah, it's got some lower highs, but it held on a bit better. It's above VWAP. So I feel like PDD was the one that was going to be weaker. It just missed the entry.
All right. Okay. We just had Tesla in the money 70 cents and didn't take it. So we're long now. I've got a little bit. I'm not fed up with it. It dipped down in. So again, we were looking there for the long break, right? 260.50. The market, and this is the other thing. We said that, right? It's like, instead of trying to look longs when the market's doing this, like trying to dip buy stuff like I'm clearly doing here on Tesla, it's probably better if just flipped over your bias and just try to go short until it proves you wrong. And I think that that's something that we could all learn a little bit better, is to play the momentum. And it's just like, we don't have to always look for those great dip buy opportunities. Sometimes it's just like, okay, I like the long break, but if the futures don't go, we could actually short in front of it, hold out for a bigger move down right there, and then take double the shares if we do break higher. So there is something to those strategies. But for me, again, a little bit surprised at this move down. I mean, Micron still trying to hold out. The Chinese names are there. I feel like a lot of that bump up today was due to China. Let's see if FXI is still holding out or not. That's still Tesla chart. Okay, FXI. Yeah, see, so FXI is still holding out good, right? So it's like the Chinese names are still actually doing pretty good on the top side. It's more some of these US names like an Apple, like a Meta that didn't carry forward, right? Meta went down there off the open pretty dramatically as well. So some of these moves, it's NVIDIA, which is all the way back down here where I'm surprised, where's my reload? Oh, 126.09. We'll just punch some more right now. There it is. We'll punch some more right now anyways. Okay, so just quickly, Tesla's on the way back up. So we're going to wait here. I'm waiting now. 259.40. If we do get a bid here on Tesla, 259.40, let's take it on the offer. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay. Now we're back in business, baby. Nice little move there for Tesla. Back up there to the upside. We just take that bid. It is Neil. There it is again. It's another Dollar Club winner for Tesla off the bottom end. So now let's see where it goes. Good dip buy opportunities. Oh, and by the way, we still him, baby. Look at that move on NVIDIA. That comes right back in. Neil, tell me you bought some of that. We got a beautiful bottom pick right there on NVDA. Loaded back up, man. We do have a somewhat big position back in on NVIDIA. So let's just start to take it off, man. We're large on NVIDIA and in charge right down here at 126.
Yeah, I backed off the bid to wait to see the other side of it. The plan of action has got to be a little bit cautious. We're still making those lower highs as we speak. But I'm ready for the reload. I'm just not going to rush into it. The market's taking lows right now. What I do like, I'll tell you, is there's a bit of a trend on ARM here. It's looking relatively weak. It's got lower highs. If we break this trend line, I think this one can also fly to the upside as we're trying to go. Micron's the other one I want to jump back into. Micron's taking out tops here. It's making higher lows and just looks a little bit stronger. So VWAP on Micron at 112. I'm going to get into this one. Again, we had Micron early, went 1 for 2 on it off that 111 level. Now 112 is starting to hold. It's got a lot of room. It's the leader in terms of why we're up in the day in the first place. Market is trying to bounce here, starting to look a little bit better. So it's time to get back over to at least Micron as it's breaking higher. I hope that's Randy behind me, because I'm freezing.
It is. He's coming with some drinks right now.
Oh, thank goodness.
I just want to tell you guys right now, despite being basically 2 in 1, right now we will go ahead today and put our name right back at the top there of the leaderboard. So another good day of trading here. Hopefully you're positive. Today it's been a tough one. We will talk about the office as we get some time. But it was this dollar winner there on Tesla also, Randy, right back up there. Yeah, so we did buy that dip. Pretty lucky to have gotten that. Now, whether or not it comes back in right now is another story, as it looks like it is trying to bleed back in just a little bit. But hey, man, we keep saying this. This is why we're here. We're here to make some money. NVIDIA drops right into some support one more time. So we buy that dip, put it on the board right now. We could exit our trade right now. And as I said, be there. NVIDIA is going to be your number one name today, P&L wise, followed by Tesla, and then Alibaba just kind of hanging out, waiting for something to do, man. That Chinese play, difficult one there today, I find. But let's just wait to see. There it is again, Randy. It's Tesla. It is $1 now in the money officially, going back up there to the upside, looking to break longer on Tesla. Oh boy, what a good day this has been, despite the market being the downside. We only have longs today, and it's a trophy day. So far, so good with those. Yeah, man. And yesterday we really crushed Rivian. I see Neil's into Rivian. Rivian's been a great stock, P&L wise. So I wish you best of luck on that one. 260. Let's get a piece out here on Tesla and just ring the register, man. We've seen it bouncing off this 260 level a couple times. There we are. We're at 87 for some reason right now. Let's just cancel that. Hit offer, enter. Oh, of course we do that and it makes a move down. We're at 80. One more break higher. And there it is. It's your hot dog cannon. It's another winner right there on Tesla. So let's just wait now for 260.50 to see if that breaks. But there it is. Nice dip buy opportunity there on Tesla, man. So congratulations if you took that. But yeah, let's see what happens now with NVIDIA and Micron and all of them.
NVIDIA, Micron, AMD, ARM, all of the chip names are looking like they wanted to go there, but not holding on to the trend was MU. I like the ARM trend, but MU came in first, and it just reverted underneath. I had a trend line. I'm not going to bother with it because it's already broken, but you can see there's your higher lows. It broke through. I get out. ARM is trying its best to break above and hold above. It's looking a little bit better, so we like this trend, but Micron was the leader, so we want to take some swings at that. NVIDIA's looking fine. Rivian's looking okay here, so I'm not really complaining, but ARM is a bit of a new one. It's up 3 points today, but it's nothing egregious. The key, it held on to yesterday's high, and now you're trending back up. Need this to break out this level, which it's attempting to do now, and then stop back underneath that 151 where it connects with the trend line here on ARM. I did want to go over crypto for a brief second because when you're approaching that 65,000, Mara did indeed break 17. So I'll slap the fail on myself while we were looking at all of the chip names. Mara did make the 17 break on the daily chart. Only want to look long after this happens. But like I said, it already broke 17. It's at 1730, up 7%. So it's on one, obviously, as we can see. I like to join this party somewhere, but I'm not chasing any highs. I'd like to see it maybe pull back into VWAP. Give us a more traditional style entry back into 17 even, or maybe the 17-10 level that we can dig ourselves into. 65 breaks. I got to have a piece of this one on the daily. It's been level waiting to go for a while.
All right, good dip buy here on Tesla. And we just tweeted that out as well. So we just put out good dip buy there on Tesla. Now let's wait to see for that break. I mean, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that breaker long right now at 259 and change. I don't have any more bids down there for Tesla, so let me just make sure. I'm going to cancel my Meta as well. I think it's a good time right now to sort of do all of that. Cancel your bids, cancel your orders, and just, don't cancel them, but just make sure that you do have the active orders present and not too many orders out. And I say that because, I mean, first of all, props up, honestly. Like, sometimes we do feel, we talk about our own trades, but this is the show that we have. Like, the bottom of the day to the 50-period moving average, I mean, I don't know, again, like if we've patented something like that, but that's the play that I love to do. And we just did it right there. I know we always get talked about, we should write books and so on and so forth. That would be something that I would like to do, would be to focus on setups and plays. And I think that's, for me, boom, like that. That's a great one. We'll continue to do that more and more if available, right? I mean, we never know where these trades are going to come from, so we'll just keep on pushing forward with everything. NVIDIA is just the only one that we have right now. Amazon, thank you so much there, Adrian. In the chat, we haven't looked at Amazon yet, and wow, down here at 191, I better start getting out of some of these shares or that Katina vacation will be canceled immediately. 191.50, 191.20 coming into play there for Amazon. Just looking at a larger time frame right now, there's a good, 191.50. Yeah, that's a good dip buy opportunity here for Amazon. Let's try that one. Good look on that for AMZN right now. Yo, Joe, my guy, how's it going over there? Did you have fun on the recap show last Friday? Are you ready to bring the heat today? All right, Joe's ready to go as well. Neil's ready to go.
Always.
Drop some knowledge here, Neil. Let's go.
Let's go get them. This is all brought to you, this segment and this port. Oh, maybe not just yet. Okay, we have a couple of minutes. We'll get to it in a minute. I just get ahead of myself sometimes. But, okay, so Rivian's about to hit that low of the day. The market is trying to bounce off the lows. We're still trend down. There hasn't been a green candle on this 15-minute yet on the NASDAQ and the ES. So if we are going to continue on a downward trend, there are some things that I want to look at for that south side of everything. Rivian obviously being one of them. I know we've been talking. I didn't pay for locates today on DJT, which is silly. I usually do. That 14.4 was a pre-market high. I think it might pop and fade back into that one. Want to keep eyes on it. Apple made that bounce off 225, but it's still underneath resistance levels. So Apple looking like it's a bit of a stair step to the downside. I'm not at the point that I want to short this one yet. I have 227.5 marked off as the key. We're still in NVIDIA, Rivian, and now into ARM. And the other one I wanted to get to obviously was Mara. Mara's starting to pull back. So with that pending 65K break on BTC, we're not there just yet. I do want to have this before we break that level. 17 is VWAP. 17 was a breakout on the daily. I'd like to grab 17s if it comes back in. But if we break out 65,000, I might just take Mara where it lies. So wherever it happens to be in that moment, we might just grab Mara, as it is an absolute 7% to the upside or 6.5 is still pretty good.
Check out 25%. I just want to let everybody know on Amazon there at 90, 191.87. So we take 20 cents there on only 25%. If Amazon breaks, which it could break, we are not chasing this name. This was, we had a bad day. What day is it? Thursday? Maybe it was Monday or Tuesday trying to chase this name. If it breaks lower, we gone, man, like Donkey Kong on that one. We'll wait to see if it breaks 191.50. That is my out spot there for Amazon. We will try to, you know what, now that we're just dumping in a little bit here, let's buy some more 71s. I don't know, I just put a bid there. Hopefully we get the fill. There we go. Oh, well, now we're holding it up. Okay, there's the run through there. So now we'll wait to see 50 break. We're gone. Again, momentum right now downside, but let's just try it. NVIDIA trying to go back upside as well. Amazon trying to hold out. But for right now, it is what it is. We got to wait. NVIDIA, nice move back up to 60. Let's take another offer. If we can get a 64, let's do it. And there it is. Bang. Another one, as we'll try to have as many of these diamond hands as we possibly can, but we're not playing off of a stupid meme, man. I mean, we will get out of these trades when we see fit. But for right now, it's a nice move back up there for Amazon. And by the way, it's reloaded time right now on Amazon. So let's wait to see if it continues to flush down or not. Now on Amazon, just comes back up into the 80s. Let's see if it gets going. AMZN, man. The party's just starting on this side. It's a trophy day right now. Not a huge day for the office. We can talk about that. I have no idea when you're supposed to do the ad read. I'm assuming it's coming up very soon.
About nowish. I just got Rivian bounced off 11, so we're out of that one. But this brought to you by Trade the Pool. Great update from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourselves and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares. You no longer need to worry about the PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with 20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right. It is that simple and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. Shout out to Trade the Pool where they are chilling over there. So we're going to jump back over, as I said, 11 on here on Rivian. It just tagged 1103.
Watch out now.
So 1103 was actually the close price. It closed at 1103 yesterday. It just bounced off the close. So I'm now out of it. I feel like Rivian, if it goes red, the low yesterday was $10.98. So technically a flat bottom break would be losing 98, not 11 even, as I said. So being more precise about it, it would need to take out 98. I'm going to short pops in Rivian. It's a short till it's not, as far as I'm concerned. VWAP sits at 11.16. We can certainly wait for that. Coinbase is absolutely on fire. You're right about that, Fred. Wow. You're right about that, Eagle. It's 175 as we're just about to get to 65,000 on BTC. Mara does not dip. Obviously, Mara hasn't dipped into VWAP, as you guys can see here. But yeah, I might just take it where it lies. The next available dip feels like it's going to have to be it for Mara. The market's down. Coinbase, Bitcoin, Mara, they're all up right now. So that's where the relative strength is. I mean, SMCI as well. But yeah, we got to get into some Mara here. Should have had that 17 break. Kind of clean. It held on to VWAP on the way back in. But the trend is your friend here with the crypto names in general, not just them.
We're not down much on Amazon, but we almost out. I mean, 191, 450 broke. We're going to give it 10 cents. All right, let's take something out on this bump up through to 58. Okay, so we'll take something out there on Amazon. We're just long right here. It's definitely not an issue right now, but it's not reacting the way I'd hope it would. But here we go. You got to be patient with this market. We talked about that. Let's see if Amazon can get back going right now. There it goes. Nicely done right here. Let's see if it can drop down some cash in yield pocket. And there it goes, man. Nice little take there. There it goes. 69ers. Oh, yeah. We like that play, baby. That's going to be a good little one there for us. Let's go Amazon. Oh, no, Neil. We got another one on board right now for everybody. There it goes. It's Amazon off 191.50. Thank you to everybody there in the chat as we put Amazon in the friendly zone one more time there today. So Amazon, you can do as you wish, but hopefully that is back up there to the upside. AMZN, good look there. Thank you to everybody in the chat for that as we find the level that we like. And right now we find the desk with Brendan.
Small cap still worth a note here today, guys, as well. We were talking with Luis from Barcelona, Spain, if you were with us in the first half an hour of the show this morning. He liked this one. KTTA even showed that data set that he uses to determine whether or not these will fade eventually. I think it was 90 plus for KTTA. When it does make these moves in the pre-market, it comes back down, starting to creep back lower currently for KTTA. This one, Duo, no chance, 154. Just took out the highs, 130 being tested right now. There was a restructuring of this company and a relisting on the NASDAQ this morning. So it typically barely trades, but it was below $1, so they had to do something. TBIO, we were also talking with Luis about as well. This one drifting lower as we speak. $5 ends up holding out of the gate this morning. Straight southbound since, guys.
Yeah, and that's what happens sometimes. You know, like you fail early on some of those small caps. You know, you might have to wait till lunchtime when it loads up at the bottoms, and then you can get that kind of reversal. It feels like that's what's happening a little bit with NVIDIA as well, as it's still making lower highs back into the same flat bottom, but you're starting to get a sense that it's rounding it off a little bit. So, you know, your original bottom was 26, and then you test just underneath 26. Now you put back in the higher low, but the next step is always, after the rounded bottom, to start to hold higher and resume an upward trend. That's what I'd like to see happen next. Obviously, there's already an upward trend in Mara as we just broke 65,000 and Mara's breaking out the high. 1750 is a round number. It just came into the quarters as well, so the next available dip is basically going to be where it is. You're at the 50 period, but you're breaking everything out and have room to at least $18 on this if we hold 65,000. Coinbase, Mara absolutely flying at this particular moment. They're looking strong. Rivian, I still believe, is a short, but as I said, it bounced off $11, and we'll wait for it to get back into VWAP. VWAP at 11.15 or so, putting in lower highs as we speak. So I like this one still for a southbound trade. Been looking for anything else that looks relatively weak, but Apple's back above VWAP and holding, so that's not really setting up for a short at these prices.
All right. We're waiting at 191.79 there for Amazon. We're long at 191.50 right now on that note. Here it comes back in. So I was going to tell you, we have half of the position left. We actually only have 40% of the position left. And I don't want to reload this one. Like, it just did not break up there. So like, this is what we did on Amazon. we'll be, I mean, if it breaks, we'll figure out if we're up on it or not. I'll tell you guys, obviously, immediately if we are up or down on the stock once it breaks. But right now, Amazon, see that? Just had some issues there. We do have a 77 out, so it's all good on that front. But right now, Amazon looking pretty weak into this weaker market. Going to the lows. Brendan's got news.
Guys, haven't looked at this one in quite some time, but EHang, everyone's favorite eVTOL company from China, apparently completed another test flight successfully. So also benefiting from the Chinese move today, but EHang, huge move, 15%.
Those things look cool.
Name.
That's what I'll say about EHang. But yeah, I'm not gonna be the first.
I would EHang a big L on that one, but we'll wait to see.
I don't necessarily disagree.
What happens there? All right, yeah, big L time right there. We'll again flush ourselves down the toilet. I don't, you guys can always ask me at any time what's up with stocks. We are now flat on Amazon, so we gave you the update. There's the break lower on AMZN. So boom to the dynamite downside right there. Blowing up the wrong kind of dynamite there, but that's okay. In and out there on Amazon. I tell you that we're flat on it because we basically did that pretty perfect risk to reward there. Tried to let it run higher, did not go for us. Fine, tap out on that one. Obviously preserving a green day. So, we'll just continue to do that. We never know where these stocks are going to go. All you can do is make educated guesses. And so far, so good on the education this month. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe for the stream, man, and be part of what we're doing here. I've already canceled this Tesla 260. Actually, I did not. I'm canceling it now, this 260 bid here. So we'll wait to see what a 260.50 breakthrough. That's not happening. Remember what we said before? I mean, I feel... Again, we say lucky, but I don't really. It went to the 50-period moving average. That's just a strategy. I feel unlucky that we didn't short it because we did talk about playing the other side, man. We do not need to just sit here all of the time and watch these stocks just drip down and say, when are good buying opportunities? A lot of the time you can flip it over and just simply go short. And that's something that we probably should have been doing in this market. I mean, it's been bleeding all morning, and yet I don't have anything on the short side. No winners at all short. No trade short for me yet. It's still going to be a top day, but no winners short. So again, we just picked up some NVIDIA again down there at 18s, I believe it was. So 17s. There it is. Nice little move back up, Neil. We're going to take some more profit on that one. Spin it one more time as there it goes, man. 17s to 40s like it was candy right there on NVIDIA. So again, another reload, man. We're right here right now. Not sure if you got it, but there we go. Let's go 45s. Can we get 45s for another 40 cents? So despite the market making these moves down, we're able to be who we are, scalp out this market, take advantage of names that we like. We like NVIDIA long. It drips down into that spot. We'll take it, but it's not really moving, so we'll take a 35 out right there again off that reload in the teens. So yeah, man, so far so good on these reloads today. We've been really, really cautious. Tesla, number 2 stock today. NVIDIA, number 1 stock today. So we got both of those. Watch out for BABA, my negative name. I still think I could take BABA long if it breaks 104. We just had another look at that. That could be a trade coming through as well. But I don't know how you feel. I know you're double longs right now as well. I think this market is pretty tipsy here.
I mean, look, Mara and the crypto has been going up when the market was going down and established upward trend. I'm not reloading NVIDIA here because I feel like at this time of day, I generally want there to be like a false bottom. So like break the low and then a reversal style trade because the trend, it's still making lower highs.
There it goes.
I'm only reloading if we start reversing this trend. Like that's basically it. Like we couldn't get past the 27 level. If we break the lows, I don't mind getting out and trying to get back into it. Even Mara just lost trend line. Right? So long Mara off the trend line. When 65,000 broke, I said I'll take it where it lies, but there's your trend and trend broken, get out. Usually I would short a trend break like this, but I'm not bearish on that in particular. Rivian's probably going to be next because Rivian's at that level of $11. 10.98 is the actual low. So I feel like the next trade is seemingly going to be Rivian through yesterday's low of the day, which it's not like 52-week bottoms or anything like that, because I think recently it was actually a lot lower than this. But yeah, flat bottom breaker a week ago, and then it's been steady downside. We're just looking for a break here. I think there's still room for this to get to $10. Maybe it doesn't do it all today, but low of the day break. It's the only thing I was short at any point. And NVIDIA came out, which is position board's not correct because there is my stop, there is my out when it made a fresh low, so I'm out of it. And the only way I'm getting a reload on NVIDIA is if it can somehow reverse the trend to the downside that's going on here. I should probably be still, like I should be short something. There's no question about it. Intel failed 24. I was looking for it to resume trend up, and I was biased to the long side, so I was waiting for it to resume trend up. You could have just shorted the living you-know-what out of 24, and it would have been absolutely fine. But I'm not in anything, I don't want to rush into it. It is just Rivian at this bottom break that I'm going to be looking for. Or maybe a pop into VWAP is going to give me an opportunity on something like an Intel. Apple's still not really setting up the short either. It's above VWAP and trending up, so you can throw that one out. I think Spencer and Wilson saying Palantir has trapped the bears.
Oh, wow, that's good.
That would mean it's relatively strong. Okay, we want to find something that's doing what the market isn't. That's usually the way to go. Yeah, the Palantir looks strong. V-shaped recovery, market at the lows, and it's consolidating off the highs. Yesterday's, is that the top yesterday? Yep. That's yesterday's highs and afternoon resistance on Tuesday that's holding a consolidation. That's a good long setup, but it's either long into VWAP or take the breakout with the stop underneath here. So I'll let it make the move and then decide to act on it after. A bit of a new one in there. So eyeball's still on NVIDIA. If it can reverse the trend, great. Rivian, low of the day break. And all of a sudden, Palantir looks pretty good as well. Tesla, I haven't really looked at. I know you've been on Tesla.
Yeah.
Oh, it lost 57?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm back into Tesla right now, trying to get to 55.
It's got to get back above 57.
Yeah, we had wrote down here 50. Actually, we wrote down 57 dip buy right now. So there it is. I thought I have a stop down here. Yeah. So breaking too much below. We're trying it again. It looks like we will be in this L right now as Tesla just continues to go lower. There is Fed speak right now. I just heard something about. Okay, there it is. So we'll have to. We've been trying some longs down here. We said we probably should have flipped up this script a little bit, but we didn't do that. So, all right, there goes NVIDIA to the downside. There goes, oops, where's my chart? There goes Tesla down. We had written down, 257, that's right, not 255. Okay, so that's fine. So we just tried it there. We were long at 256.50. It drops back down below as the market. Can you believe we're going to go maybe red today in the market? I just looked at Sharif and said that there. He's coming back from his walk. How was your walk and talk? Fantastic. Good. Really nice weather. Good to hear. We'll be joining out there very, very shortly. I'm just going to open this chart back up because I don't like not trading without my full layout there. So we'll load that back up. But right now it's NVIDIA. We're long into this one against 125. That's what I was kept. It wasn't 55. It was NVIDIA 125. That was a level here that we had sort of talked about earlier on today. It's written on the sticky note 125. So we're going to try to give this one a go right now. NVIDIA long 125.50. Brendan's got something good or something?
It's
good.
That high did get taken out both on BTC and some of the ETFs following that. Interesting note this morning suggesting the U.S. has reclaimed top spot as far as Bitcoin holdings are concerned. This index tracks banks, institutions, big money essentially that has positions that they've disclosed anyways, rising to 1.43 in September, up from 1.35 as of the beginning of July. So the U.S. back to the top spot as far as Bitcoin holdings is concerned on an institutional side of things. As I mentioned, there's that IBIT. Took out 37. Quick reversal, though, on pretty heavy volume, it's worth mentioning. So some stops getting run maybe above 65,000. That's Bitcoin itself. Same thing. Big red reversal candle now. Back downside, guys, for BTC. My bad.
That we sit here on NVIDIA and try to watch out for that 125 level. If this breaks, man, we are completely hands off right now. We have a position we're long at 32. It's actually a good thing that we had got out there on that one. Come over to the chart, Fabian, quickly, because it's about to break. So it's a good thing we got out there at that. There it goes at that 126 level, so we don't have to really experience this. But there it goes. We will now put ourselves red right there. So we'll go from leaderboard to not on the leaderboard. Well. It doesn't matter. It's not a hugely successful day today. And we talked about this. When the trend is down, I know that generally speaking, we'll wind up losing on those plays because you wind up trying to dip buy names that just don't work. All right, so we did get stopped out there on NVIDIA. And look what I'm doing again, getting right back into it because this 125 level, let's just see. Looks like it wants to hold. We'll put something on it right now. Back in right now in a second, I guess. Just hold on. Fabian. All right, so nice move back up to the upside here. 124. So that level, this is why we liked it yesterday, was this dip down area into 125. NVIDIA is still up on the day, but the market is not, and it is screaming lower right now. So let's just try this out. That little move down. Let's see that exact level that it just bounced off of, 124.80. So I think now, if it breaks that low, that's enough, man. We talked about being stubborn, and that's really been the downfall of our trading. So let's not do that now. We know we can call levels. We know who we are. But for right now, let's just try to see if, there it comes. Let's just try to see if NVIDIA wants to get back there. See, it bounces off 25. We just offered 24s there. It's not going meme crazy. If anything, it's going downside right now and can't find a bid. That is NVIDIA. See, we just tried to take some out there at 25. We pushed offer enter and the stock went to the downside. So hopefully now it will run us over and get us out as we continue to hopefully go a little bit higher there. Need it. Just one more 10-cent push, my guy, up there. We'll take out 10%. There we are. There we go. We got it. So that nice little move upside now. Let's see if, there we go. Let's see if we can make some back, Neil. This name needs to go meme crazy for us. It's NVIDIA. We're long that one right now. I see you're long Meta. What's good over there?
I just covered Meta and I'm going into Apple because
nice.
You were literally just saying we're always trying to bottom pick stocks. Meta got to the low of the day. And I'm like, okay, Meta off of yesterday's lows. Let's go. Well, I mean, look at Meta. And then I went over to Apple. And it's like, well, Apple's breaking out higher highs and higher lows. Like, what am I even doing here? Like, it's above VWAP. What are the things we like? Uptrend, above VWAP, relative strength. Who gives a rat's you-know-what that it's down, that's only up 0.4% and the NASDAQ's up 0.7? It's an upward trending stock right now, of which there are not many. So Apple all of a sudden looks good, where other things don't look as good. We're going to go into buy the dip mode on Apple and just switch. It's not that Meta was bad or anything. Look, Meta's not bad, but man, was it bleeding after the event. And maybe they're selling the news. But Apple was the one that was taking the brunt of it while that ridiculously long event, Meta Connect event, yesterday was going on, which it's still going. But let's look for 227.5 here, get some out, work into the high of the day, go back into VWAP and go dip buy hunting. One quick update on Rivian. Rivian didn't actually, okay, so Rivian broke. I was like, do I want to punch the low of the day? I've said this before. I don't like punching the low of the day at this time of day. So I backed off of it, which was probably a good decision. I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but it would have gone in the money 1 cent. It's still holding the downward trend. So I'll maybe short some pops in here. I just feel like I should be a little bit more cautious. Punching lows at 10:30 is not usually the way to go. Let's look for short the pop, find a trend or a better entry point. I want to be short Rivian again, but it just felt like a bit of a trap there at 11. And last thing I want to do is spring that trap. So Apple, I feel like Apple's starting to show it's
sprung up in
It's starting to show us some strength here in Apple. Let's see if we can get this back into 228. And on the higher time frame, there's some room in here to 229 for Apple if it can break out those highs. There isn't a red candle on Apple on the 15-minute since the open. That's a strong stock.
All right, we've already sprung that damn trap. Do your own stupid research, my guy, right here. NVIDIA, what did we write down? 125 long. What's the low of the day today for NVIDIA? 124.80. 88. Damn, Daniel, you didn't look fine in those damn white Vans. All right, so here we go, upside right now. You like that one, Joe? You got some white Vans? There it is right now. Let's go. We're back in the money now, baby, on Amazon. Now Amazon, no cry. Well, that would be not the case in my house. No Amazon would be lots of crying. But there it goes. Bang! Big time move, Neil. We sprung the trap right there, as you mentioned, on Amazon. We buy that 190. Remember I said Amazon was a negative stock? Stone Cold says, right now, nice little move to the upside here, breaking through 50s. Man, we're on one right now. It's a 60-cent winner here for NVIDIA back in. It is a 30-cent winner right now for Amazon. And let's just keep taking it out. Maybe we get that huge move upside right now for AMZN. We set there at 190. We buy it. We buy the weakness there on AMZN. Let's see if we can continue to climb upside right now. But hey, in a market that looks like this, what I'm doing is, sure, we have 80 cents on NVIDIA right now, but we have to take profits where they lie, especially when you're buying dips on these names that have cranked the other way today. So we'll get some more out here in the 40s if we're able to. On Amazon, we have now gotten out of half of our Amazon trade as they motored into those 30s. So good trading there. But again, do not hold out hope that this market's going to get all the way back, man. I mean, it's a big move down. We got to at least clear the 50 period, then to VWAP, and then we say sail from there. But for right now, let's just wait to see where this market goes. Good takes on NVIDIA for sure. We just got a piece out there in the 70s. Let's get another piece out right now in the 50s. Maybe, there we go, take a 52. Maybe we do drip down at some point here on NVIDIA and we're able to reload that name. But let's just keep on trucking here, keep on getting him out. There's another out for us on Amazon as it comes back into the 40s. Let's go upside and see if we can hold on to this. People saying Apple mooning right now.
Apple's trying to get to 228 level. Look, it's certainly the one that's holding trend to the upside the best. Like, there's just no, like I said, there's no red candles on the 15-minute. The 3 does have some opportunities for you. There's a trend that I've got setting on Apple. If we can come to the chart for a second. It might be establishing a new trend, but this is sort of what I was observing, the higher lows and then a flat top breakout on Apple. It looks like it's from resistance at this 228. It's not just any level. The last couple of days, it's been resistance there and then resistance there at 229 and a half. So I was looking for something relatively strong. This looks like it's going to be it. We're going to go dip buy hunting in a VWAP or maybe even the 227 level as Rivian already. Well, so much for. All right, so the market's trying to bounce. I thought Rivian would bounce into VWAP. Rivian's just holding right underneath 11. If it never breaks 1102, all right, I should just be in this one. If I can get some 99s, just going to get on the offer at 99 for Rivian. I didn't end up taking the bottom break because I thought the market was bouncing there and didn't want to short the absolute low. So long Apple, but I should be back into short Rivian. Just give it right into this local bottom. It's only a couple of cents worth of risk, and if it bleeds down another $0.50, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Rivian's a short till it's not. We are looking at some other names, but at this point, I like what Apple is doing probably the most. Oh, there's another one that sets up as a short for me.
Apple's back to day's high.
Intel looks like a short as well. Intel's putting in trend, lower highs. I think it's a 24 VWAP short or just hold the trend line in. I'm getting a bit bearish on this stock, even though it's up 0.8%. Like, I'm seeing the bounce that's happening elsewhere, and I'm not liking what I see with Intel. So I think this should be a short back into VWAP on INTC because I don't have any green candles on the NASDAQ right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with any of those statements, that's for sure. Okay, we'll try to buy some. Oh, sorry, that's Amazon. Amazon, so we were able to get something out again. It actually just went into the 50s right there on Amazon. And our best out, though, was 53s. So we did get a 53 there on AMZN. You can go double mark that off. All right, so I might as well just buy some right here. I was going to wait for 30s again for NVIDIA, but what is 10 cents? When you're sort of scalping out, we'll wait. I mean, 10 cents means a lot, but we're not loading into shares now on NVIDIA. We're just going to see if we're able to hold this for an upside push now. If we can get back to 125.80, that would be pretty sweet for us, for sure. There goes Amazon again. I'm going to take another offer at 43. I don't really care too much about scalping this name out. It's been horrible, man. It's down 1%. Amazon has really, really bled through. If the market wants to continue this move, that's completely fine. And we'll hold on to this. But again, a breakthrough 190 on Amazon, we're out. So right now, we're about 1-to-1 on risk to reward here. We're long at 15s on AMZN. We're just getting some out now in the mid 40s. So that is about a 1-to-1 ratio right now, a little bit higher, actually 2-to-1. But that's not the thing. So if you want to get out right now. We are up on Amazon. It's a good stock for sure. Good reload, I guess, on NVIDIA. We don't have any outs yet down here. Let's put something at 49 just to take this. You guys just saw me buy some 36s. If we can sort of just start to scalp it out. This is how, and Neil and I will talk about this all the time, this is how you can try to stay green and stay alive and not have those big, huge days to the downside. Not only will I often have, some of the biggest days, well, not some of the biggest days, yes, but also some of the worst days. So you got to be able to scalp out. Be confident in what you're doing. I think that's the number one thing, but at the same time, be a risk manager. And I think if you're a risk manager, then you will forever win in this game. There's Amazon again, upside at 190.50. So yeah, man, so far so good. NVIDIA, we got it, Neil. It's making that move down, so watch out for your Apple. But I love Apple, though.
It's stalling it here.
Oh, it's stalling, okay.
It's stalling like everything else is stalling. Like, it's strong, relatively speaking, but there's like a, come to my chart for a second, there's a battle going on underneath 228. And we'll see who ends up winning this battle. But if it doesn't break out the top and comes back underneath, I mean, I got a line drawn in there. I can kind of show you. It's not yesterday. It was 2 days ago, resistance here that probably should be closer to 227.75, but I probably didn't zoom in well enough. So if we don't hold on to 227.75 here, I probably jump out of this and look for a VWAP retracement. If we break higher, we hold to the high of the day. It's, like I said, it's relatively strong. I'd like it to do a little bit better. Wow, there's these Chinese ADRs that we've been ignoring. Apologies to that, because they were all gapped up, and sometimes they fill in the gap. So in NEO's all the way back into the previous close almost. They get 565. That was a key level from before. I feel like that should have been a bounce spot. It just bounced off 70s. But this PDD, I've ignored PDD. It's still trending to the downside a little bit there. That was Sean. Crack up there.
That was me. I hear my guy over here. The professor is in the building, and he always has some funny things that he says about.
Usually he does that.
He goes knee auto and stuff like that. So I can't do it as good as him. So we'll wait to see what he's all about over there. What we're all about over here has been good vibes. Right now, as we continue to watch out for NVIDIA, I'm going to offer right now at 43s. There it is. We'll start to take some more out on NVIDIA, and we're working now to the long side, baby. We've made it all back right now. We said that we had gone red. There goes NVIDIA trying to break through 50. We like it, but you know what's really starting to sing right now? It's Amazon. Amazon giving us those vibes right now back to the upside. So we'll go green on Amazon. We're not green on NVIDIA yet, so I misspoke right there. We need this one to fly a little bit more. We got stopped out on that 125 break, but silly me. We shouldn't stop out on the price that we write down longs for. So again, just a little bit off-putting by why I did that. But Amazon, we still got a big boy position on right now. We have so we're out of more than half, but this position, it would be some people's defaults. So let's just wait to see here. I liked it down there at 190. I think we can get back to the 50 period. So let's go, man. 190.75 is my next offer. We just did a good out there at 65 for Amazon. NVIDIA, all right, we just got 50s there on NVIDIA as that's going back up to the upside. Hey, if the market wants to work, I think we have some big winners on board right now, guys. We've got NVIDIA that we really like to the long side, and we've got Amazon right now. If the market goes, then maybe this is something to pay attention to. NVIDIA and Amazon. Look, for me, we are flat basically on the day here. We're going to be a little bit red. We're going to wait to see what happens on this NVIDIA trade. But again, man, like compared to the movement in the market, considering we don't have any shorts, like this is a very, very good learning moment for myself. We were able to get out of a lot of these positions early and really just, capitalize on holding. Like, look at this Tesla trade, right? There's $1 and there's the misstep right there as it comes right into our level and we get out, but we do not hold. We do not average in, we wait. So that's really been working. Wow, now NVIDIA tanks. Oh, there's news about SMCI, Brendan, right now, so we'll have to wait to see. Not a good move right now. Super Micro apparently being targeted by a short seller. SMCI right now targeted for... Oh, no, DOJ.
Oh, that's not good.
So this is even worse than I thought. Let's start to get out of something. There it is, Super Micro right now, down $25, $40. Now, what's up, Brendan? SMCI. We'll hold on that one. But there goes NVIDIA. We'll get out of NVIDIA there as it's come back in. Not much we can do, man. We throw our hands up in the air when that happens right now for the market. So sheesh is right.
Like you can't see that coming. There's absolutely no way to predict it. That's why we got the Benzing in our ear. But SMCI was screaming. This was basically one of the strongest stocks out there. It's going into a halt down. It's going into a halt down. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
There's no details on this, guys. It's the Wall Street Journal reporting this. But yeah, just what you said. Justice Department probing server maker SMCI. Again, no details, just from the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, halt it up.
You don't see stocks like this halt on them. And this isn't a news-based halt. There's a volatility halt to the downside right now on SMCI at 436.32. So down 3%, from up 5% to down 3%. It should open up in 5 minutes because it's a volatility halt. But that's nasty there for SMCI. I mean, let's go back to, okay. 431 is a bit of a flat bottom here, or 430 is a bit of a flat bottom on SMCI. If it loses that, it's in trouble. The tap is already 435, $1 down. Let's go over to Brendo.
More coming from that Wall Street Journal piece, guys. Ex-employee accusing the company of accounting violations. Again, an ex-employee accusing the company of accounting violations.
Oh, that poor employee must have not got out of their options in time there right now. So cry me a river on that one. Okay, so here we go, man. SMCI, who cares? It's a good story. Thank you, Brendo, for that one. But there's NVIDIA, man. We just went and bought some of those upside. We are now long at 124.50. Shares of McDonald's hitting all-time high right now. That's another name that we've got in the portfolio. Dun, 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 dun. People are loving that stock right now. There goes McDonald's new all-time highs as they come back to fight another day with their dollar menu, man. I mean, we talked about them really getting back into the consumer's favor. They chopped the prices of coffee down to that dollar right now. McDonald's continues to let them sing. Look at that. Huge move to the upside, man. Be diversified. I'm not that diversified with my trading today, as there goes NVIDIA, man. We just waited for that story and said thank you very much. We got out on that. We got hit on it for sure, but we do take advantage buying the dip there in NVIDIA. Now let's see if it goes back up. Until I hear they're investigating Jensen, then I ain't too worried about this. Let's wait to see what happens with NVDA. Long at 60s, man. It's in the 80s.
Yeah, so by the way, while that was going on, I did get out of Apple, but obviously the SMCI wanted to cover what was going on with that halt. We did lose the high of the day on Apple. It also dipped on that news. So, I mean, look, everything in the market when that news story came out came to the downside. I'm still looking VWAP for retrace on Apple. We got the breakout. It's still an upward trend. It's still relatively strong. It's now trying to hold on to that previous 227, like 60 to 75 area. Might look for the lower high in here, but I'm still going to hang on to VWAP. That's a topping tail candle. I'm going to let it either make a bounce here or wait for VWAP on this. The other thing is to just see what happens to SMCI, which is now giving an indicated open of flat. So it was tapping lower before. It's now got a flat indicated open on SMCI, and that'll be open in like a minute and a half or so. Yeah, call it like 2 minutes or so. SMCI is going to be back open. I feel like if SMCI catches a bounce, then you're going to want to maybe jump into some longs. I do like Apple. Let's go to the desk. It's time for it's already time for money talk.
Just a throw, I think.
Oh, yep, money talk.
People are losing money, I guess, with this SMCI, potentially anyways. I just wanted to show this, guys. This is the Hindenburg report that you have to go back to August 27th when this came out on SMCI. In this report, they talk about possible accounting manipulation from SMCI. This Justice Department is actually pointing directly to this report as the reason behind this for SMCI. So maybe, as they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Okay, so as long as there's something to put some on there, you know. Yeah.
Okay, so during all of that, we still stay positive on Amazon, but it just dropped in as well into 190. So look out below, man. This whole market is definitely reeling from all of this news. So yeah, it sucks to watch a stock like SMCI get hit like that. I know there's a lot of traders that are most likely involved in an SMCI, so just be careful with your investments. But I mean, it's NVIDIA still up on the day, right? I mean, you know what we should actually be checking? So I was actually going to wait here. We're getting close to this 50-period moving average, so we're not layering into any trades right now, but we are definitely aware that this 123.70 is going to be a do-or-die spot right here for many. So that's including for me right now. So 123.70 right now coming into play here on NVIDIA as we continue to watch out for this name. Oh, there it is. What? Oh, we shouldn't have got stopped out there. My bad. We did not want to get stopped out. We were waiting for that. Oh, that's too bad. I was not looking there and did not cancel my stop order. So, okay, we're back into that long. It's that 123.70 area is kind of where we want to do. So we'll go back into this name, but that's whatever. We just lost on that, but we did not have a big shares. The name is coming back in. This is the last 10 seconds till it opens up. Okay, this is our last sort of straw here for the long on NVIDIA, 123.50. If it loses this, then we are gone. Like I said, we do not want to be too stubborn with this.
Reopened at 433 and right through 420 to the downside on SMCI, so it's still headed down here. Actually, it's catching a bit off 420. Man, the spread is insane on SMCI. Retaking the lows as we speak. My goodness, there's not going to be a chance to play off the halt level of that 430. unless it's going to be a rebound. I want this to get to the upside because I feel like if it does, like if it can get back through prior resistance and catch a bid, I like Apple because Apple's holding an upward trend. I'm trying to find another name that I like. There's back through that 430, but the bid won't go. Like it went back through 430, the bid was at 425 when 430 broke. $5 spread when it tried to get back up through 430. That's not good. What it means is no one was actually buying it when it's trying to pop up. It might just be people that are getting stopped out and covering. So right back into the lows on SMCI. This might go against SSR if it hits down 10%. That'll be at $413. Maybe it catches an SSR bounce. That's maybe the only play I can look at for SMCI in particular. The spread is insane. It's going to have to calm itself down. Not looking good. Short seller report, whistleblower. But I'm going to go back over it. I mean, Apple is at least holding above VWAP while the market's making fresh lows. I want to get VWAP in there, but if we just make another higher low, I can find the trend somewhere else. I'm just in Rivian. I'm short 1099, and Rivian's at 11. So everyone's paying attention to what's going on with the chips and big cap tech right now. No one gives a darn about Rivian. It's SMCI, which is still making fresh. It's going to go SSR any second now on SMCI. Oh, my level 2. What? Level 2 just crashed. Shoot.
Yeah, we should. So we just tried again. The long in NVIDIA not working there. It does break that 123.80 area. So we're now going to be out of that one and just wow, there it goes. We flipped over to the short, and I mean now we'll be pretty big on the short. But that was just good that we're okay. Now we're short. Right there on NVIDIA. That's the purple tick. So there it goes to the downside right now. It's 40 cents in the money to the short right there. But wow, this has been a day for sure. One more time, as the NASDAQ. I said, like, could you believe that maybe we go negative right there? Well, guess what? We are negative in just a matter of seconds here. As there it goes, man. Flip over to the short. There goes NVIDIA right now. Now 80 cents in the money on the short side of that. You know what's holding out though is Amazon is actually battling right now. So watch out for that. 409 right now, SMCI. Let's not avoid, the big story right now. There we go, down 10%. SMCI trying to bounce back right now. So we'll wait. If NVIDIA takes 124, then we can get back out of this one. But it's coming right back upside right now, NVDA. So watch out now, man. I mean, this story not done by any stretch of the imagination. It seems like good look on that Hindenburg report by Brendan, bringing that back about a month ago or whatever that date was. So now it looks like where there is smoke, there's fire. And right now, SMCI on fire.
And by the time they split this thing next week, like I said, I've never seen this happen before, where you have a stock that's going reverse split. It gets added to the S&P 500 and makes a high. It gets a reverse split story, and it also gets a delayed reporting, and then you've got a short report. There's a lot going on with it. It went 10%. It did bounce off 410 to 420, and then instantly right back to the lows. There's just no bid on the stock right now. It's going to break $400, and it's going to break $400 anytime now. This is getting nasty. I'm just in Rivian. Rivian made a fresh low, but like I said, it doesn't really matter. The spread is ridiculous on this. I do want to get something in sympathy. It would have been Intel just flushed. I was looking to gain the trend on Intel, and then at the moment SMCI hit, Intel just went ham. So next available opportunity with only 2.5 minutes to go till we go over to the midday. I just want to remind everybody, Intel was a 23.30 break yesterday that went gangbusters. 23.30 support and 23.30 on the daily. This is why we like the level. It's there in 10 cents. So what was strong is now looking weak, and there goes $400 on SMCI. It's bleeding, guys. Hopefully no one's caught long that thing. It might go into another halt at 398. Halt down potentially at 398 again on SMCI. Nasty.
Yeah, nasty. We're just in this one short here on NVIDIA. I mean, I was actually debating getting shorter right now. Breaking this little level yesterday, 398 and halted is SMCI right there. We're getting into a level right now for NVIDIA that we bounced off of yesterday, but what is yesterday is not today. So there it is, man. That's a break of 60s or so to the downside. Could open up more floodgates for NVIDIA, maybe into 120, 150 or so. So watch out for that kind of a play coming through maybe on NVIDIA. That would be something. If it does happen, we are short right now on that name. So I feel pretty good. If we put a bid down there at like 75, we'll see if we can catch that. That was the bouncing spot from yesterday on NVDA. But the story that continues to go is SMCI. That is halted, but quickly, because we only have 1 minute.
That tap can't be right.
The tap right now 396.
The tap. I have the tap at 433.
No, I have it at 396.
Okay, well then mine's all. Yeah.
All right, what's for lunch today? Today's for lunch will hopefully help cure some of this bleeding to the downside. We have red wine braised onion beef bolognese with angel hair pasta and roasted sweet peppers. I mean, I think there's a chance there. I like that. And then some salad, bean sprouts, pumpkin seeds, so on and so forth. Have a great day. So that's good, man. Beef bolognese. So with angel hair pasta, we'll see about that. Of course, we will have our salad going through, but there it is right now. SMCI halted right now. 395 is your current tap that I have, and looking like it wants to continue to bleed lower off that open. You see the huge volume size coming through. It's SMCI shares halted due to the downside pressure of the stock. So yeah, man, we will not be green today as we try to chase this NVIDIA move the wrong way. So we'll wait to see if it makes a move down. We are bidding 75s, and there we go. We'll get that. So that's a banger right there, as we'll take a little bit more. That's 50 more cents back in on NVIDIA. So making a little bit back now as the short trying to come through right now. But yeah, there it is, 11 o'clock. It's going to be Joe and Sharif, so that should be exciting.
Yes, sir. The options are probably going absolutely crazy on SMCI.
Yeah.
That's going to be obvious. I had to refresh my level too.
I just went short on that break.
But 395 is the current tap as we're going to send you guys on over. It's going to be a wild midday. It's not often that you have this kind of news going on here, but SMCI still halted. It'll open up in a couple of minutes. And when it does, you're going to be with Sharif and Joe. Go get them. What? No?
More short NVIDIA right now.
What do you mean?
Remember, don't like that. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your boy Joe, and I am Sharif, and we're back. And we're going to give everyone a nice welcome as soon as they weasel their way on over from the other chat. We got Darwin dancing up a storm. What up, Mateus Lane? Yo, 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 a proper paradox and pitch bull. We got Bot Ricks, and we got Cristiano Ronaldo, and Max Trades and Investing. What up, man? The beautiful Gate, Scott Henderson, and Robert Isaac. We got Artemis, like the moon mission, the NASA moon mission. That'd be fantastic. Cesar Sandoval. We got Ruben and Asta, Neil, Rob, Steven, Soy, I think, Vic, Yan, Novak. We got Blue Arrow, Bonksilla, Marius Lyman, Sweeping LH, Fiddleback, Day Trader Cut. We got the Gauntlet, baby. We even have useless info in the chat. I mean, I don't know. It's a good day when useless info's in the chat.
That's
right?
it. That's it.
How are you, man?
I'm good, brother. How about yourself?
Not too bad, man. It's beautiful weather outside. Got in a nice little walk. No humidity today because humidity is just, it's brutal. How are you doing?
I'm good, brother. Ready for an action-packed midday show and ready to get rolling here. So, you like anything today, Sharif?
Let's have a look at what's moving right now. I think people were saying something about SMCI. I'm not really sure what's going on there, Joe. No, we're kidding. Of course, guys, this is still halted to the downside. Look, we're getting trickles of information coming out here about the different scopes of investigation that the Justice Department is trying to investigate. So here's the headline: Justice Department probes server maker SMCI, not seeing any more information. As Brendo brought that to you guys, this is being reported by the Wall Street Journal. As soon as we get more info, like more details about the scope of the investigation, we'll tell you. And here's some right here. Accounting violations. A probe is at an early stage. Prosecutors at the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Fran recently had contacted people potentially holding relevant information, goes on to say the Wall Street Journal. So if you want to read the whole thing, head on over to the WSJ there. But man, 13.13% to the downside, halted, short sale restricted.
On a $400 stock too, which is absolutely crazy. So yeah, other than that, Sharif, I really liked Bitcoin today.
Let's see it.
Bitcoin looked like it was about to break out. So if we could pull up my chart here, that would be
SMCI is open.
SMCI is open. So yeah, touching on from what we went on before and just my style of trading, we like Bitcoin. We like where it was opening up today. Strong possible breakout, and we did just that, Sharif. We took the breakout on Bitcoin, and we had a lot of fun with that.
Love it.
For sure.
You went IBIT, eh?
We went IBIT. We like IBIT.
Tell us a little bit about the setup, Joe. What were you looking at? Would you wait for it to come in? What were the beak wetters, et cetera?
Yeah. So exactly. So what we did is, as you can see here, we waited for IBIT to, let's see, pull back through VWAP here. And then as soon as we had any little bit of momentum and strength throughout the tape, we took that break of VWAP. And through that break of VWAP, we took partial here,
Love it.
partial here, and then unfortunately we cut a little bit prematurely at the break-even stop, but that's okay because it would have stopped us out down here anyways. With the rest of the market pulling in and everything else being weak, we like that out there, Sharif.
Bang, I love it too. And we were just, both you and I are both looking back at the Mora indicator that sits behind us. His name is Big Patty Ice, baby, BPI.
baby.
And he's taking Mora short, and he was taking it short off the top. You had a nice rounding top. Let's just build on this point here, Ram. I want to show the Mara chart over here. Look at this. We top out 17, let's call it 45. It wasn't even 45. It got to 42. Didn't even make its way to 70. Super random. There's the lower highs, lower low. You get this candle confirming 1055 on the way down. You get the big boy break of the volume weighted average price, as well as the break at the whole dollar level, Joe. 17 gave way. Big Patty Ice, you still holding? Yeah. Big Patty Ice is still holding the position. He's looking for this one to bleed. We're going to shout him out and hope he prints up multiple weather storms over there, and we'll check back in with him later. Here is a quick look at the small cap gappers, and you'll notice obviously SMCI and Mara and Micron are on there. They're not small cap gappers, but they've made their way onto the side charts today based upon their price action. You're getting a bit of a bounce here, guys, in Micron, as well as it bounces through that 109, a bit of a double, I don't want to say bottom tail candle, but it kind of looks like that. SMCI as well, you're not going to catch me going long in there, but you have a bottoming tail candle as well as a doji candle, a candle of indecision, and now it is above 400 again. You're not going to see me touch this one, but this is very, very volatile at the moment, presenting you with multiple opportunities. LASE and CAPR are holdovers from the prior days. Duo, is this Duolingo? No.
Yeah, it's Duolingo.
It is, man. You know I'm learning. No, it's not. It's Fanged Network. Okay, whatever. It's okay. I thought it was Duolingo. I was about to go on
What
a
is
tangent.
Duolingo? What is Duolingo? I swear it's Duo, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know. Is it? This is real estate brokers, it says. I have no idea. We'll have to look up the ticker after. But yeah, that's it. I'm looking at Duo. I'm looking at DTSS, Joe. CAPR, as I mentioned. LASE, a holdover from yesterday. But we all know why Joe's here. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know, and we got to fill up some gaps, and that's why this man is here, the options extraordinaire,
Yes,
Joe.
sir.
We have a lesson du jour, do we?
We have a lesson today,
right,
and you know what? We are going to continue our lesson on credit spreads. So,
Love it. Yeah,
what
I
we
can
will
take
do
over while you
here-
set up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to set up here shortly. Couple seconds.
Yeah. Come to my screen while Joe sets up. Guys, Apple started moving midday, and I really still don't understand why. I looked up, I went up and I talked to Brendo. We saw a headline that didn't make a whole lot of sense. It's with Jabil. They announced a restructuring. They reported earnings. Didn't make a whole lot of sense other than possibly a supplier of Apple giving good information about demand, perhaps for components for the iPhones. Unsure about this, but all I know is Apple found a bottom at around 225.5. It technically went to 41, and then Joe, we made a new high a day off that bounce, 228.50, holding though above the volume weighted average price, right at that 227 now, knocking on the door of 228 again. So we're going to keep an eye on Apple, but for now though, we do have some options we want to talk about. So take it over, my man.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. So this is part 2 of our original lesson here. So before we dive into things, we'll do a quick recap, Sharif, and
Yes,
then
sir.
we'll continue. So again, what we talked on last week, what credit spreads are. So they consist of multiple contracts of the same class, all right? So it's a fixed profit strategy, multiple scenarios to construct a profitable trade, and use our delta Greek as a percentage metric. This is what we touched on last week, all right? So we know that when we're trading options credit spreads, that it's a fixed profit. So when we create this trade, we know how much we're gonna make right off the bat. Boom, that's it.
Love it.
We use our delta to create these high probability setups. We like that. So moving forward, what we're gonna get into now is the remainder of the Greeks.
Got it.
And this Greek is what us option sellers love. This is theta. So Sharif, when we create a credit spread, we like to theta. Theta is our key metric. This is what time decay is, all right? So when we create this spread and we have a weekly contract expiry, theta chews at the value, away at the value of our spread.
Got it.
So when I create a spread, say, and I collect $20 on this spread, each day, the contract value will slowly diminish day by day, especially if the stock is moving in our favor, all right? So this is exactly what we're looking for. Theta is one of our key metrics in the Greeks in option selling, all right? So moving forward, we had some questions on implied volatility and everything last week. So implied volatility is also key because when we have implied volatility, we use Vega. Our Greek Vega is another metric that we like to see. So we don't want to sell options when Vega is extremely low.
Okay.
We would like to catch Vega when it's high and on the way down. And what that means is when we're selling options and implied volatility is extremely high, say after an earnings announcement or a big catalyst, we want to catch the full amount of premium we possibly can, all right? And then as time goes by, the average true range, what we can also use to correlate the implied volatility, will slowly come down as well too. So now we're catching something that's extremely volatile at its peak, collecting max premiums to the point where now it's slowly diminishing and the stock day by day isn't fluctuating as much. So that's so much better for us.
Interesting.
All right. So those are the Greeks. We have Delta, we have Theta, and we have Vega that we want to keep our eyes on. All right. So moving forward, now that we know what Greeks we're looking for, we have technical analysis and stock selection. So it doesn't matter how good of a delta selector you are or how you implement these Greeks. If you're not in the right stock, our chances of success are slowly going to diminish. So we'll hold off here. And Sharif, we got MU pulling back up towards
yes, sir.
VWAP.
I like that. I like that, sir, because there's a lot of stuff that's moving. You're absolutely right. Micron, it's only up 14 and 2/3, Joe. It's not that big of a mover on the day. No, I'm kidding, of course. It did breach 110. Now it is right back at 110, Joe, and it's right back at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I want to see if it breaches it, but what the area that I'm looking for is this implied balance low that we printed at 940, this 110.50. Look at this double bottom over here. I like the possible retracement if we're able to break through the 10 exponential. I'm looking more to that 20 at 1075, 1050. That could be an interesting area, but I gotta tell you, I like to pretend that I'm a trend trader, and I think taking Micron short on a day that it's up 14.5 and completely bamboozled the market, relative to expectations, of course, I think it might be a bit of a risky trade. But here is the other one right next to it that everybody's talking about right now, SMCI. Here the big kahunas also to my right talking about it, Joe, because it weaseled its way right back up to 410 after making a 382.25 low. It's zigging. It's moving dollars at a time, baby. This thing scares me half to death, to be honest with you. 460 or 458, was the closing print from yesterday. So we've almost literally bled $100 from the top. We didn't quite. We got to 382, but as I mentioned, 358 was the closing print. So much weakness in this name. We already know that there was a Hindenburg hit piece on this in August. So I guess the feds maybe did some work, actually investigated the hit piece. Maybe they found something. We'll find out. More information trickling out. Joe, what are you looking at?
Absolutely. So yeah, we got our eyes on Bitcoin here. We like the strength within Bitcoin. So that's what we really have our eyes on today. We're trading back towards VWAP, which we really, really like, as you can see from our first entry here. So if we get any more relative strength in the market, if we start to pull back, maybe we take another stab here at Bitcoin, Sharif.
I like it. All right, let's have a look over here at some of the big tech names. Haven't really been yapping about those too much. We mentioned Apple, that it was able to kind of catch that mid-morning bounce there right at 9:45. It started making highs. Look, I really don't know what's going on with Apple today. It made a topping tail candle to 228.50, and now it's trying to hold VWAP, but it's making lower highs. So I don't know about this one. The one that I do like, though, for this area, and that's basically kind of moving with the market, I kind of feel, is Tesla. It's right back at that 10 exponential moving average. I wouldn't mind taking a short here, giving this one a try. Let's take a look here. I don't want to take off CAPR because I want to trade that later. TSLA. Here we go. Let's have a look here at Tesla. We're at 254. 10. The 10 exponential is at 58. So I am front running it, but it did actually already make its way into the 10 exponential. We're going to give this one the old college try, Joe. We're going to give this one maybe wet my beak here at 88. And we're already printing on it, Joe. We're already printing on it. There it is.
I was bullish on Tesla a little bit too this morning, and everything is coming in. The overall market seems a little bit weak. As you can see here, as much as we talk about our winners, we do have to go over what we did try today, and we tried our VWAP break system on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that's just the way the game goes. So we did punch in here at the break of VWAP. As you can see, we have bottoming tail candles, as Sharif is always telling you guys. So we punched that VWAP break, and it did not work. So what do? We get out of the trade. When we know things aren't working, we're not going to hold on to losers. And again, when you're trading for a long, long time, you know when your system's going to work or when it's not. When that trade's going to work and when it's not. And when it's not, you need to get out, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Getting back into Tesla, wet my beak on some profits on the first trade. I'm looking to defend this into around the $0.50. So I'm willing to risk a little bit here. I'm looking to add, if it weasels its way possibly back into the $0.50, I'm going to set something up possibly in the mid-30s to get something a little bit more short here. Tesla's strong. I don't put any disrespect on this one's name. It had a nice little move down as well earlier on. Let's see if it's able to reclaim that average. There we go. We get the addition there, but it is kind of zigging and zagging at the moment. So we're going to have to give this one to the $0.50. Otherwise, we want no smoke from this one. 254, and then we're going to give it like that. So where are we at? We're short 16s. We got to set something up, possibly near the whole dollar there. But the stop is going to remain in place. The stop to the high side is going to remain in place. I'm looking at a 254 drop. Here we go into the mid-teens again. I'm looking to wet my beak into the single digits before the whole dollar comes into play. Should be, there we go. Now we got the print, Joe. So we're short 31s. We're 30 some odd pennies in the money. Let's see if we can bleed a little bit more. What are you looking at, my man?
Perfect, brother. And I'm looking at MU. We had earnings last night, and they had a strong report. They had a double beat. I'm not too sure how. Did they raise guidance?
MU?
MU?
God,
yeah.
$8 billion for the next quarter. And listen to this, bro. 40% gross margins on a physical product. This ain't SaaS. This ain't software.
So what are we doing today? I don't know why we're pulling back. Again, this stock, we did try it. We took a little bit off here. We punched same system. We took the trade, a break of VWAP. We got a little bit off, and then unfortunately we got stopped break even before we pulled out and pulled back. So let's see if we can trade any a little bit higher, but I like MU today because it has a strong catalyst, and maybe, you never know, we might get our beaks wet in this one.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Adam Deleuze, my man. Happy early birthday, Adam. I see where you're at, man. I know you're in Paris. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you're enjoying the time with the wifey there, and we can't wait to have you, obviously, on this side of the pond. Waiting for you over here. The Big Kahuna has been talking about it as well. Pumped Adam, my man Adam Deleuze, Arsenal fan extraordinaire, obviously. How do you think we did yesterday, Adam? Pretty good. I like that Nathan put in a brace. I want to see Nathan, ascend. He's an academy player. I love that. Let me know how you feel about that, Adam. All right, guys, let's have a look at some more stuff over here, Joe, because Apple is respecting, for whatever reason, the volume weighted average price. And here's the funny thing, too. There is a nice little shelf here, about a 15-minute shelf that we put in from 10:20 to about 10:30. So that's 10 minutes, obviously, but it takes up 3 5-minute candles. And the top there essentially was 227. Funny enough, we get that big boy break right at 10:35, but look at this. All of a sudden, this 227, 227, acting now from previously support, now acting as resistance. I am alive to the fact that we are putting in lower highs. So what could that mean, Joe? Flat bottom dang break. Where's that flat bottom? 227 possibly, in and around that volume weighted average price. We're going to have to keep an eye on Apple, Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. So I'm in IBIT. I told you guys earlier that I like this setup. I like where it's going. Let me pull it up on the chart here. And Mara's trading higher. We got Bitcoin trading back above BWAP again. So we're in a little bit. We got our beak wet, Sharif, as you like. So just getting our toes wet here as we trade a little bit to the top side. Again, this thing is absolutely strong. We've been chopping around for a long time in IBIT. So I don't know, is it time for us to make all-time highs in the near future on Bitcoin? What do you think, Sharif?
Look, dude, I have no skin in the game here.
None.
I got no crypto exposure. I know it's a wrong move. It's a wrong move. But I am so bullish on this name. This is going to like $250,000.
$250,000, at least $250,000 in the next couple of years before the next halving cycle. So we'll really like that. $250,000, we'll take it. $500,000, whatever it is. We are bullish on Bitcoin, absolutely.
My man Hog Rider dropping TA knowledge. I love to see that, Hog Rider. He is positing a possible inverse head and shoulders on the Cybertruck. My man Hog Rider, I love the look. You're absolutely right. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but we got to wait for the pattern to manifest, right? And I love how you're thinking, because what trend should precede an inverse head and shoulders? A downtrend. We got a nice downtrend here on Tesla. And remember, all this stuff is fractal, right? You can chart on the weekly or you can chart on the 5. But I'm always going to tell you, the lower down on the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate is for TA. Take that for what it is, but that's real. So we got, I don't know, man, it kind of looks like pivot points over here, Hog Rider, around 255 acting as a neckline. Let me know what you think, Hog Rider, with respect to the neckline there for that inverse head and shoulders. Obviously, we'll have to wait for it to manifest. But yeah, Tesla has been awfully strong lately. A couple of reasons, guys. Obviously, we know that the October 10th, what is it called? Robotaxi. Thank you, guys. Yeah,
full FSD. I think. At that time.
We're gonna get some details on that, and more excited I could not be. But that's not the only reason Tesla's been running up. Q3 deliveries coming in hot, coming in soon, and all eyes are going to be on China, baby, because we want to see if that demand for Chinese or by the Chinese for Tesla, because it's their second biggest market, is still intact or not, or like the cell phone business, these Chinese cell phone makers starting to eat everybody's lunch.
Huawei. Right. Well, they just released a new phone.
Yeah, they did, man.
As well.
What do you think about that?
So, hey, you know what? I know nothing. Yeah, it looks pretty cool though, right? It kind of opens up really cool. So I don't know. The phone looks nice. I've never owned a Huawei or anything like that. So all I know is that the CEO, I'm pretty sure, was in jail in Vancouver for a while.
Meng Wanzhou.
Yeah. So I don't think she's over here anymore. Other than that, we're still in this Bitcoin position. We really like Bitcoin. We're going to hold on to it. We all know that it's a volatile asset, so we're going to hold on. We still have a little bit before our out, so we're liking it. Mara's trading to the top side, so we like that. So any relative strength in this thing, we really, really like.
All right. I'm still looking here at Tesla. I like that look by Hog Rider with respect to that inverse head and shoulders. Just keeping my eye on it. You're not going to see me first to the party, but I'm definitely going to keep my eye on it. Now, the other thing I'm keeping my eye on, guys, 227 AAPL. Keeps bouncing off that level. But, big but. Lower highs, guys, with that flat bottom at 227. I really don't want a lot of this smoke unless I'm getting it on the back end, for example. So if it starts bouncing off 227, making higher highs. We're not getting higher highs. We're still getting lower highs. So I'm a little concerned. I mean, I could try to take a dip trade off 227, maybe give it to 226.80, right? Risk 20 pennies to possibly make $1, because that 228 level's, I think, feasible. So we could give that the old community college try. I mean, I don't know. I don't need to jump into this trade super quick. I can watch it still because we're much closer to VWAP than we are to the highs. By the way, HOD on AAPL 228.50. So I'm still keeping my eye on that, Joe. But we bled on this market, man. We're only up 1/3%, a little bit less than 1/3%, dude, after being up well higher, over 20,000.
Yeah, we like it. We got Mara making new highs a day, too. We know BPI in the back is absolutely smashing it on that one. So shout out BPI. And yeah, other than that, Mara, we like this. The crypto miners, they're volatile, too. They go with the volatility of Bitcoin and everything like that.
Right.
So we're keeping our eye on Mara. When it starts moving, it really moves. As you can see from a daily perspective, it's broke out.
Guys, his chart?
Yeah. So higher days here on Mara, brand new higher days. We're breaking out here on the daily. We like that. We like these daily breakouts. That just adds more conviction into our trades. If you're looking to play the breakout and you have conviction and I don't know what word I'm looking for here, but it works with the daily, then take the trade, right? When everything is combining together, take the trade. And if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't, just be prepared to take another entry.
All right, I'm long duo. I long Duo because it got to the volume weighted average price, and I'd like to give this one a bit of a try here. So we're going to give this one a little bit of room. I see a possible head and shoulders on it. I get it. I see it. Left shoulder, right shoulder, head. I see it, and it can be skewed a little bit. It doesn't have to manifest into that pattern. It is a possibility. So I'm going to give this one a try, and while I let it manifest, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. It has a $7.2 million market cap. It's traded an eye-watering 176 million shares on the day, and it's got a float, Well, this is giving me possibly wrong information, so we're going to give Michael Noss and his boys there at Trade Ideas a shout out. Okay, so Duo, float 6.4 million 2 shares, short float 15.5. I like that. It's not the biggest I've ever seen, but certainly something off which to work. 15.47 technically is exactly where it is there. Now, what's my out? I'm looking for like possibly $1.24, $1.25, owing to the resistance level that we put in on what we see as possibly a right shoulder there. So I'll be looking to wet my beak in and around there, Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, and we're in Bitcoin. This Bitcoin trade is working. We're looking to take a little bit off the top here. So as we continue to move to the top side, we like this, and maybe we'll look for a reload eventually if this decides to continue to trend for the rest of the day. So other than that, we like this breakout. We like the Bitcoin breakout. Even though the overall market, it seems like we've kind of stalled a little bit here, Tesla holding the bottoms, and we're just looking to continue to go higher. Eventually, if this market catches a bid, we can continue to go higher again. And with the looming election, who knows how much higher we can go? Bro. We can have some really strong bullish days coming up leading into the election.
And that's, Joe, I was of the bias that I thought we would whiffle and waffle until the election came into play because the market likes certainty. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have fundamentally different ways that they want to take the economy. So you've got to assume there's really no certainty there now. If you want to go on the betting markets, the Katina man was updating me on the betting markets this morning, that's one thing. But I still, anything's possible so far.
Anything's possible, absolutely, absolutely. I know Camilla wants to start the basic income, I guess, and everything. So Donald's more of a corporate guy, as we know. Donald Trump is a corporate guy, so we like that because that's good for stocks. Tax reliefs, everything, that's good. That's good for our Mag 7 as well, too.
Yeah, man, it's a wild show right now. Adam, what's the weather like in Toronto? Absolutely perfect, my man. We got low 20s right now, decent weather, no humidity. Adam, that is an issue. In the east coast of North America, we always have humidity. That is just part and parcel. And there it is, Joe. Duo breaking through that 120. I love these small cappers, bro.
Let's
wait. Let's see if we can break through that 1.25 now, because that's kind of the right shoulder I was looking at there for the inverse head and shoulder. Even if it isn't, it is still a resistance level owing to the fact that we crested in and around there at $1.25. So I'd like something possibly at $1.33.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, we got this fill here on IBIT, and we're looking to continue to go higher. Let's continue to go. Hopefully we can make a new high a day, and that would be absolutely wicked. So yeah, shout out Sweeping L. Trump Bitcoin friendly, he is. So I think he just paid with something, a slice of pizza or something like that, I believe it was. With Bitcoin. So, hey, if we can do that, at least he's not the guy who bought a Domino's pizza for 350 Bitcoin way back in the day or whatever it was. So, unfortunately, that would be hard to sleep at night buying some Domino's pizza when you have a boatload of Bitcoin.
What's the problem, Fabian?
A boatload of Bitcoin. So, yeah, we're trading higher. If we get up to these 3710s, we're going to look to take a little bit more off the top here, Sharif.
I love it. The Katina man wants to know what's going on. He's like, what's the Chilean Nightmares beef? Shout out to Fabian, man. Absolutely killing it on the ones and twos. What's Ram doing? Oh, okay. Just joking. Love Ram. Just teasing here. Look, man, we're still holding Duo. Now we're inching into that $1.25. Now we're at $1.24. The bid is quite aggressive, Joe. And the thing is, the buyers are moving up on the level too.
In there.
Yeah, and I like that. And what I mean by that, guys, is that the buy orders are shown obviously on the left side of the level 2 on the bid. Now, when that big size moves up with you, essentially what it's doing is it helps backstop you in case that big seller, and don't fool yourself with these small cap gappers, the big sellers will come in because it doesn't take that much money to move them. So if that big seller comes in, at least you know that there's a buyer behind you that could at least for a moment prevent the price from bleeding even more. It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something to take into consideration when trading these. But I love small cap gappers. It's small cap gapper season, baby. We had Luis Barbado on dropping hot lines this morning about how he would want to trade them. And Luis had some data points that I had never seen in my life, man. Luis was like, I don't know if you got to watch a small cap gapper review. I know that Katina, man, not really. Yeah, that's not his jam. But like, though, I got to go back and look at the morning segment with Luis. But he had data points there with respect to percentage chance of this small cap gapper turning red on the day, and like stuff that I hadn't seen. And it looks like it was all proprietary, to him, because it was an intranet network that off which he was getting that data. So super interesting. I'd love to reach out to him and find out exactly what the sitch is there. All right, if I can show my screen, Chile Nightmare, because CAPR is coming in, right, Marcel? CAPR is coming in to that 10 and 10 and a half, 10 and 2/3. I like CAPR here, possibly owing to this area crest that we put in at 11 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So right here on CAPR, this is a big day. It's a date, not big day for CAPR. It was a big week because it was moving big yesterday. It's only up 2% today. But if I can extract some money off this, I certainly will. 10 and a half, 10 and 2/3. That's where I'm looking. Joe, what are you doing?
Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, I think it's about time we step back into a little options talk.
Let's get it, baby.
We're going to continue with the technical analysis section of today's lesson. So, technical analysis and stock selection. As I said before, it doesn't matter how good of a trader you are. If you're not in the right stock, things aren't going to work out the way you want to be, right? You can't force things. You have to go with the flow. So options liquidity is important. Focus on selecting liquid stocks. So I like to sell options premium with the Mag 7, the big boys, everything that is liquid from an options chain perspective. So what we want to do when we're doing our technical analysis and we're going to create a credit spread is identify support and resistance levels. This is absolutely key. This is going to help us select our short strike on the options chain, all right? So again, we want to combine our technicals and short option strike price to increase our chances of profitability. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over some charts and we're going to see where we want to potentially sell some options, all right? So moving forward, see what we got here. As you can see, previously before, we have a definitive consolidation phase here on the QQQs. We have a definitive support level around 433, and then we have resistance around 447, all right? So this is telling me, especially after we've had this large move up and a long move up in the market, that maybe the market needs to take somewhat of a breather. So in my mind, what I'm thinking is, have we topped? I'm thinking so. We've had a monster move for a long period of time. We need to take a little bit of breather before we go any higher. So what I decide to do on the options chain, as you can see, we have our definitive resistance level up here at 447. I want to sell a call above that, creating a call, a bear call spread, sorry. So when I create a bear call spread, I'm always going to look at my short call first. So what I do is I sell the 456 call. What is this telling me? That I don't think that price is going to go any higher in a week, because we sell weeklies, than 456. Beautiful. Now, I don't want to sell any naked calls, right? So I'm going to buy my protection 5 points higher, creating a 5-point bear call spread. This is what we like. So as you can see, we have the definitive consolidation phase, a failed breakout right here, and a potential stall in the market. So I build a thesis. We like the 456, 461 bear call spread on the Qs. Moving forward, the same thing on AAPL. As you can see, we've been up and down, and we formed a base around VWAP here. So Apple being a strong stock, we are Apple bulls. We do not think that the stock is going to go any lower. So what I want to do is sell the 170 put.
I love this.
And then buy the 165 put. What this tells me is that Apple is not going to go any lower than 170, and that is my thesis. Sorry, and we're gonna stop here because Bitcoin is absolutely buzzing. We like it. We're gonna pull up our chart here on iBit. We're gonna look to take a little bit more off, and then we will touch back on our lesson.
Yeah, man, that was I got really into it there, man, because the charts came up. You were talking about ranges, talking about buying these puts, and then you got my attention with Apple too. Joe,
Apple. So that's one of my favorites. It's liquid, it's strong. We like to be bullish on Apple, absolutely.
All right, here we go. CAPR coming into the volume weighted average price. We're gonna give it a try here to defend VWAP. Nothing changes with respect to my out, but I do need to adjust my stop because now it is for different size. So
and we're getting filled here on Shreve. Oh, it's squeezing. We're going heavy here on iBit. It is squeezing, going towards 37 threes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and we're going higher. We got Mara going to the top side, making new high of days. We just broke the high of day here on iBit around 37.15s, which we really like, and we might continue to the top side here, Sharif.
I love it, dude. All right, kill that with Bitcoin. Oh my goodness, what is Mara doing?
Mara is buzzing.
Wow, bro, that $15 level, that was a miss on my part. That was definitely a miss on my part. Oh, it's okay. I told Patty I'd do it. I didn't do it, but
there's always going to be another one. We know this. There's always going to be another one, brother.
Man, I love that $15 level. Thanks, baby. And thank you. He's like, hey, bro, don't call them, take them, right? That's the truth. All right, so we're defending CAPR at the volume weighted average price. It breaks through that. We want no more smoke. We'll be out of it. So this is going to be the planned DCA, but it's going to have to hold at VWAP. Otherwise, see ya. Duo, something's going on here. There is likely a hidden seller at 121 or 122 because we've been consolidating for a hot minute despite the fact that the volume's been coming in and we haven't been bouncing. So keeping my eye on this one, got in at where am I long? 112, where the players dwell, and we'll look to basically get out in front of a third of a dollar. I'm assuming something happened there in the back because I hear Wayne very excited.
He's let's going.
Yeah,
let's going.
Of course, but we don't say it on the show, right?
He's let's going. So he's got something buzzing. He's buzzing back there. Him and I were talking options the other day, and I almost set up a big options trade. So,
guys,
other than that, Wayner's cheering. He's ready to go. We got Bitcoin squeezing to the top side. We're ready to make new highs, and who knows where this thing's going to go from here. So again, coming into the session, seeing where Bitcoin was opening up, I was extremely bullish on that thing. I'm bullish on that thing most days, just like NVIDIA. But it's breaking out today, so we want to be totally involved. And what we're doing is we're putting up trades on this thing. We're taking the entries. We're taking the setup that we like. As we said before, I'm a VWAP break trader. So if we're getting the breakout around VWAP, Shreve, I want to be involved. Sir. I totally want to be involved here, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're involved in this trade, and we're getting the top side moves.
I love it, man. CAPR is doing a dance here, man. The spread opened up wide from 37 to 50. Don't know what's going on here. Don't like it, though, because that's not what I want. I can't be trading a small cap gapper with a 17 penny spread. So we're very close to getting stopped out here. As it broke, number one, the volume weighted average price. Number two, it is coming into break even. So this isn't what I want. This is not the trade setup, and now I'm out for a loss on here. So bit of a tougher one there. Back to Duo. I'll get that into a second.
Oh, you're buzzing on Duo.
It's not too bad. We broke through that $0.25 area, but we got some bills we got to take care of, Joe, because the lights don't stay on in this place for free.
No, sir.
So we're going to do that in a hot second here. Sorry, Ram. I should have been more alive to that. Ram's disappointed in me, but tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're just too slow to the news? If so, Benzinger Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinger Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get your free 14-day trial. Is that better? Hey, I'm going to troll her. She's like, you're reading it too fast, bro. I'm sorry, Ram, man.
That's all right. Okay, that's
It's
no problem.
been fast. Yeah, sure. My bad. Thank you. Yes, I read that one. Okay. CAPR got me out, Ram, but it looks like it may want to hold VWAP after all. I'm not going to be first to this. If it does want to curl and get off on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, we'll get back in. But Joe, you got something to talk about.
Do we ever have something to talk about? We have Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is buzzing. It sounds like the narrative of the day. Bitcoin, crypto, we are moving higher, higher, and higher. I don't know how this thing can go to, who knows? We were just talking $250,000. $250,000 by the end of the year? That's what our guy Tom Lee says over at Fundstrat.
Love that guy.
We like Tom Lee. I'm buying anything Tom Lee tells me to buy, essentially. So if he's saying Bitcoin a potential $250,000, hey, guess who's buying more? This guy.
I love it. Yeah. So you're going to add at the quarter, eh? I
want to be in way before that quarter. I want to be enjoying the quarter when we get there. Absolutely.
All right, my main man, Big Smile. Big Smile, Big Style, Big Kyle Burdett. Welcome back, my man. Thank you for joining us again. Big Kyle's taking a couple of days off. So happy to have you back, Big Smile. New phone, who dis? Selling will continue until morale improves. The notes said, take a break and wait. Watch for big gap up and wait into month and quarter and then fade it. Next year's vacation secured. Get down. I know you want me to say it like that. So that's exactly what I was going to do. Shout out to Big Kyle. Thank you for joining us again, my man. We miss you around these parts. Big Spile Burdett. Always keep your eye on his SPY levels, as I would always tell you to keep your eye on Dan the Dang Man Emmons NQ levels. I think I saw Dan this week. He just made a quick cameo in the chat, super quick, but I think he's been busy these days, so hasn't been as active. Joe, I negated to mention LASE. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name, Ram.
Okay.
And they're advertising on CNBC every day. And let me tell you, I hate war, but the fact of the matter is it exists. And there is a new type of war developing now, Joe, and it's all about drones. And this company is doing anti-drone technology, and I want to know all about that.
Okay.
Yeah, using.
So we're getting into the defense stocks here, the defense boys.
Man, look, everybody's rearming again, Joe. It's ugly, but it's a reality. So that's the way it is.
Unfortunately, it is a reality.
So this is a fantastic looking stock here, Ram, LASE. Let me just show you guys the daily on LASE just to get an idea of what it's been doing lately. Yeah, that's what it's been doing lately. So it's up big boy. It started moving, it looks like, end of mid-July. And since mid-July, at the high, it's up about 1,000%. It's not up 1,000% right now. At the highs currently, it's about 700% since July. So this thing's a dang rocket, and it seems to be showing up every day on my scanner with a larger market cap, obviously, right? So good look here for LASE. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. There is no closing print lower than the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on the day. So we printed 1483. Looks like we're knocking on the door of 15. Let's do some quick, local charting over here. Yesterday's high takes us to about 17. What is this? There's a bottom here. This is a 14 bottom. So we're kind of in no man's land, man. We got the whole dollar level coming up, but if we clear that 15, then we're really looking possibly at the highs from yesterday into the high 16. So I'm going to just base my trades off this, Joe, off the 10 exponential if I do get back into this. Cool. By the way, CAPR, 2 bottoming tail candles. If it keeps going like this, I'm going long.
Geez. Yeah, so we just got out our last bit of IBIT here. We took that last little bit off here. We're all out of this position. As you can see, we had 2 really nice trades on this ETF, but we have a big question from the chat. From the incredible Mr. Lib. Joseph, do you ever play earnings flush the day after of earnings? All about volatility. Been printing on this strategy for the last year. Absolutely. I love creating options trades after earnings. Why? Because that's peak volatility. As you know, with the earnings announcements, we are always going to get those massive moves either to the downside or to the top side. And with that comes increased options premium. And I really like that. So if we get a massive gap up or a massive gap down, I am going to look to create a bull put spread or a bear call spread on these trades. So depending on the stock, I am absolutely looking to create some options trades with the increase of implied volatility, because the chances of because these moves are so vast and we get such expected moves when the earnings reports comes out, it's hard for the stock to maintain that type of average true range. So therefore, in my opinion, we have peaked from a volatility standpoint. I really like this. And when we peak from a volatility standpoint, that means, Sharif, I'm going to collect as much premium as possible. So shout out for that question, the incredible Mr. Lib. I like that question a lot.
Love it,
Thank
man.
you.
Love it. I'm going to give Tesla a try here as it's curling back up. I'm going to give it to about 30s or so. So we're going to give this one the old college try, but I'm not 100% sold on it. I saw some good volume coming in, but we'll see. We'll see. The stop's in place. The beak wetter's in place. You know, come what may, here we go. I'm looking at wetting my beak, taking profit on the north side at 255. Whether that manifests or not, an entirely different story. We've been hovering around the 90s here for a hot minute without a 255 break, knowing full well that we did take out this resistance level, not by much. It was this area over here, 254.75. It's not much to talk about there, but we're going to give this one a try. Well, we're already trying.
Beautiful.
DUO, though, coming down a little bit here. We're $1.17, still higher than where I got in. It got into $1.26, which seems to be now a triple top on the 1 minute. Make of that what you will. Their rejection over here, 1102, another rejection, 1106, and then the latest of the rejections, 1136, and then we weren't able to break that. So I'm going to keep my packing my patience. Here we go on Tesla. Seller at 55s.
Get in there too.
Seller at 55s, Joe. There we go. Are we going to get the print? We get the print, baby. In the money now on Tesla. 2 shorts, 1 long. Let's go again, baby. We're waiting for possibly here the $0.50. I'm going to set up the beak wetter in the low 40s to take advantage of that. Let's see what comes of that. Beautiful. But Tesla on the way up here into the 20 exponential, Joe. So good luck right now as the market finds its footing. So we're moving back up a little bit here on the market. It's not parabolic or anything, Joe, but it's not a bad look, so I'm not going to complain about this. All right, into the high 30s we go. Can we get low 40s? And there we go. Boom. Yes, I'm having a good time today. Can you tell?
Storm.
Having a good time.
It is a snowstorm. Just printing cash, Sharif is over here. And I was looking the absolute same thing. I like how we put in this potential shelf or this bottom here on Tesla. I was looking to get long around 254.50s. I'm not going to chase it. Maybe we get that move back towards VWAP. We're going to see how this stock reacts around VWAP, absolutely. And then maybe we'll get some size in. But I'm going to go back to it. I'm going back to IBIT. We're continuing to move to the top side. How much higher are we going to go? I want to see 38s. I want to see 38s, 39s, 40s back on. IBIT is my largest position in my personal.
I love it, man.
The higher we go, the more Joe likes this.
I like the wit, dude. I like the wit. I love it.
The more we like it.
That's so jokes. Yeah. The more it goes up, the more Sharif likes. The more Joe likes. Yes, of course. We want the personal to go up. Big Spile. I will be relisting to this show for sure. We love you, Big Spile. Thank you. Everyone should be taking in what Joe is saying. He is giving some really good trading ideas and techniques for trading options safely and profitably. You're already getting love, bruh, in the chat there. So we're going to hit the siren for you.
Throw the ones up.
Throw the ones there you go. Throw up the ones for my man, Joe.
And we're having some fun here. So yeah, we're just looking at the overall market here. It seems like we're pulling back a bit. Let me pull up my chart. We'll pull up the Qs here and see what the Qs are up to. See if we start pulling in. Yeah, just like Tesla, we are starting to pull back a little bit towards VWAP. So we'll see if we get any continued strength in the market, and then who knows where it can go from there if we break VWAP. Maybe we go higher. Maybe we reject VWAP and continue to the downside. But we like where this market is sitting at right now. It's healthy pullbacks. We're getting a gap up. We had a massive gap up today on what I don't really know. So expect that to come in. I was looking to put on some trades on NVIDIA, but we just gapped up too much. It's too strong, so we're going to wait for it to pull back in, and then maybe we'll set up some credit spreads, Sharif.
Love it, dude. All right, I'm going to adjust my stop. I got to move it up a little bit here on DUO, so we're going to give this one, I don't know. It's kind of a random area with which to have it, but we're going to have it anyway there to defend the entry on Duo. I don't like how this has a $1.25, $1.26 shelf. But SOS, your point, very, very well taken. CAPR, it bamboozled me, dude. Look, I tried. I gave it the old college try. I got in at VWAP. I defended the closing print, but look at the wicks. You know, the wicks are going to stop you out, and you can't predict where the wicks are going to be. I wonder if there's a software that will sell upon the closing of the candle rather than on a wick. So, for example, say I had an order out here for a stop, Joe, at 10:30, right? And then if the candle closes below 10:30, then it sells. If it closes above 10:30, it doesn't sell. Does that make any sense?
You know what? I don't know if there's anything.
I don't know if there's anything like that either. I don't even know if that's
our guy Wayner back there might know for sure. Absolutely.
I'll check with him.
Yeah,
I'll check with him. But
Wayner.
yeah, the wick got me in trouble here on CAPR, and that was the look. I mean, all the closing prints, as you can see, you don't have to be a chartered market technician to see that all the closing prints are above the volume weighted average price, but the wicks are what got me in trouble. Now, how I could have got around that is by perhaps putting a new order above this doji candle here, because we know doji candles are candles of indecision. In addition to that, its body closed above VWAP. Then this candle, same business, got below, but body closed above VWAP. So I could have set up an order for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high above the previous 5-minute candle to go long. You know, some people try that, but I find that I've had varying success with that strategy, so I'll just kind of leave that there. I don't know who was in the chat. Somebody was saying that LASE is on its last leg. I mean, the top's in. Okay, maybe you're right, but I'd like proof first, and proof comes vis-a-vis at least a 10 exponential break. We still haven't even got that. So I'm just going to pack my patience. I don't need to be first to the party here for LASE, but it's been awfully directional, and it's not a one-day play. It's a holdover for like months now. And I don't know, I think they've got some cash in their pocket because quite frankly, they've been buying a lot of advertising on CNBC in the morning. And that's kind of how it's like, Lace? I was like, I just traded Lace yesterday. They're advertising on CNBC. Interesting, okay. So they'll have to throw some of that advertising money this way, baby, if they really want to blow up. So yeah, Lace, let's go. Let's bring it this way, baby.
Let's bring it this way. We got Mara making new highs of the day. We got Bitcoin kind of consolidating a little bit, but Mara, new highs of the day, so we like that. BPI is probably pinning a storm back there. Oh, no, he's not here. That's okay. He's taking a break. He's making too much money on this thing, so he needs to take a little bit of a breather.
He's getting a gym membership, baby.
Oh, yeah, the Y. I think they're going to the Y. All the boys will be going to the Y shortly, and that's it. So we're still going higher and higher and higher. We have this massive breakout on the daily in Mara, so we like to see those things. When stocks are breaking out, we want to see this relative strength in the stocks. When you're breaking out, we want to see a lot of volume, clean flushes on the ask, and that continuous strength on the time and sales in Mara.
Yes, Jay, I did catch the Gunners yesterday. That's my team, baby. That's my team. We won 5-1. And I got to give them credit, the other team, because they had a hell of a goal. But I got to really give our team even more credit because we had a lot of youngsters on there, a lot of academy players initially anyway, until they got subbed off. And I was very impressed with what I saw from the academy players. And those are obviously the future of the club. So I love that. Obviously, Liverpool had a fantastic game as well, despite the fact that they played a team a man down, you know. So when they win 5-1, it's not as good. Where is he? Oh, he's not listening. It's okay. Yeah. Neil's a Liverpool fan.
Oh, he's a Liverpool?
Yeah.
You know what? I can't say that I'm a big soccer guy, but when when I did used to play a lot of FIFA, Mario Balotelli and Chelsea were my guys. I was a big Chelsea fan. I liked everything about Chelsea. I can't remember all the guys' names, but if I was playing FIFA back in the day, Chelsea was my team, and I was using Mario Balotelli absolutely to light it up.
He's the OG. Balotelli is like, he's definitely the player there. But I don't think he ever played for Chelsea, homie.
Did he not play?
He played for City and Liverpool.
Oh, I thought he played for Chelsea. Who?
No. He played for City. Baby blue. One's dark blue, one's navy blue, one's baby blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm getting mixed up. I thought Balotelli played for Chelsea. See, that shows you how much I know.
It's all good. It's all good. But you know Balo is, man. He's an OG.
So shout out Italy there. He is Italian. I'm getting this right. He is Italian, right?
He is.
Are you sure he did play for Chelsea?
100%.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I'm not 100% unless he was there for a hot minute, like a quick minute. Double check though. But I'm pretty sure he played for Liverpool and City, and then he went over to Italy. I think he played for Inter a bit. We'll see. All right, Gaurav. Gaurav, I'm sorry, my man, because I saw you tagging me multiple times in the chat today with respect to Baba. Here it is. Baba is a dang rocket. Look at this, Ram. It's breaking through that 104.80 area. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential. Let's bring in the side chart over here, and we're going to change Poet, and we're going to put in Baba. Did he actually play for Chelsea?
I'm trying to find it.
Just ask GPT or something. Here it is, guys. Wow, what a move up for Baba over here, man. This took out the top. There was some resistance, guys, at 104. You could even make the argument that we had a double top at 104. We sell off. We've been look at this, very respectful of the 50 into the deeper retracements. We've been seeing the 50 exponential, for whatever reason, feature more, at least on the 5-minute chart. That's something I'm picking up on lately. Okay, the 50 exponential, which is the red line on my black charts over here, has been featuring a bit more lately. Now we are weaseling up into that 105 area. We're only 14 pennies away, 104.86. Baba and the rest of these dang Chinese ADRs are rockets on the day. A lot of them in double-digit territory, and most of them in high single-digit territory. So lots to talk about there. If you don't know why, the Chinese government is basically pumping money to the tune of 2 billion yuan. 2 billion? No, it's more, Katina. It's 2 trillion yuan. Yes, 2 trillion yuan, about 286 billion US dollars. A trillion is going to be for Yeah, thank you, Katina Man. Katina Man confirming that. 300 billion US. Thank you, Katina Man. So a billion or trillion of that is going to be in basically stimmies to stimulate the economy, and another trillion of that is going to be to get a lot of these municipal governments out of trouble. A lot of them are carrying a lot of debt, and it seems to be hurting the property sector. So lots of cash injections there, and the market loves that, man.
They love it. They love it. So I was wrong. Mario Balotelli did not play for Chelsea. It was Didier Drogba.
My man Didier.
Didier Drogba was my guy. I am a hockey guy, a fight guy, UFC, big guy. So it shows you just how much I haven't played FIFA since probably 2009.
I can vouch for that. Joe knows his boxing, baby.
So we like the fight game and we like the Leafs. Unfortunately, we're out to an 0-2 start. An absolute banger to the preseason with the Toronto Maple Leafs. But again, on to the stock market. We have Mara consolidating near these highs here, not doing anything spectacular. We kind of got the market stalling a little bit. We had that morning volatility. So maybe we're going to slow down. We are getting around that lunch time hour, so everybody on Wall Street's out to lunch, and we it's not like they're always out to lunch, it seems. Who knows? But we're stalling here. We're slowly grinding towards VWAP. I think that maybe once we touch VWAP, it may act as some possible resistance, and maybe we continue to the downside. Who knows? This market is absolutely strong. We can go higher on any given day. We don't need much to light the fire on this market because everybody is excited. We might be in a long-term bull market, so a lot of people are liking that. That's for sure, Sharif.
You're getting a lot of love, man. Drogba, the legend. Look, man, Drogba is a legend. And despite the fact that he played for a team, contrary to mine, obviously they're both London teams. One's West London, one's North London. Shout out North London. You got to put some respect on that man's name. He won it all. He won the Prem. He won the Champions League. He obviously didn't win FIFA World Cup. He plays for Cote d'Ivoire. He's obviously from the Ivory Coast. But yeah, and obviously now he's a living legend. So we're going to shout out Didier.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he's not an Arsenal player or anything.
No. So we're in some cues here. We like the cues as we're going higher. We're going to get our beaks wet. We're going to dip our toes in the water a little bit here on the cues and see if we get that push towards VWAP. I'm not expecting too much of a crazy pullback. As you can see from a volume profile standpoint, we are decreasing on the volume side. So expect things to be a little bit grindy. You have to give the trades a little bit more room here. During these hours. It is not a momentum play, so you're not going to get those crazy up thrusts or down thrusts like we see in the opening session. So here, we're going to let this grind out. We like the cues. We like the overall market, so we're going to take it long here.
I love your analysis here, Joe, because the market is putting in that curl, and it's moving up aggressively. Let's have a look at the NQ December contract. Look at this. I think Adara would call this the umbrella pattern. I would say possibly a hockey stick pattern kind of look, but there you go. Breaking away from that hockey stick, Joe, because we're moving to the high side. So unless you play, you know, field hockey where the sticks are curled a little bit at the end, right? We're moving up. I'm assuming, you know, at least we get into the volume weighted average price. That's at 20,377 or 80, depending on where your VWAP starts on the day. And I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that the volume weighted average price may not be the same on everybody's charts, but usually they're close. Why is that? It depends on the time that the VWAP started populating. My VWAP starts populating at 4 a.m. The charts on P-Pro 8, Neil, what is it, 637, something like that?
Still doing that.
637, says Neil, give or take. So the data that P-Pro 8 has, it's not like it's lacking data. It just starts populating the data at 630 in any event. So I could have, you know, Joe could have his VWAP 10 cents lower than mine. Mine could be 10 cents higher. So I just want to make that point. So if I say 20,000, you know, 377, 380, it's generally that area. It depends on when you're populating, Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, shout out Zero Gravity Zen, showing some love there in the chat. We appreciate that a lot. We like to talk too. We enjoy being on the show with the boys here. It's always a good time. These guys are punching keys. These guys are printing numbers. So it's always fun to be up here with these guys. We're in Qs. As you can see, it's starting to slowly work out. We can see the strength within the tape here. We don't have too many crazy bids hitting to the downside. We see a lot of relative strength here, and we like that a lot. So as we continue higher, we're going to look to possibly add at the break of VWAP. If we decide to squeeze, we really like this. We have a potential bottom here. So again, hey, who knows how high we can go? That's going to be my Bitcoin, and how high we can go is my narrative of the day, because we never know. Anything can happen, and as I said before, it doesn't take much for this market to get a fire under it, right? We can squeeze on almost nothing news, so we like that a lot, and we are going to continue in this trade on the Qs. Sharif.
Love it, man. I'm looking at Lace here, so whoever called out the top, possibly on Lace, kudos to you, because you might be right. Here we go. What? Say it again. Lace, I see. I'm so silly. Because there's a lot of lace with Victoria's Secret. I get it. No, but this one is laser, Fabian. I love it. He's got the keys on right in front of him there. All right. This one did a bit of a bigger dip here. LASE coming into 14. It was 1483. That's an ugly red candle on the 5-minute. This opened up, guys. Wow, more bleeding on Lace. This opened up 1468. The low is now 1401 on this candle, and we just actually broke into 1391. Buyers, though, stepping in, bringing this one above 14 again, but that is a bit of a tougher look. Or is it an opportunity to get in? And that's the question now. So we're going to take off Baba for a hot second, load up Lace, which I believe is on the NASDAQ. It is. Oh, God, that's ugly. What is this? 24 penny spread on a $14 name? No, thank you. You can hang on to it. I'm not touching this, Joe.
We're not touching that. We're not touching this one.
What, 24 pennies on a $14 name?
That's too much.
What is this, bro?
That's too much for our liking. So yeah, in the chat, guys, if you guys have any questions for me on options, throw them in the chat. I'll see them, Sharif will see them, and he'll send them my way. So throw those questions my way. We're going to get those questions answered, and we're going to dive deeper later into the session on what we're going through with the options credit spreads. So looking here, we got the Qs pulling back slightly a little bit, just under VWAP as expected. So if we break VWAP here, I can see some continued strength going in the overall market. So let's see if we get that break towards VWAP. We got IBIT pulling back a little bit. And Mara is still making new highs. It's grinding. The miners are grinding. So we're looking there, and let's see what the Qs can do, Sharif.
All right. Somebody was just telling me something there. Cat, huge today. Ajota says, all right, we're going to have a look at Caterpillar in a hot second, but I want to look at LASE again because now we're at VWAP, guys. Where is the spread? No, it's still ridiculous. It's still 28 pennies. 90 on the ask, 62 on the bid. It's at the area that I love. I like VWAP retracements, especially on a stock that clearly is being bought up by I don't want to say institutions, but clearly people are bullish on the stock. It's been running up since July. So VWAP is always a gauge for big money to assess their traders about how well they did on the day. So if I'm big money and I tell you, hey, I tell all my traders, hey, go get me at 10,000 shares of Lace. How do I judge my trader on how well they did or didn't do on the day? Well, I can basically look at their average price end of day, compare it to the volume weighted average price. If you have a better price than VWAP, you get that A star beside your name. That's why VWAP features when it comes to this big money accumulation, let's call it that. So it's at a level that I like, but the spread that I don't like. And I can't really get around this because just by getting in, I could get cut up 20, 25 cents a share just for getting in and out almost at the same time. So we'll talk more about that, and hopefully Lace will have decided what it wants to do when we get back from the hotline dropper himself. It is Neil's lesson of the day.
Sharif, lesson of the day brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health by making its FDA-cleared brain networks analytics technology available to medical professionals in support of providing better outcomes for patients with brain health disorders and illnesses like depression, dementia, anxiety, concussion, and ADHD. The company's proprietary technology is built on extensive research and the world's largest standardized database of over 17,000 patients across 12 disorders, including clinically normal people. Shout out to Firefly Neurosciences for brain health. And, that's obviously good. As a trader, you want to keep your mental strong. And oftentimes that will mean limiting the damage. The market was euphoric after market. And this morning, after Micron's beat across the board, the guide was good. Everything was gapping up. China stocks were up. All of tech was pretty much to the upside. You were 1.5 on the NASDAQ. Everything was just flying. And as a matter of fact, Micron was 16, 17% in the pre-market. Now, often you'll see us do something when a stock is gapping up and you look for the old dip and rip. Like sometimes you have things set up for a breakout. Other times you like longs for a dip and rip. So the question becomes, if you like a support level for a dip on a stock that's gapping or just in a trend to the upside, when do you not want to buy that price? That's the key thing, because it's all well and good to say when we're prepping in the morning, oh, I like this stock at that level, like that stock at this level. Maybe you get it once or twice there. But what does it look like when you give that up? Because that's an important thing, especially on a day like today, where if you didn't have that point, you could find yourselves in a world of hurt. So it's going to go through sort of the way I look at these things and give you an idea of when you like a dip buy in a stock, where you might give up on it. So I'm going to start with Micron because it was the big gapper. Now, obviously, you're going to see where I traded it here, but just to simplify, pre-market, you had a 111 bottom. My over-under was 110. And, where did I come up with 110? I mean, there's nothing creative about it. You just go back to the daily chart, prior resistance at 110, you go even back a little bit further, and resistance at 111. So you've got those two levels out there on the daily. Right off the bat at the open, it's a false breakout. So you're still within the range that I don't mind a retest of the low and a bounce. But in the back of my mind, it's a false break, which is a pretty bearish setup. You get a pretty big candle to the downside. Take the first bounce. Okay, why do we like it? Well, it bounces off of the 111, which I like, so I allowed it because it's a false breakout, not sitting on the bid on the way down. Right? Like that's going to be my plan of action. That's a bearish setup. So I'm going to take it, not falling knife style, but trying to catch it on the rebound, which is what we did. Played into VWAP. It comes right back in, temporarily bounced off the low. So it temporarily bounced off the low. I get back in. It stops me out. But you know what? Not a bad stop out. It broke my level, so I get out, but it keeps on going higher. It actually starts making some higher lows. So at this point, I'm still liking the long. There's nothing wrong with it. I played off of VWAP, not a very well-timed entry. And then I might have had a chance to re-enter here, but wasn't really feeling it. The market was weak. I'm like, well, let's see what happens when we get to our level. But what happened when we got to our level was the manner in which we're dropping into it. It's one thing when you get that rubber band action at the open, and you're like, okay, quick up and down. No, but when you do this little trend down into it, that's where I want to see how it reacts to the level. Can we consolidate? Can we put in a higher low? As you can see, it never did that. The other thing it's done here is you've broken the trend. Like if I draw a trend line on it like this, or even draw one there, like you've broken the trend line down. You've got to show me something for some rebound to the upside, because now you've got multiple strikes against it. You've got a false breakout. You also have a trend break going into your support level. So I'm just not liking it until it bounces and shows me a resumption of an upward trend over there. And I'll get to Apple in a second, why that was different, but we'll go over to Nvidia in the same light. Nvidia, very similar story, actually looked better. So Nvidia, there's your dip off the pre-market lows. First one good, second time VWAP okay. Then off the lows, again looking good, but this is where it gets into trouble. And you would have heard me, when it's retesting this 126, you don't see me long there the third time. You don't see me long there the fourth time either. Because at that point, remember the strikes that I had against, that we had against Micron. False breakout at the open, then back in. Well, okay, Nvidia did that, but then it broke the high. So it's right back in the good books. But then what happens when we got that first long? It trailed out the 127.5, lower high. So now you have like a mini head and shoulders going on with that lower high. We dip back into the long. Can it break out that 127 lower high? Answer is no. So it doesn't break it, and then we get another lower high back into the retest. So now all of a sudden, I've got multiple false breakouts, and I needed to resume the upward trend before we take that long. So no entry there, trying to be patient with it, no entry there. And eventually we hang on to the last little piece for the dream, and that's just a stop out. Like we're not waiting to get that reload when it just doesn't set up. So you want to be able to limit the damage. Now, it's easy enough to say, okay, well then why aren't you short here? Well, I didn't know SMCI was going to have a short seller report. So, that's the answer to that question. That's the other thing that happened here as we're talking about it. But ultimately, you've got to find a way to limit the damage. When you're bullish on something, it's showing you the confirmation that you want to resume the upward trend. But sometimes that happens. Now, when you look at the difference between today and yesterday on it, your dips, upper trend, if it's going to go and start trending to the upside, there's going to be ways to get in it when it goes $4 or $5. So it's not as if you always need to have the 26. You're going to be able to pick up VWAP. You're going to be able to get that trend up. And Apple's the example I want to use here. I'm not in it anymore. We did have a trade off VWAP. That was okay. But Apple, in the same moment, dips down, breaks underneath its close price, and then see what it did. Higher low, higher low, higher low, flat top break. Just different. And so it was easy enough to say, hey, we don't need to be just going long Nvidia because it happens to be showing us this level bouncing when the trend is clearly going in the other direction. We should find something different. And Apple was it. Apple was making the higher lows. Sometimes you've got to jump away from what has been a good idea when it's no longer setting up for you. You're supposed to trade your setup in your trading plan. And the trading plan can't always involve, I like a number, I like a level, I'm going to go long no matter what's happening in the moment that it gets to that price. Because sometimes when it gets to that price, it's showing you that it's not good. And if you have the signs in there that you're supposed to be listening to tell you that it's not good, then you want to listen to those. It's an important way to trade. I'll give you, just for context in here, to show you another reason why Apple is going to be strong. And I alluded to this, of course, anyone paying attention knows what happened on SMCI. This is another reason why I didn't know this was going to happen. Otherwise, hey, if you knew this was going to happen, you would have reversed some of those that don't look like reloads on the longs in the chip space. It is what it is. SMCI dumps, but in the midst of the dump on SMCI at 11 o'clock, you just look at something like an Apple at 11 o'clock and it bounced. So this is it at those lows. At the last halt, it's bouncing. This is why I wanted to try 227 again, and I actually might take it again if it does like a nice little rounded bottom setup. Apple, distinctly different. And the other thing that you should do, if you still like some longs and they're dumping like this, last thing, because you got to be patient, draw back. And what draw back means is you might like a level earlier, but when the market's tanking, just move on to the next trade. You heard me say that, Intel's trying to trend up. there's a bottom, there's a higher low. No continuation of trend over 24. I liked 24. We liked it above 24. It just couldn't go and it never resumed the trend. So when that doesn't set up for you, what's the next available opportunity? That 23.30 from yesterday. So you go right back over to that, wait for it to get there. Okay, it's trying to bounce. Nope, that's not the level. This is the level. And when the market is a falling knife, the preferred entry for me is a false bottom break. It's let it break the level and take it on the way back up. If the market is strong, then you don't mind buying into a dip. But when the market is weak, sometimes you got to let it run the stops. Be patient. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. That's how on a day like today you can stay green. Because ultimately, you can go in with a long bias and you can come out of it on a day like today with a solid day or at least a preservation of capital. That's important. Sometimes you've got to be able to not have the direction right and still be able to come out okay as a trader. And listen to those signs that the trend is not going with you at your key price level. You're never going to ignore your key price level, but sometimes you can decide not to take a trade there. That was an example on Micron, an example on NVIDIA, and an example of why Apple set up in here, why Intel set up at that bottom, because it showed patience and you waited for some true confirmation. So everyone out there, good luck with the trading the rest of your day. Always trade with stops. I mean, I saw what SMCI did, and always have a trading plan and try to stick to it. That's your lesson of the day. Stay.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, everybody, around that noon time. He drops hot lines with his lesson of the day. So if you like what you heard, join us every day around that time. Thank you very much again, Neil.
Absolutely.
How you doing, Joe?
We're doing great. We have some questions in the chat here, some options questions, which we really like. So from Less Heart, More Money, Joseph, what is the best expiration date for day trading options? Well, if you're day trading options, my suggestion to you would be choose weeklies. Don't go 0 DTE, right? Because now you're going to get the implied volatility going crazy on the 0 DTE options. You don't want that. Give yourself a little leeway room. 0 DTE is a different world than options trading, all right? So we don't want to make things too complex. If you like the heart racing and you like going after that extreme momentum, then DTE might be for you. But if you want to be more conservative and trade options kind of like an equity standpoint, then choose weeklies. Also, it depends, not from just a day trading perspective. Choosing your expiration is really key in what option strategy you're implying. So for me, with credit spreads, I like weeklies, right? If you're doing other types of options, people like option strategies, people like monthlies, people like 2 months out. It depends what you're employing, but that's a really good question. What is the best expiration? Sharif?
Yes, sir. We're going to give a bit of a try here on Mara as it dipped in to the 10 exponential on the 5. A big retracement, quite frankly, off 18 and a quarter down into 17.90. Not going to give this one a lot of room, but I want to participate on this if it wants to hold up at the 10 exponential. I see you, Benton. I see you. SMCI, Joe and I were talking about it while Neil was dropping said hot lines, and we were talking about how it was giving you dollars at a time to the downside. Funny how things change. SMCI is now halted to the upside, guys.
Oh, wow.
Halted 397.81 to the upside south of $400. The buy-in was coming in fast and furious there. 2 green candles on the 5 is all that took for this bad boy to get halted, but the bleeding is real. It is fast and furious. It's down still, even though it's an up halt 13.17% with having done 15 million shares on the day. In case you're just joining Joe and I on the show, it is moving down as a result of a Wall Street Journal headline coming in and saying that the Department of Justice looking to investigate fraudulent accounting practices by the company. Recall that in August, we got the Hindenburg hit piece alleging basically just that. So we're going to have to wait and see what manifests from that. But when we got that Hindenburg hit piece, we also had a pretty much an aggressive sell-off at that time as well. But as you can see, it got bought up with like all the chip stocks because it's just a dang rocket. So
it's buzzing. And we got one more question that I really like here.
Go.
So, Joseph, does he sell covered calls on his long-term holding stocks? I find this a great way to make money. Yeah, no, it's a valid point. I do not, though. I do not sell covered calls. But what we did hear earlier in the week is that IBIT is going to be optionable. So IBIT being my largest position in my long-term account, I will be selling calls on that. But the thing is, Sharif, I don't want to get assigned because I don't want to lose the shares, and I have a really good price. So I don't want to give those up, right? So I will sell some covered calls on that IBIT position, but I'm going to sell them so far out the money that those shares won't get assigned and taken away, Sharif.
All right, just checking Cineplex for my man, Fabian. All right, Fabian, it is trading at 1066 or so. Give or take. I can't really, let me add it to the side view here. For whatever reason, CGX, this trades on the Toronto Stock Exchange, Fabian. So yeah, around 1066 or so. I don't have data for the Toronto Stock Exchange because, well, it's the Toronto Stock Exchange. So no disrespect, but you know, hey, I'm from Toronto. I can say it, right? It's like down the road too. Like I feel that. But anyway, look, if you like mining and you like banks, and you like oil, Toronto Stock Exchange is for you. That's all I gotta say.
That's all you gotta say.
Yeah.
That's it. We had Mara making new highs of the day earlier, not too long ago, but then it started to pull back in. Maybe it's gonna pull back in towards VWAP. Let me pull up the chart here for you guys. We were, as Sharif and I were talking, as SMCI was tanking still, Mara was making new highs, but now it's the total opposite. SMCI is halting to the top side, and Mara is coming down in towards VWAP. So again, we got this beautiful daily breakout on Mara. We're still halted on SMCI.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what these guys do. If we continue to the top side, maybe SMCI recovers a little bit. But again, it's a negative catalyst. We were speaking, once the DOJ is involved, it's not looking too pretty for you. Bro. So where it's going to go from here, I don't know. But yes, we like Mara, we like Bitcoin, and let's see what SMCI is up to, Sharif.
Speaking of Mara, I got pushed out of that, guys. I tried a 10 exponential retracement on the 5-minute look. No go. It doesn't respect that level. I'm still very bullish on the name on the day, assuming it doesn't continue to tank. So let's just update the price action here by scrolling up. Where's my Bitcoin or the crypto? There we go. So 17, generally 17 and 3/4. It's in no man's land for me here. It's in between the two moving averages, the 10 and the 20. It's also not at a key area of support. I want to see initially what it does at 1760. We had a bit of action there, but that's not really the level. We only spent about 10 minutes there. The real level, in my humble opinion, is 1740 to 1750. Look at this area crest where we kind of do a rounded top, sell off into the 50. So I'm thinking, you know, whatever seller was there, 1740, 1750, if we get back into that area, we know sometimes resistance flips to support. We'll see if that's the case this time, though it's going to have to continue down. So my first levels, I'm looking at the 20 exponential. The 20 exponential kind of coincides with this area hold up here at 1760. So that's the first level I'll be looking at. I won't be getting in just because it retraces. I need proof that it's going to hold up there. That level doesn't hold. I'm looking at 1740 for this area top over here on MARA. What a dang rocket, though, on Mara. Wow. Let's see what else is moving here. I forgot to mention the...
It's not halted anymore. SMCI is on the move here.
Yes, absolutely. Let's pull up SMCI. Where is it at? Oh, I think I took it off for our friend Baba. Let's remove that. Baba on the way down to 105. I think I might want to trade here off Baba, possibly at 105. I'd rather wait for the 10 exponential, but we'll look at that in a second. It is defending 105, though. Alibaba's up over 10% at the moment. Here, no, that's not it. Where is my SMCI chart? There it is. Okay, we got into 400, and as quick as we got to 400, as quick as we are now down to 393, I don't know. I think this is too rich for my blood, man. This is just a dangerous trade. It could go either way, really, I feel. I don't know, Joe. I don't know, Joe. It ain't for me, bro.
We're not going to speculate on this, right? We want to wait for our setup. We want to wait for the right time to get into the trade. We don't want to rush anything at all. Again, Throw your questions in the chat for options. But as we look here on IBIT, we're starting to consolidate a little bit. The thing is strong. So if we get this consolidation, there's still a lot of time in the day. So if we consolidate a bit, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing decides to make some new highs. So we'll wait for IBIT. If it comes in a little bit, if we chop around a little bit in this area, we like it. And if we start to break to the top side, we're going to enter again, because when things are working, they continue to work. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going until it doesn't work. We're going to mitigate our downside as always, and we're not going to limit our top side. So unlike credit spreads, we don't have a limit on our top side, Sharif.
Yes, absolutely. Just putting in my stop here on Baba, Alibaba that is. We're going to give this one a try. Where we're along 88, lucky number 88, I guess. We're going to look to defend that 104.60 level. Lots of lots of defend or support at this level initially. Over here on our way up on Alibaba, it's been very directional, but it's now at the 10 exponential moving average. And, that really, we'll see if this one features or not, but we're already out of the money on this one. So this one is coming down. We get stopped out. That's all right. We'll look to get back in if it does hold up. It's at the 10 exponential right now. There is, like I was saying, some support at 104.60 over here. Let's see if this one area wants to hold up. We're going to give that one a try as well. 104, and then we'll go like that. All right, so we're 10 pennies in the money right now. Let's look to wet our beak possibly into the mid 80s if it does hold up in and around there. Alibaba at the 10 exponential, there is support at 104.60, but if it gives way, I want no more smoke on Alibaba. It's going to have to hold up at these levels, Joe.
Perfect. So we're looking at AMD here and what the semis are up. So let me pull up AMD on my chart here and see what these semis are up to. We are starting to come down a little bit. Maybe we make another leg to the downside. So maybe we join this trend, because we don't want to fight trends. We're going to join the trend. We are a little bit deviated from VWAP there, so it's not exactly what we want. But what we are going to do is, if we break this support level around 165 and we hold it without squeezing to the top side, I wouldn't be surprised if we fill this daily gap here, come in and around around 162, 163s, that wouldn't surprise me. So if we break this 165 area, maybe I'll look to join the trend here, Sharif.
All right, still holding above that 104.60 for now on Alibaba, but this has been one hell of a down move. 2 red candles there off that 105.55 high of day on Alibaba. Let's keep an eye on that one. Keep an eye generally on these Chinese ADRs, as they're awfully strong. The best of the best today in Chinese ADR world is Bilibili, up 14.65%. Second is JD.com. Third is PDD. Where have we been seeing PDD lately? PDD has been in the news a lot. Obviously had a fantastic year. Then we heard about who was it that was selling PDD's not P. Diddy, no. I wouldn't be talking about it.
It wasn't P. Diddy.
Who was selling PDD? Neil, do you guys remember? Who's selling their shares of PDD? Somebody big was selling their shares of PDD. Remind me, the chat can fact check us on that. Just remind me, guys, who was offloading their shares or their ownership of PDD there, because there was somebody bigger, I think like a month ago or something like that, that was selling. So yeah, let me know about that. Mara says Sunstar, it's holding up a little bit, but let's see on Mara. I mean, like, it's a good look right here. I do like it too. You like it there, eh?
Like it there.
Yeah, all right, man. Let's
see.
Yeah, let's give this one a try. We're gonna go long again on this one here. We'll give this one a quick try. Hopefully it's not a dead cat bounce and then a drop back in. So we'll go look there. But Baba is getting in trouble here, so I'm gonna have to get out of Baba again, and I do get stopped out. 0 for 2 now on Baba. Gonna leave this one alone until it sets up a little bit differently, because it's not showing any respect to the 10 exponential on the 5. So I'm gonna steer clear of that one. Let's keep an eye here on Mara.
Beautiful. Yeah, just going back to the Chinese ADR.
Walmart,
Baba.
thank you.
Baba moving exponentially higher here in the past week session. So we like Baba. It is on the NY. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with these ADRs. They have been absolutely depleted over the past couple years. The Baba CEO, he just went missing for a while, so we don't know what happened with that. So that's why it's scary. It's always scary when the CEO of a company goes missing and you don't know what he's doing. So I think he was head out in Japan for a little bit, so we don't know what he's doing, but we like Baba over the past couple of days. Is it a little bit extended? We don't know. But regardless, we're still going to play the price action. If it's moving to the top side, we're going to look for the top side moves. We're not going to fight the trend, especially when the government is cutting basis points on the interest rates, right?
Thanks.
So that is boosting the economy, something that they needed. They've been lagging since COVID. Can't believe it's almost been 5 years, and the economy is still trying to recover from COVID. So is this stimulus going to help them? It looks like it. So far, the ADRs have been booming. KWEB, the Chinese internet ETF, has been trading to the top side as well. So we like that. We like the Chinese ADRs as long as they continue to the top side, Sharif.
Top side. All right. Let's see what happens here on BABA, waiting in the mid-90s. It's up a little bit over here, but Mara's the one that's zigging and zagging over here, so I'm a little unsure about this one. So we're going to pack our patience with both of these. Go, BABA, you punk.
Ooh,
come on, baby.
Let's go.
Nice, Alibaba. Okay, wet my beak there, nicely there for a 20-penny winner. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more here. We know that it's a 105.55 HOD, high of day on Alibaba, but that's all predicated about it clearing 105 again, because, you know, these whole dollar values tend to act as areas of support and resistance, so we're going to pack our patience here on it. 1 for 3 on it now, which is okay. So we'll look to do a little bit better. Now I'm concerned about Mara. So I have to see here if I want to defend Mara or I want to let this one go, because I know that it bamboozles people sometimes. So I'm gonna think about this one over here, thinking that the low of the candle at 12:15, the 5-minute candle at 12:15, has a low of 1772. I don't want any print south of 1772. If I'm considering this the area trough, then my trade is no longer valid if we don't hold up above this area trough. So 1772, 1770, that's kind of my line in the sand there. Let's keeping an eye on Alibaba, looking for a possible 105 break. We're long 71s. We're zigging and zagging here in the 80s. So not a whole lot to talk about. Haven't been keeping an eye though, guys, to be honest with you, on a lot of the Mag 7 names. I kind of got, I digressed into other things, but have you been keeping an eye on the Mag 7? What are they doing?
I got my eyes on AMD right now. As we were talking about earlier, if we get this level break, I'm going to look to join the trend. So I had a signal that says, hey, Joe, if you're going to plan the trade, enter it. So now we've entered the trade. Let's see how this works out. If we break this 164 level, 164.80, I think there's more downside here on the semis. Other than that, I don't know what Tesla's kind of consolidating a little bit, but here we're getting the breakdown on AMD, and this is exactly what we want. If the trade doesn't start to work immediately, then I would be a little bit cautious. But as you can see, we haven't been in this trade for very long, and we're getting the move that we expected. We don't hold on to losers, but what we're going to try to do is hold on to the winner here, especially if we break this level. This is a key level. As you can see, we have support around 164.50s here now, and if that breaks and the market decides to join, there can be potentially more downside in the markets.
And I like that because people are talking about IBIT and the fact that there's no options yet on it, but shouldn't there be?
Soon.
Yes, I know. BlackRock did announce that there's going to be options on it.
Yeah.
Michel Hebert, the OG in the chat, he loves his GameStop, he loves his Bitcoin. He brought up a really good point. MSTR, MicroStrategies, and now it's post-split too. So it's not, that $1,600 stock. It's got options. So if you want to play something like that, you can go do it through MSTR. Shout out to Michel Hebert. Reliable Rudy, we miss you, brother. It's perfect time for you to join us. I don't know if you saw Solar Edge got an upgrade today. I know you're all about Enphase, but that group is looking a lot better lately, Reliable. He says, if you're trading, but you're looking at trade, I don't know what that means. You're trading, but if you're looking at trading a miner, my opinion, Wolf is the name that outperforms long-term because of the infrastructure. Thank you for that, Reliable. Let's bring in the side chart over here and have a look at Wolf, WULF. Here it is. What is this called? TerraView? TerraView, Ram, or Chilean Nightmare, whoever. There it is.
We're getting the breakdown here on AMD, Sharif.
Uh-oh.
Continue.
I saw Neil throw that in the chat too, so good look for both of you guys. Let me just go look quickly here at the daily on Wolf. Yeah, obviously, you know, we're not at the COVID levels, but we've done a good job of recovering a little bit. Thank you for that, Reliable. I never had Wolf on my mining watch list. It's going to go on here, so I can't really give you much in the way of analysis on it because it's the first time looking at it now. But yeah, thank you for throwing that on there. I know. Okay. Thank you, Reliable. I'm old, right? So I don't know what I'm talking about with these acronyms. You're gonna have to forgive me there, man. All right, I'm gonna send it back to Joe, but I should tell you that Mara's on the way up again. And where do we have our beak wetter at 98s? We're printing 95s now. I'd like to print on this one. I'm 0 for 1 on it already.
Ooh, that's all right. That's all right. You've put on some banger trades today. So again, with trading, we all know that you're not going to win all of them. So when we do win, we want to make sure those are going to be the big ones. But I want to give a shout out to Brad Does Real Estate. Thanks for showing the love, brother. We appreciate that. And as you can see on our NVIDIA trade, our AMD trade, we are kind of holding these lows. That's not exactly what I want to see. We're rejecting the breakdown. So could this mean a potential squeeze a little bit higher and then we make another move when it's grabbed enough liquidity to continue to the downside? So let's see if we can get this continued weakness in AMD. If we do, that will be fantastic. If not, we punch out early and we wait for another entry because we don't want to hold on to things that aren't working. That is the key to trading. So as we sit here and watch, unfortunately, it's pulling back here. So that tells me that it's rejecting this bottom break. And that's okay, because what it might do, as I was stating before, is that it might pull back a little bit more. We pull up into the 66s, maybe 165.50, and then we continue to the downside. And if we get the confluence within the market and we continue to the downside, then yeah, let's continue. We like this trade. So let's see if we get that breakdown. We had the big gap up in the market today. We've almost filled the gap, as you can see. We got a little bit more to go to the downside. There's no extreme volume. We're in those lunchtime hours, so everything's a little bit slower of a grind here. So be prepared to hold on to positions a little bit longer, especially if they're kind of working out for you, but you don't want to hold them too far against you. Sharif.
I wet my beak there on Mara, but it looks like it's having trouble, Joe, with 18. I'm not going to make any pronouncements on it. I'm going to hold this to see what we do. We've been knocking on the door of 18. We already got through 18, man. Let's call a spade a spade. We got to 18.25. Okay. Now, again, 18 could be a level because these whole dollar levels just have a way of being psychological resistance and support. So we'll see if we're able to break through 18, but currently, no. The answer to that is not yet, at least this time around. How was the walk and talk, Katina, man? No talking. No talking. No humidity. Fantastic day to walk. Fantastic day to walk. Reliable. They have the lowest cost. He's talking about Wolf, Reliable. They have the lowest cost per Bitcoin mined in the entire industry because their infrastructure is superior. It does have red flags, but that's the miner to watch, in my opinion. Thank you very much, Reliable, for that. Always love when you drop hot lines, and thank you for joining us again. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you. CAPR says SOS. Yeah, man, it's going down. And that, again, CAPR, my man, these small cap gappers, they're around for a good time. They're not around for a long time. And this is kind of what we're talking about here, Ram. Look at this. This is ugly right here. Lower high. It tests VWAP here, Joe. This is where I got cut up on it. Okay. It pushed me out, popped back up, but that lower high is operative here, and this lower low is even more operative. So it looks like we are on the way down on CAPR. Again, guys, you know, these small cap gappers, the one that show up on your scanners, the one that have a market cap of, less than $1 billion, maybe even less than 500 million, you should be suspicious of them for the most part. You got to have, your stops. You got to, monitor it, resting orders, however you're going to trade. But, don't hold on to these and don't trade them in the way that you would a large cap. I mean, large caps, they trade differently. Totally different. Yeah. How are we doing that lesson?
We're going to hop. I was just about to say, let's hop back into the lesson. As we've been talking about is we don't want to hold on to these things. So that's a perfect segue into risk management.
Hey.
Let me pull it up here. So we were talking about the technical analysis, what we are looking for when we are creating options debit spread, or credit spread, sorry. we want to find definitive support and resistance levels. This does not matter if you do not have the capital to do so. So what we want to do, especially with options being a leveraged derivative of the underlying assets. So all options is an alternate tool to trade a stock. We all know that one options contract is worth 100 shares of the underlying stock or the underlying asset. So if I were to buy some Apple contracts, one contract is 100 shares of Apple. All right, so this is extremely leveraged. When you have something that's a leveraged derivative, we must always protect our downside, and that leads into risk management. So in order for our credit spread system to work, we need to set stop losses. When we set those stop losses, they have to be an equivalent to what premium we received, all right? You will notice when you create a credit spread is that the risk to reward is vastly skewed. It will never be a one-to-one. You're going to have higher probability setups. So when you're using your delta, your Greek, your options Greek, and you have a probability of profit about 90% or the 0.1 deltas, that means that you have a 90% chance of being profitable on that trade, right? So to hit a one-to-one on that is going to be extremely difficult. The options market isn't going to give you money for free. Imagine you can hit a one-to-one on a trade all the time with a 90% probability. That means 9 times out of every 10 trades, you're going to be correct. Things would be really good. But unfortunately, in the world of options, it doesn't work like that. But in order for our system to work, what we are going to do is, so for example, when we create our credit spread, our options credit spread, and we collect $50, our stop loss will also be $50, creating a one-to-one risk to reward ratio. So to keep in mind, when we're doing credit spreads, we are given money. We hold on to this money, and the other side of the party says, hey, Joe, I'm giving you $50. Hold on to this. If it goes higher, you owe me. You owe me some more. If it goes lower, then you keep that $50. And I like that. So when we create a spread and we collect $50 or 0.5, our spread, our stop loss spread will be $1. It's simple. So we collect the $50. We then have to return that $50 to that individual and then an additional $50, right? We never owned that $50 in the first place. We were it was borrowed to us with an intention of returning it. So when we are wrong from a risk management standpoint, we need to return his $50 and then his or her $50 and then additional $50 as well. So that is what's always going to keep us at a one-to-one. Always. So when you build a large enough sample set, you're going to know that, hey, I'm collecting X amount on this premium. I have my stop set at double the amount of the premium received. And that's how you rate the order. We're going to touch on that right now.
Bang.
So, and it's going to look exactly like this. As you can see, we have a credit spread. We're going to see a net credit of $15 per contract combination sold, right? So I sell one contract of the put, one contract of the long put, short put, long put. We collect $15, and what we do is we set our stop loss to $30. We're selling 5 contracts, which will come to a total loss of $75 being taken out of our account. All right? So if you guys have any questions on how you set your stops or on why we want to set stops on options, please throw them in the chat, and then we're going to touch on more, because now we're nearing the end of the total credit spread presentation. So once we put everything together, we have our options delta, we have our support and resistance zones, we're choosing liquid stocks. Now we got to put everything all together like a puzzle piece so that it's much simpler. So throw your questions in the chat.
Bang.
Let me know what's going on. Let me know your thoughts, and tell me if you have any ideas or any questions or concerns.
Fantastic stuff, man. Thank you so much for that, Joe. People are really appreciating it in the chat, and I know I'm getting it out of it as well. What's that? Ram says she's getting a lot of it too. Now she can trade options.
She's getting into options too. Okay.
Yeah, she's getting it because you're dropping hot lines.
I'm dropping hot lines.
Yeah.
Everybody's interested. Everybody's interested.
Man,
in
people
the options.
are interested in options. People love the leverage product of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, it's good. So if you don't have such a large account and you want to trade options, then that's great for you because the margin impact isn't as large as it is trading equities.
And that's
why
it's
a lot of people.
Just a regular options contract, you can limit your downside risk as well. So you know your options contract is going to catch you X, Y, and Z, and if it expires worthless. That's what your risk was.
So from a long perspective, so if we were to just buy a call, Sharif, right? Say we paid $300 for that. That's our max loss as well. You don't need anything more in your account than what your broker requires you to put on that trade. If you have $300 account and you want to YOLO a $3 call, then by all means, right? But don't do that. Please don't do that. But you don't need any other margin requirements in your account, and that's why people love trading this leverage derivative.
I love it, man. Okay, guys, I think the production team, the best in the world, they just put the options questions for Joe in the chat. So if you have those questions, there is now a formal way to do it instead of just tag it and get into the chat right there. And guys, I totally forgot because we've been, doing options. We've been trading. We have a voting segment. It starts at 2 o'clock, and it's nothing without our viewers. If you guys can please vote for your favorite tickers as decided by you. The top 5 make it on. They're covered by Neil and Sean during the afternoon rundown. They look at the tickers as decided by you. Again, only the top 5 make it on. Super simple to do. Get into that chat, ! Join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. I think we're probably going to have a lot of SMCI. I think we're also probably going to have a lot of Chinese ADRs because Baba and the like are all moving up. How about Micron? You guys want to hear about Micron? How the big boys were looking at Micron today? Get into the dang chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers. You have about another hour or so till about 1:50. And right now, there we go. Now we're getting some love. My man Zion Lala wants to hear about Carvana. And I don't blame him at all because CarMax today did okay. It was very red in the pre-market and then it started moving again. Humphrey, my man, you forgot the word join. ! Join, space, $, and Tesla, my man. Get back in there and do it. Vancouver Canuck, he wants to know about Amazon. Auto Antics likes Lunar, but you typed it in wrong, my man. Streamlabs, it's not a human. You either enter it the exact same way that Streamlab wants or it's not going to register your vote. So get back in there, Lunar, type it again. My man Stella, Ella, Ola, quack, quack, quack. Join, MBLY, but you put in the wrong $. It doesn't understand that double S, so it won't register. Terminal 101 wants to hear about Micron. Jonathan Mallory wants to hear about Billy, the biggest Chinese ADR mover on the dang day. Burr Vision wants to know about Riot, and I'm assuming you like that because all of crypto's moving up right now, baby. Speaking of Riot, here's Mara doing the most. I got out of this one break even on the rest, Joe, because it wasn't breaking 18. Gonna look to set up something else on that. How you looking over there, man?
Good. We're just holding on to this position so far. We're still short a little bit of AMD here. The longer it holds this level, the less I like it, all right? And what we've emphasized on before is that we're not holding on to things that we don't overly like. Does it need to grab more shares? I'm thinking so before it gets that bottom break. So we're going to continue to look if AMD is going to break this low here and make a new low of day. If AMD breaks the low of day, we don't got much more before we're going to cut the trade and potentially get a better entry.
Right.
Don't hold on to your positions, especially if they're not working for you, because you can always get another entry. Don't fall in love with one particular spot or one stock or position, right? They hold no loyalty to you, so don't hold any loyalty to the stock because it will squeeze you. It will do whatever it wants to do. And when it's prepared to do, we want to participate. We don't want to anticipate, right? So we're not working here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to punch out of my AMD. It's not working. Maybe it needs a little bit more time. And when it's time and it tells me to enter again, we're going to take the trade, Sharif.
Take the trade. Yes, absolutely. I was setting up to do an ad read, but Ram scolded me. And she's like, nope, it's not time, buddy. I'll tell you when it's time. I decide around here. So I'm like, all right, no problem, Ram. I won't do anything. Thank you, Gora, for letting me know there is umpteen amount of support for Baba at 104. I was not alive to that, Gorev. Shout out to you. Let's look at what Gorev is talking about over here. Yes, multiple areas of support intraday at 104 on BABA. You have the initial IB high also rejecting off 104, a bit of a double top there. Then we tested it again after 10 o'clock, another kind of double top at that 104 area. We're weaseling down now a little bit, looking to test 104. I'll be looking to basically defend this area here at 104 on BABA. I'm not sure why my positions aren't showing up, but that's all right. So we're going to look to possibly, no, I want to move it down a little bit more. Let's go down over here into the 10s and look to defend it in and around there. But ideally, obviously, I'm looking to get something back at around 60 pennies or so. There was umpteen amount of support levels there. Let's see if it holds up on the day. BABA, all of Chinese ADRs essentially all moving up on the back of 2 trillion yuan of stimmies, baby. You thought the stimmies we had here during the pandemic were good. No, I think the stimmies we did here was probably a bit more than that. But I don't know how much Canada didn't spend like $300 billion on stimmies.
Yeah, I know
the States did.
We spent a lot on stimmies, but I think it was they got more of like a one-time check. It was something around like they got 2K, because I remember I was in Mexico not too long ago and during COVID, and we met some American friends, and they're like, yeah, we got a 2K check, and that's all we've seen. So opposed to the Justin Trudeau $500 a week or something like that, I'll take the $500 a week opposed to the flat-out 2K check, I think. So.
No, right? I remember those, man. And then the CRA sent everybody letters like, give us back the stimmy money. It's like, you didn't say anything about giving back the stimmy money, man. What are you talking about?
And then I think the Canadian Revenue Agency said it would cost too much to go through it all to see what they can get back. So
oh my goodness!
Out of the billions of dollars, it will cost too much to see what you can get back. So,
all right, Joe.
Anyways.
We got to pay some bills, baby.
Let's go. Let's pay 'em.
Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of the profits while the firm covers the risk. It's a perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Are you ready to become a funded trader? If so, join Trade the Pool. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description for more information. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. And I remember we had that the CEO on, and he was dropping all sorts of hotlines. Good technician, by the way. Actually, was using technicals, everything like that. You got to love it. So we're in Baba at this area over here. We're looking to defend you, Gora, for bringing me, making me alive to the 104 support level. I think I had actually charted that before, but just, when everything's moving like this, you kind of lose track of everything. On a micro level over here, there does seem to be some resistance at 104.40, at least on the 1 minute. We're not really moving up that aggressively and not challenging that level all that much yet. So I kind of hesitant to say that there's a seller at 104. Well, I guess we'll find out if there is or there isn't. But that's what I'm looking at there. Mara also putting in lower lows and lower highs. Let's get rid of this Trade the Pool ad. There we go. So this one now, this was the crest, the area crest, 18.25. Then we get up to 18. That's the area crest. And now it looks like we're rejecting off 1790. So incrementally putting in those lower lows and lower highs. It looks like we're curling a little bit, possibly to move back into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. We shall see. But Mara kind of putting in a bit of a rounded top. If I could kind of show you what I mean here on the 5-minute chart. Save and accept for these 2 candles over here. Remove these 2 candles. We're kind of putting in a rounded top. We kind of climaxed over here, then started putting in, that little bit of a bend to head down a little bit here. So Mara, obviously a fantastic day for Mara. Put some respect on this one's name and crypto in general. That $15 level on the intraday looks awfully good ex post facto, but we'll see if that can actually hold, because we saw what happened, number one, on Black Friday in August. It breached, and then most recently got into 13.5, but got bought up super quick, I think, within a couple of days. So we'll have to see if the bullishness on MAR remains. Jay Lee, mention to Joe, please. SMCI calls for tomorrow 400 strike are still $7. Seems pretty high. Want to address that, Joe?
SMCI calls for tomorrow. I would avoid those 0 DTE so you don't have much room to be profitable. It needs to go exponentially higher than what your strike price is, especially because it's a 0 DTE option, right? So in my opinion, some people have a lot of strategies built around 0 DTE. I do not. I dabble in credit spreads, I'll do bull spreads and other types of things, more complex trades. But as for a flat out call, even though it's only $7, which is $700, the value of that on a 0 DTE, the theta is absolutely going to chew up that contract if it does not decide to trade any higher. So we'll see what else they have in the chat. Any questions for me in the chat? Other than that, I'm still looking at IBIT. We like where it's forming here. We like how IBIT is consolidating around this area, around this 37.28, putting in potential bottoms. So again, as I was referencing before, if we continue to hold these levels, I'm going to continuously look for a continuation of the trend. As you can see, we entered here in the early hours of the market. We got a beautiful move to the top side, and we got our break-even stop out, a little bit size. What do? We wait for the stock to do what it wants to do, grab some liquidity, grab stops down here, and then we punch another trade for the continuation of the trend. So this is a trend continuation VWAP breakup style. So if we wait, if we hold this 37.17 area, and then we form any type of bullish pattern, kind of like we are, even though we're a bit trading to the downside now, I'm going to, some big flush here on IBIT. It is a volatile asset. So if we hold here and continue to trade higher, maybe I'm going to look to join the trend here. So other than that, we're getting to almost near the end of the day. So once we see what's going on here with IBIT, we're going to continue on with our credit spread lesson. We're going to continue and finish it up. We're going to wrap that one up for sure, and plenty more to come, no doubt. But we're waiting for IBIT to come in here a little bit. We're going to see if we hold this 30.17, and then we're going to punch long. Speaking of punching, this is why we got out of AMD. We punched out of AMD. Why? Because the trade wasn't working. I'm not going to hold on to this loser. There's no point. My thesis didn't play out the way I wanted it to. I'm not going to stick to it. I'm not going to hold against it. I'm going to wait, and if the opportunity presents itself to show itself again, then we take the trade again. And that's the same thing with IBIT. When the opportunity presents itself, we take the trade. If it's not working how we would like, if our thesis isn't playing out, then we have no means to hold on to the position on the stock, Sharif.
Joe, we got questions for you, my man. I'm not able to pull them up, but the production team, the best in the world, was able to send them to me. So I'm going to read some of them off to you.
Cool.
Do you trade weekly or monthly options?
Weeklies.
Beautiful.
I trade big weekly options, guys.
And that's because you like that paycheck, that weekly paycheck.
That consistent weekly income, right? So when we're using theta in our time, by the end of the week, I like to see little passive income into the account. So that's why I prefer to choose weeklies. Now, that doesn't mean, Sharif, that I won't open a trade on Thursday or Friday, expiring the next week.
Gotcha.
You still got paid. But again, I put my orders out Saturday, Sunday, do my technical analysis on the weekends, put my orders out, and then if we get filled Monday, Tuesday, then that's great. And then we expire that Friday.
Love it. Love it. Simple, very straightforward answer. More. Can I throw some more at you?
Throw them all at me, brother.
All right. Do you typically buy in the money or out of the money contracts?
So our credit spread theory is extremely out the money. So we want those out the money options. So if the stock does decide to go against us, we still have some leeway room where we can be incorrect, because that's what credit spreads are. They give you multiple possibilities to be profitable. You don't need one specific direction in order to be profitable, right? That's why we love credit spreads. So I sell far out the money because that still gives me room to be incorrect.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we can't show an options chain on the show right now, so sorry, we can't do that. We'll look to get to that later.
Absolutely.
What would be a good example to go a month out on an option? What would be a good example to go a month out on an option? Do you kind of understand what that means?
Okay, yeah. So there's so if you're playing a specific technical trade, so like it's for example, shout out to Wayne in the back. He was playing a specific technical trade on SLV. He was playing a breakout trade. So if that trade doesn't break out within a month, then you're gonna unfortunately lose the premium on the contract. But when you want to do those things, play the breakout, have something specific so that you give yourself enough time that the Greek theta doesn't chew up the value of the contract. There's nothing wrong with monthlies at all, but make sure that, like in intraday trading, if it's working, hold on to it, but if it's working, cut the trade short. So monthly, if you're playing a breakout or you want to hold on to something for a little while, but you want the move to happen quicker than regular.
We got some love for you here, man. It's not just questions, Joe. There's some love coming here.
I
just wanted to commend Joe on a fantastic presentation and explanation. I trade a lot of options, and Joe is spot on. Thank you. We're spending the money for that, Joe, bro.
Let's go. Money.
All right, got another one for you here. I don't know if you can help on this one because it's specific to a platform, Webull.
Okay.
How to select stop loss options on Webull platform? Don't feel like we have to reinvent the wheel.
I don't use Webull, but what I can pull up for you real quick is this, and I'll show you this, and it will be identical on your options platform as well too. So this is what we want. This is how you want your stop loss to look, all right? So as you receive your premium, your stop loss is going to look exactly like this. This is 75 because it's calculating a contract size of 5, so 500 shares, okay? So if you're collecting $15, your stop loss is going to be double the amount. So hopefully that answered your question.
All right, Mike, I'm sorry, Joe.
No, don't apologize.
Do you recommend options before earnings?
Well, it depends. Fairly vague question. It depends what system you're implying, right? If you're playing straddles, sure, because you're going to look for those extreme expected moves in options. But if you're in a credit spread condition, that is a big no-no. Because as I touched on before, if you're doing a credit spread before earnings, you're collecting premium at its low. And then with the spike of volatility, the average true range of the stocks are going to vastly increase, also vastly increasing the options premium. So essentially, you're buying something that's not worth very much, and then eventually it's going to be worth even more, but it's not like stocks, it's not going to work like that, right? Because you're being lent that money. So that's
great answer, man. How much capital do you start with? I remember you said specifically you can start with a small account. That's the benefit of options. So the question goes on to say, how much capital did you start with when you first started trading options? Again, that's kind of a personal question, so don't feel you're obligated to answer that. You can give more of a general answer.
Yeah. So again, we touched on this a little bit before. You don't need as much capital in options as like you are trading equities, right? So just as a rule of thumb, if you're really looking to start trading options, they are leveraged, right? So you always want to be capital protective, but something around $5,000 is going to be more than enough for you to start getting your toes wet in options.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, some of the questions that you sent, again, Ram here, are kind of repetitive about like how far he goes. Yeah, so I think he already said that he does weeklies, weekly options, because he likes that continuity of the payout, and that makes absolute sense, eminent practical sense there. So thank you, guys. If you'd like to tag Joe or I, make sure to tag me so that I can see the red little rectangle there. I'll pass on the message to Joe, or the question, excuse me, to Joe. So he's dropping hotlines today. I think the chat's really liking what you have to say today, man, and very, very happy to have you on. Obviously, I think you're adding some great content, dude.
Absolutely. And just to touch on AMD, I'm in AMD here. I'm back in the short. That's exactly what I was referring to earlier. We don't hold on to the position. I punched back into the position. I got out because it wasn't working. Now it's telling me to get back in because we might break this bottom level. So I get back in. So let's see how this trade works out, Sharif.
All right, man. I've been holding BABA here for a hot minute, looking to defend that 104. It's been stuck in a range for the better part now, I want to say, of 15, 20 minutes. A little bit at 104.40, a little bit at 104. I'm a little concerned. I'll tell you the truth. Why? Because we're putting in lower highs. Okay, I put my stop where it is. I could have gotten out break even or even a couple of penny winner, but that isn't the move. And why does it have me concerned? Sure, I see a lot of good support here intraday at 104. It's a fantastic look. But look at this. This is what's important to me. Lower high, keeping that trend of lower highs. Now, if we can kind of put in higher lows and curl through the break of that 104 and change, then fantastic. But, you know, we'll see, because I'm not too optimistic on this yet. It looks like the better move of BABA is behind it. If that is the case, then obviously we get stopped out here. Zigging and zagging back into 104 again. We go on BABA. One thing that I did mention, though, was a trade on Duo, guys. So I did get out of this one while Neil was dropping hot lines at about 124. But, you know, look at that. It does the gnarly double top there into 142. So the initial high a day was 143, second high a day 142, so a double top possibly here. Now, my suggestion to you is, if you guys want to play a double top, well then, it's going to have to be on a neckline break. I wouldn't even say wait for VWAP. I would say wait for this area over here that we printed the trough at 11.15 at about $1.10 or so. We'll have to see how that goes out. Okay, now I see a lot of red rectangles. Great info, you legends. Mad Love says 420 Bud Monster. They're loving the content, dog.
We're loving it.
M Sense, how can follow him after this? Thanks for everything. You got social media that you want to share?
Yeah, I got some Twitter. Yeah, you can follow me at IntradayJ92 on Twitter. On Twitter, that's it. Other than that, I'm not an Instagram guy or anything like that. So IntradayJ on Twitter, you can follow me there. I'm not the most active individual, but hey, follow me. Throw whatever you want, shoot me a DM if you have any questions on options, then I'll be more than glad to answer them. But as you can see, we got AMD starting to work here a little bit. And what did I do? I was speaking about this earlier. Pull up my IBIT. It held the level that I wanted it to hold. So I entered the trade. That's as simple as it is. It held. I said, we are in a bullish trend. We are moving to the top side. Bitcoin was in a breakout territory. I'd like this. I'm going to continue with the trend. So as you can see, we have this consolidated period for probably close to over an hour. And I'm going to look for a trend continuation on this. So here we are. We're in IBIT Sharif, and it's working to the top side.
All right. We got more, man. We got some love coming in from Hal R. All right, Hal. Sharif and Joe, excellent show. Please do more of these. Very interesting and another way to trade. Could not agree more, my man, especially with my ignorance in options. I love to learn a little bit, and we got the man right here next to us. Could not thank him more. Gorev, Uber looks like a bit of a cup and handle, holding right above VWAP. We'll have a look at that in a hot second. Thank you, Day Trader Cut, letting me know that the 7-year auction just got printed. 7-year forecast yield 3.68. The forecast was 3.7. Bid to cover actual 2.63. The forecast was 2.5. Thank you very much, Day Trader Cut, for that. Coming in there midday with the hotlines. I do appreciate that. Elon, hi, Joseph. I guess, because they got your name as Joseph there. I was like, what's going on?
What's up?
Why is he calling you Joseph? Hi, Joseph. Before we touch options, should we master stock trading first as option prices move much faster than stock prices? Right? Asking you a question.
That's a great question. And I love that question specifically because when I first started intraday trading or even investing way back in the day, I didn't even know options existed. I didn't even know what they were. So about 1.5 to 2 years within my full-time intraday trading career is when I first started discovering options. And that helped me a lot with the technicals and how to imply option strategies. Because again, it's just it's another vehicle to play the underlying stock. They can be complicated at first, but like with everything, the more you use it, the more comfortable you're going to get. And that's the exact same with options. It is almost no different than the asset that you are trading. It's just a different vehicle to use them. So yeah, I had
Fantastic.
2 years experience before I started trading options. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
helped.
And yeah, I would have to echo that sentiment too, because I think, yeah, definitely equity is a bit easier to understand, certainly, than options, guys. All right, man, I'm still in this BABA trade, and I have no idea what's going to happen here. It's either going to break 104 to the downside, ram, or it's going to take out 104.40 to the high side, because that's been the range. However, the last 10 minutes or so, the range has been getting a little bit tighter. So we were talking about 40s possibly to the high side. I submit to you now that it's 30s. I think the bigger seller is moving down incrementally, causing lower lows. We'll have to see if a flat bottom break manifests through the lows there, and there it comes, baby. We already broke through 104, so I don't want no smoke on this. If we continue down, we're going to either have to wick up, or that's the end of my trade here on BABA. Beautiful. But this 104 area was holding, and you know, it's $100 some odd stock, so I don't want to be quick to get out on a quick 5-penny wick or something like that, but this is breaking the level, and that seller is pushing it down. So I'm going to flatten out here if it continues to go down. But BABA bamboozling me on this last little bit, but we had a couple of good trades on it earlier. But you know, this area looking for that dip trade into 104, maybe not going to work out. Here we go. Ooh. Right back above 104 we go, zigging and zagging, man. Hard to know what to do. What are you looking at, Joe?
We're in IBIT. This thing is absolutely buzzing to the top side. As you can see here, we just took some off. We're just continuing with the trend. We're not fighting anything. We're not making anything complicated. The stock's moving up. We're going up with it. It's that simple. We just want to join the trend. We want to be involved with the strength, all right? And as you can see, I have 1, 2, 3 entries on IBIT today, and I'm not fighting it. I feel when I took my AMD short, we've already made such a large move, and to continue to the downside on such a strong sector is, I don't know how likely, but as you can see, we're just continuing with the strength. I came up with a game plan, I built a thesis, and I said, if IBIT continues to hold at this level, I'm going to look to continue in the trend. And that's exactly what we're doing, Sharif.
Yeah, and we did defend 104, Joe, but I think I'm accurate in my thesis that the seller that's been preventing us from ascending above that 40-penny level is moving down incrementally, because it's not posting on the ask, but when we ascend, you can see that wave of selling come in a little bit lower every single time. Initially, it was in the high 30s to kind of 40s. Then it weaseled down into the 30s. Then it weaseled down into the 20s. Now it's in the low 20s or mid-teens, unless there's going to be a buyer here that helps switch that up. We're break even on this. We could get out here, but that ain't the move, baby. I'd rather get stopped out, okay? I'd rather allow this to manifest than you know, take it out and then watch it go back up above. So I'm going to pack my patience there, and whatever happens, come what may. I want to tell you that, guys, it's kind of subdued a little bit here on the midday with respect to some of these large caps. They've been interesting. They've been interesting. A lot of them have been very tame. There has been some action. I want to say Google I had eyes on the VWAP retracement into Google. It got into that 163 and a fifth, and now it's all the way back down into 160, or was 162.50. But everything else has been very kind of sideways a little bit. You know, there hasn't been a whole lot of intraday volatility. You've got a couple of outlying events midday over here, but other than that, it's just been tough sailing for the large caps during the midday, Joe. So here we go again with BABA into the 30s, being met with some selling here at the 20s. I mean, let's see. I've moved down my order to take out some profits, but it looks like the seller is also moving down, preventing me from getting printed. So that is the look there. We're going to have to pack our patience. Not a whole lot to talk about here. Here we go. Could we get the print finally? Are we going to get the print, Joe?
Let's go.
I don't know if we'll get the print.
I think you're getting it.
All right. Hey, there we go. All right, now we're 15 pennies in the money. Let's go break above 40. Let's go, Baba.
Let's go. Locking in those gains.
I used to be a trader up on the, I don't know if did you ever meet Ian?
I never knew Ian, no.
He's been here a couple of times. He used to do the show a little bit, like every now and again when someone needed filling in. And like, obviously we're yapping for 3 hours. Yeah. So not everything that comes out of our mouth is going to be perfect, okay?
No, ever.
So yeah, ever. So he slipped up one time and called this Baba. instead of Baba. And it's just kind of stuck, right? Yeah, so I've been calling it Baba since that time. Look, guys, what I'm going to do here on Baba is I'm going to put an order for another beak wetter on the north side of 40. So this all presupposes that we break resistance. I'm putting it at 45. Come what may, Joe. Hopefully we'll get something there. 35's printing here. Milky Way not feeling NVIDIA, but Streamlabs does not like your language, Milky Way. Doesn't like that at all. It gets very upset. Streamlabs obviously is not a human being. Let's calm down. Strobe V, implied volatility, hence premiums go up leading into earnings as well. That's actually true, right? Because implied volatility has a lot to do with the implied move as well.
Absolutely, the expected move. Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, to go on to conclude our options talk for the day, considering that we're talking about expected moves and everything, we are going to conclude our options segment for today. Hey. So from previous sessions, we're going to put everything all together. It's all puzzle pieces. We're not going to try to complicate anything, all right? So putting it all together. One, we want to find the stock or index where you like the technical setup and would like to construct a credit spread. Simple. Two, define our technical risk and prep for possible outs if our thesis doesn't play out how we would like. So just like AMD and everything, if everything isn't working how we would like, don't hold any loyalty to the trade. Just get out. That's it. The Greeks. Pull up our weekly options chain and correlate your technicals with our options Greek, selecting the 0.1 delta or less. Or if you feel a little bit more comfortable selling something a little bit higher, then by all means do so. Select our short strike price. Buy a protective option as well. So when we sell a put or a call, we need to buy that protection. We use $5 spreads to kind of maximize the credit we received and minimize our losses, all right? We're gonna set our stop losses at 100%, and then we submit our order and let Theta do the remainder of the work for us. Greek, that's what we want. We are option sellers. Theta is our guy. We love this Greek. And that's what lets us collect that weekly income. So guys, if you have any more questions on credit spreads, bull put spreads, bear call spreads, a combination of anything, we're not gonna get more complicated. Maybe we will on another day, but throw those questions in the chat. And like the whole day, I'm going to be interested. I wanna hear your questions and I'm gonna answer them as best as I can.
Man, we're loving having you on. Guys, there is a white rectangle or whatever, part on the top of the chat there. Click that, type in your question. I can't see it, but the best production team around will know of it and they'll send it to me, and then I'll obviously pass it off to Joe. So use that Q&A option at the top of the chat. Say that again, Ram. Cool. She was gatekeeping them. She doesn't want any of the questions passed that she doesn't like to you, Joe. So, you know, she's gatekeeping.
I trust Ram. I trust Ram on the questions that she's going to send my way.
That's the first mistake. First mistake right here, right there.
So I still trust you, and we will we'll take any questions headed our way.
For sure. We're just teasing Ram. I had a different issue over here. Somebody was asking something. Gorev, I took a long now on Baba. Yeah, man, I'm still long Baba. We're about 16 pennies in the money, something like that. Seeing a hammer on the 10-minute. Yes, my man, and I like the hammer through 104. It dipped into 104. I think that was a specialist breakdown to push people with stops very close to that 104 out. That's just my opinion for now. We're making higher lows and higher highs. I think we're curling up here for a 40 break. There is a seller at 35, 36. I won't be convinced otherwise. Every time we ascend into the mid to the high 30s, we're met with a wall of selling. But how long? How long can that seller hold on for? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe he wins, maybe they win, who knows? I'm waiting on the 104.45 area, and that's where I'm waiting for the print there. We'll see what we get. I want to mention that I feel Micron might be curling up here. Okay, so Micron has been obviously a monster. On the day, we got lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. I think we kind of created a base at around 1230. Looks like somebody shut off the sell algo at 1230, because then, Joe, we've been putting in higher lows and higher highs, a bit of an upward channel, kind of that rounded bottom. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette.
Shout out.
Yeah, man. And we're on our way, it looks like here, into the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. That is 109.60. But I think we could probably do a bit better, maybe into that 110 3/4, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Micron, good look, about 14% right now, maybe curling up into the highs. Hard to know because Well, I made the point that the future and these Mag 7 names have been awfully subdued on the day ever since they made a big down move off the bell, not the bell, but 10 o'clock or whatever. It's been very flat. Even though you've got Softy. I mean, John Del Segno, the OG, John Del Segno was saying something about Softy a second ago. Microsoft looking like it's about to go for a jog downtown. You're not wrong, John. It's negative on the day, 0.56, right? Obviously, look, they had an exodus of talent. Let's call a spade a spade. They don't own OpenAI, but they have $10 billion worth, and I don't even know how much they're going to invest in the second round. We've been hearing about Apple wanting to get in this up round for OpenAI now. Amir Muradi's a heavyweight, bro. Some of the people that were leaving as well from OpenAI, their technical talent. Yeah, obviously it's not going to hurt Microsoft directly, but they're relying a lot on it. I don't know how much Copilot is using some of OpenAI stuff, or they have their own kind of concurrent stuff. Katina Man thinking about that one as well. So we're at the low of day right now on Softy. That's just the way it is. Okay, we printed 429.33. We're near the low of day. We're below the 10, the 20. Take your pick. Everything on Softy. Is it the worst performing? No, it's not. 0.61 for Softy. The worst performing Mag 7 name on the day right now is TSLA, down 1.45. But, anybody who's been watching Tesla lately knows what it's been doing. So, yeah, it's okay that we give back a little bit. The rocket ship, a.k.a. the Cybertruck, or SpaceX. Ooh. Or, what is it, Starship? Starship. Taking a bit of a break today. Man, have you seen the size of that gargantuan
You know what?
thing,
I've seen the first one in person, other than at the Sherway Gardens Tesla.
No, I meant Starship.
Oh, the Starship.
It's the biggest thing you've seen. It's like a tower, dude.
Is it? Yeah.
Elon was showing somebody around, I think from like a tech company or something like that, and Elon's standing there, and this thing really does feel like a skyscraper, bro.
Yeah.
It's a monster.
He's got his fingers in everything, Elon. So it's tough to. Yeah. Shout out Fiona though. Thanks for showing the love in the chat. We appreciate it. I'm glad you guys learned something today. That means an absolute a lot. So again, keep throwing your questions in there. Keep showing the love, and it's much appreciated, man. We got
Ram, can you send me some of those questions now? Because it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, we got a lot of great stuff coming up for you guys. A lot of options and stuff. So it's good stuff.
All right, baby. I wanted to remind you guys that you guys have the opportunity to vote. There's so much moving today, whether it's these Chinese ADRs that have been rocket shipping to the high side, or some of the chips that moved on the new headline from Micron yesterday that DRAM is not in, there's no glut of inventory for high bandwidth memory. Get into the chat right now, exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. So much to talk about. How about Mara? How about Baba? How about PDD? What about Micron? What about NVIDIA? Tesla, the Cybertruck? Get into the chat. Have your say every day, or the big kahunas are not going to look at the name that you want to look at, but only the top 5 guys make it on. So persuade your friends in the chat, or your enemies, get them to vote your way and have your name make the list there, baby. So that's a look there. What are you looking at, Joe?
Again, we're looking at AMD. We took a couple stabs at this trade on the break lower. It just wasn't working out how we liked, so we're not going to hold anything. But what I did is I did flip long. If we're not going to fail to break to the downside, well, maybe we go topside. I like the topside move. Maybe we squeeze back towards VWAP and we hold VWAP. But anything moving as we break down, okay, that's great. So, you know what? We're not going to hold on to it. We've been trading IBIT for the whole day. It's been working for us. AMD hasn't been working exactly how we want it to be. We might have missed the big move already, so we're not going to hold on to it. We're going to punch out an IBIT as soon as it breaks this low, and we're not going to chase anymore. We took our stabs at it, 3-4 stabs at the stock, and we're not going to fight the trend anymore.
Joe, we just got a big sell right now on the future. We're breaking down to lows, Joe. So here we go. We're testing the closing day, the closing print from yesterday, 20,190 on the NQ December contract. We are there right now. Okay, so we are at the close. This is break-even territory right now for the future. You got a big move down in Softy. You got a big move down in NVIDIA. So we were waxing poetic about the Mag 7's doing bupkis during this midday show. Well, they just did something, baby, and it is a downside move. Amazon on the way down. Tesla, NVIDIA, Google was already on the way down. It was already at lows. Microsoft, Meta, all on the way down. The only one not at lows is the dead one, Apple. It is a skosh below the volume-weighted average price, probably because it's been selling off already, below 227 right now. But it also went down. Let's call a spade a spade. We're putting in lower lows. Lower highs. We don't necessarily, though, have lower lows, Joe. We seem to have bottomed out kind of at the same area that we bottomed out at 1130. So we'll have to see if that area holds up. But yeah, everything right now in Future World, Mag 7 World, on the way down. And that's caused my BABA position to also go down, despite the fact that it had been consolidating to no end. The market doesn't just affect these Chinese ADRs, baby. The market in general is going to include, doesn't just affect the Mag 7. It includes these Chinese ADRs as well, because we got a bit of a sell there on BABA, buddy.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, so we're still looking at AMD as the market starts to sell a little bit. AMD's still holding these levels, so we're not going to fight this. We got IBIT pulling in a little bit as well, so we're not going to. We're out of that position. We're out of that third trade. I'll pull it up here. We took some off and then we got stopped out break even, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine, because if it does the same thing again, I'm going to look to join the trend again. It's breaking out. Let's join the breakout. Let's participate.'re not going to anticipate, right? We're going to have a good time. We're going to join the trend. We're not going to fight such a volatile asset either. So we're holding. We're going to see if we can get another position here on IBIT, and then we're going to take it from there. We got the market selling. It's not wanting to make any new lows, so it's holding this 486 level on the Qs, which is absolutely fine. Does it bounce, or do we get some volume influx around 2 o'clock or so, and then we take another leg to the downside? We don't know. But until then, all we can do is just pack our patience, as Sharif says. We just sit on our hands and wait. Sometimes no position is the best position, so we're going to keep it at that. We're going to look at some stocks. We're going to see what is potentially setting up, and we take it from there. We hold this 37.22 level again, then, hey, maybe we punch another long and we continue to the top side. We don't know. We might have a potential topping signal here on IBIT. This volume signature isn't completely isolated, but it's standing out above the rest. So can this potentially be a topping signal? Absolutely, and we pull back a little bit. The asset has been totally strong for the whole day, so I'm not going to speculate against it. I'm going to think there's going to be some continuation within the trends. So with that continuation, we join it, brother. We join it.
Crap. All right, here we go. Sorry.
No, it's all right. No. I was just saying we're out of this IBIT position. We're not fighting the trend on AMD. We're going to hold it. If it continues to hold these levels, we're going to join. So we're not going to fight anything, brother.
All right. Okay, here we go. BABA at 104s. Here we go again with this one. Do we add here? I'm going to add. Why isn't it letting me add? Oh, come on, bro. Now it's getting away from my level, brah. All right. Well, I'm going to wait for it to come back down. Then that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to wait there, and we're going to put in the last beak wetter as well at the same place that I had before, because it just got taken out. That sucks. I really wanted to add out 104. I was actually going to add 103.98. I don't know why it didn't let me in. Now it's 20 pennies higher, and that's just how it is, bro. So
that's how it goes sometimes. If you guys are in the chat, just let me know what you guys. Let me and Sharif know what you guys are looking at. So throw whatever ticker you're looking at the chat, or you want us to drop some knowledge on there, some TA on that stock.
Hey.
Other than that, throw those options questions too. I love answering the options questions. So
I got some questions.
We got some questions. Perfect. Let's go through them.
Book. Do you recommend a certain book? Give me an options book.
Yep.
And then give me a TA book.
Okay.
And throw me one psychological book.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that's great. Yeah. I love it. I love that.
Go.
So we have Trading in the Zone. Mark Douglas, banger. Absolutely great psychology book. We love that one. TA standpoint. Hey, the 4 Dummies series is absolutely great. They're almost textbooks. They're textbooks, right? So they're great. They go through so many different styles of indicators, how price action works, and everything like that. Also, Japanese candlestick patterns for dummies. That's a little bit more complex, but we love that one. And it's a little repetitive, but it shows you how things go. And Sharif, I want everybody to know this one book. It's called Volume Price Analysis by Anna Cooling. That is an absolute must read. An absolute must read for TA, especially when you're correlating price with volume. Now, options, we have multiple books that we can read. Okay. Again, go for the 4 Dummies series. For Dummies is great. They are textbooks. I have read countless For Dummies books. We went through the Freeman Publications ones that we talked about last week. They have multiple books that I've read. We have the option strategies for beginners and the options wheel. You combine that with the For Dummies and you have those 3 books, as well as watch endless YouTube University,
Nice.
then hey, you're going to know a lot about options. Run through the chain, pull up chains, and just execute things from a paper standpoint until you get comfortable. But those books, we got Psychology, we got Trading in the Zone, TA, we got Volume Price Analysis by Anna Cooling, and for options, we got Freeman Publications and For Dummies.
Love it, man. I had to pull up who this Anna Cooling individual. She is CMT?
I have no idea what she is, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I'm just pulled it up over here. Gonna have a look at this. Thank you, Joe, because I haven't actually heard about her.
That's a great book. It's honestly one of my favorite books. It shows the correlation between price and volume, and what a genuine move is, and what a volume price anomaly is, right? So it's really, really good. So maybe one day we'll touch on that. I know Sharif touched on the correlation of volume and price, so that's another great read right there.
That's fantastic stuff, man. Appreciate that recommendation. Guys, tag me in the chat if you want my man Joe to answer any of your options, questions, or even throw some TA in there if you'd like. My man, he can do it all. So throw it in. Tag me, though, so that I'm able to see it. Rogelio Concepcion, a bit of a cheeky question here. Are you related to Blake Griffin? I'm sure you get that all the time.
No, I never got that all the time. No. Unfortunately, I'm not related to Blake Griffin. Totally not related to Blake.
You're going to have to get used to that here, man, because they're going to...
That's all right. We like that one.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
I'll take it.
There you go. Great hook, great book. She gives another spin-off of Wyckoff, Accumulation Distribution, says Chris. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Dow theory as well, apparently, is being discussed, and they're all important stuff, man.
We like the Wyckoff. I know you're always talking about the Wyckoff method, so we like the Wyckoff methodology and stuff.
Stop. You're going to get trolled here, especially with them.
We love it.
They will troll you.
Throw them out there. Hey, that's a compliment in my eyes. If I look like Blake Griffin, maybe he can share some of his contract money that he got. We'll take some of that over there.
Can you jam like him, though? He can
no, I can't jam like him, unfortunately. So if he's got a couple millions to spare, feel free to donate over here.
Guys, we are certainly, there is a seller of note, Ram, at 36 here on Baba. Every single time we have ascended to 36, I want to say in the past 40 minutes, we have rejected. Okay, despite putting in higher lows, we've been coming in at 35. Watch this. No size at 35. No size at 36. Obviously an iceberg every single time we ascend it here, because I've been waiting at 45, so I've been watching this like a hawk. And here we go. 36s. Let's see if we can get 37s. I bet you we don't get 37s over here, and we don't, because it keeps rejecting at 36. So I have a choice. I can take it out here. What's my average price right now? Because the thing doesn't show. My average price is 14s right now. So we're like 20 pennies in the money, but that ain't the move. The move is to get the break through the top, Ram, at that 104.40. The problem is there's a seller at 35 and 36 that we can't seem to shake.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's great, Sharif. Again, we're going to touch back on AMD here and why we got out of our short. Look, we failed to break the bottoms here. And sure enough, it held, and any Kindle under this market can set a fire, a blaze. And as we go, we're squeezing. You can see the orders smashing the ask, totally gaining strength. We're squeezing here. We failed to break, so now we're going higher. That's why we don't fight. So imagine I was still holding on to my short position. I would now be in panic mode. I would be, I'm going to take a way larger loss than I ever would want to. So that's why we get out of the position. We do not want to hold on to these losers, or if something doesn't work immediately, then we get out. Now listen, I know I punched long again, right? I punched long, I flipped my bias because we failed to break. And I punched out again because the market started to sell. It's now moving. That's part of the game. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. And the more comfortable you get with that, the more longevity I think you're going to have in this business.
All right, Joe, I took it out at 36s because I didn't want to keep waiting. I still have a piece for the dream.
You still in the background. Yeah, fade in, play Griffin.
Right. Here we go. Now we get 37s as I took it. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, universe.
Come
on, universe. No, universe. All right, so I took out the bigger piece, and there it goes. We're still holding a piece, guys, of BABA, but it's not as big. We're long 104.10s. We're printing 45s. Look, if we took this level out, I want to see, number one, does the seller reset a little bit higher, or have we moved them out of the way completely? Number two, what do we do at that $0.50? Because I got to tell you, I'm thinking about adding into this position again now that I paper-handed the trade. We're curling up. This looks like a rounded bottom to me, man. We come in, we hold a key area of technical resistance at that 104. I won't be convinced otherwise, right, about that 104 formerly resistance, now support. The only question that I have really to myself is, do we get that continuity through the $0.50? I don't think we're going to have to wait that long. We are knocking the door of the $0.50 at 47s. Let's see if we can continue to go up. You're not going to see any sell orders come from me here because, in fact, I'm going to be looking to add. Okay, so if we break through that 50 dang penny area, I'm so disappointed in myself for having taken it out at 35 there. That's a mistake. I ran out of patience. That's really what I did. That's only reason. Here we go. There goes 50. Does it move up on the bid? Is the bid moving up, Joe? No, not quite yet. So we got it on the ask, but the bid still a little bit below that 50 penny area. I'm going to pack my patience here. BABA. It likes 2 trillion in stimmy money, baby. Just ask any of these Chinese ADRs. They're loving that stimmy money.
Love the stimmy.
Say it again.
I have something to say to chat.
You have something to say in the chat?
Yes, sir. No,
Okay.
to the stream.
To the chat. Okay, go ahead.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Remember to like and subscribe,
That's
says
a
the
big one.
Chilean
That's a big
nightmare.
one. That's a big one.
But you know what I got? I got something for that.
What's that, brother?
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Pretty fool.
That is my favorite one right there because, he's like, 18, baby,
Mr.
18.
T.
Joe, we blew through that $0.50. Now we're nicely
buzzing.
in the money here, knocking on the door of 60 pennies right now on BABA. It's a good look, guys. Did you get anything out of today's lesson? Because I certainly did. I suck at options. If it was worth anything to you, if Joe dropping hot lines about the options was worth anything to you, it would mean a lot to the channel if you hit the like, if you hit the subscribe. You got something, give something back. We'd love you for it. Thank you. You guys are the best viewers ever, man.
Beautiful,
and that, just like that, Joe, we're taking that out, baby. BABA. Liking this trade, man. Happy with this.
Beautiful move on Baba there, Sharif. Again, just to touch on some books. This is the book right here. We love this book. It's a great must read here. So go out, get that book. It's absolutely fantastic. We are squeezing it here on the market. Sharif's printing up a storm. As his iconic line is, he's printing cash. So we don't know what we're gonna do with it all after. We don't know. It's almost Friday. Any big plans for the weekend, actually?
What am I doing? I got a boys sesh Saturday morning.
Right on.
We're doing a Humber Beach run. So pumped about that because we alternate Woodbine, Humber, Woodbine, Humber.
Beautiful.
And then my aunt's got a place up north now. We're kind of using that. We're inviting ourselves to her place.
Oh yeah, that's great. hey, it's your aunt, and you just show up.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You just show up.
Cousins,
that's
you know what I mean?
It's cousins.
How about
aunts,
yourself, my man?
That's it. Nothing crazy. You know how it is, man. We're just gonna hit the gym, relax.
Love that.
Go do some TA. Do nothing crazy. Take it easy.
What do you got in
and
this?
that's it.
What are you sessioning today?
Gains.
Today, I don't know what I'm going to hit today, Sharif. It's kind
Upper
of a
body,
free
baby.
room. Today we're going to upper body. We hit legs on Tuesday.
Nice.
So we're going to take a little break. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I have a puck drop tonight. Hockey, 9:30. Penalty 6. Shout out the boys. We got a big hockey game tonight. We're 0-2, just like the Leafs, unfortunately. But hey, we're going to get that big W tonight. And so shout out to the boys on P6.
Be there or be square, says a Chilean nightmare. Love it, man. My man's a hockey guy, and he made that very clear. He made that very clear because we started talking some footy, and then, he had to caveat that one.
Yeah,
so shout out to Joe, man. We're absolutely loving having you on today, bro.
Beautiful.
Guys, duo. I was waxing poetic to use an Adara term about this one, and this one, gnarly double top. Look at that. Look at that double top, and there's the neckline break.
Beauty.
Now we are below the volume weighted average price. So here's what I would do. You could punch in short here. I would give myself, if I was to get in short, I would give myself to $1.25 to take advantage of this consolidation area top. There was clearly a seller at around $1.25 preventing this from ascending back above and going to $1.33. So if you get in short here, I put in $1.25 short. Or I would wait until it came back and tested or retested, excuse me, the volume weighted average price. Right now, it's showing up on my chart at $1.11. It makes a difference with these dollar stocks if you get in $1.11, $1.06, because we're not moving hundreds of dollars here. We're not moving dollars. We're moving pennies.
That's it. That's it.
So that's the look there. Now, keep in mind that you're shorting. If you're going to get short DUO, you are getting short a stock that is up 114% on the day, which also has, by the way, a short float of 15.47% and has a very small float. It's not the smallest I've ever seen, of 6.42 million. Why is that relevant? Because the smaller the float, the more parabolic it can become. And the higher the short float, again, it adds more volatility to it, especially to the high side and the down. It doesn't really make a difference. So keep that in mind if you do want to short DUO. I don't typically short these small cap gappers just for exactly that reason. But, it's setting up with a double top, the breach of VWAP, the break of the neckline, yada, 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 yada. So that's my look on that. MARA, I want to mention too, guys, Mars been a dang rocket ship on the day, and here it comes. Here it comes into that 1542, and it's also got VWAP here now. So now we have this consolidation area round the top, off which we rejected initially. That's at around 1740, 1745. But it was a standalone. Now it's being supported by the volume weighted average price being essentially at that 40 penny area. I want to see what more it does. I'm not going to have a resting order there, Joe, but I'm gonna watch.
You're gonna watch. You're gonna keep your eyes on it, just like I got my eyes here on AMD. Breaking my heart. Unfortunately, we're going to the top side, and that's okay. Because you know what? There's, as Obi says, everybody loves Obi. What's the next trade, right? So what is the next trade? We're going to be looking for the next trade. We got IBIT, our beautiful stock on the day, coming into the downside as well too. The market kind of holding these levels, so we might just chop around a little bit. We'll see what 2 o'clock brings. Maybe some volume steps in or something happens. Some catalyst, some bomb may drop, and we might get that volume influx that we really like in the 2 o'clock hour.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fabian is just trolling me right now. Shout out to Fabian, man. Ram. Fabian, can we show them that camera? There it is. Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Where is she? I love how she's leaping. She goes and hides behind Fabian. Fabian, can you talk to the chat through that microphone?
Yes, sir. What's
How
up?
come I can't hear you? Oh, because then you talking to the chat, you're not talking to my ear.
You got a special line, that's why.
So then I can't hear when you talk into the chat. That's kind of...
You can now. How about
now? I
now?
can
There
now,
we
but
go.
now the chat can't hear you,
No,
right?
they can still hear
Oh,
me.
they can hear you. Oh, amazing. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, man. Absolutely killing it on the ones and twos, baby. Fabian. We have another production guy, too, that I don't know if the viewers know too much about him. He's back there. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't feel me there. I thought you had your headphones on. That's Andre. We haven't talked about him too much, but you'll be seeing a lot more of him. There he is, baby. Andre, the new production guy, killing it, man. Work ethic like no other. Trust me. Always here, like right in the morning. So shout out to Andre, man, killing it. What are we doing here, Yuri's voting for Mara. I love it. I forgot to tell you guys one more time. You guys got 12 minutes to vote every day. Make sure you're entering it the right way, though. I see you guys are not putting in the right prompt. It's join. It's exclamation point. Join. Space, $, and the ticker of your choice. If you want to know what the Chinese ADRs are up to, if you want to know what the chips are up to, what the Mag 7, or even the Future, and how the big kahunas would have traded it, get into the chat right now and have your say every day. Joe and I are going to be on for another 20 minutes, and we'll definitely want you back on, Joe.
Absolutely. Anytime. It's an honor. So, we got any options questions there? But
Ram, throw me some of those options questions, because I'm not able to answer You did, my bad.
We got more.
I screwed up, Joe. I screwed up.
That's all right. But first, we got Sebastian, shout out. Uzi Options, big shout out. And there was another guy. Sorry, I just missed him. But a big shout out to you as well, too. Thanks for showing the love, guys. Means a lot. Love talking options with you guys. It's a great time. We got a lot more option stuff, so we're looking forward to that.
Joe, what are your thoughts on the wheel strategy, the one that we watched?
Oh, yeah. So Sharif and I were at the Money Show the other weekend. We had a great time there, and we had a presenter on the options wheel. I think the options wheel is a great strategy. Again, with that one, you're going to need a little bit more capital to run, but the options strategy from a perspective is really good. It's a really good strategy. It's really efficient. There's meaning behind it, and it can work continuously. Absolutely.
Do you use options flow or level 2?
Oh, I don't. So see, options flow, what I do is on my IBKR. So level 2, I don't have access to on that. Another trading platform absolutely has access to that, but from the IBKR app, we don't.
Okay, let's keep going on this. Okay, so when do you buy the option, which day is better? So you go a week out, but you've made the point clear that on Thursday or Friday, you will get into a position that expires the Friday after.
Absolutely. So I like this question a lot. So I will set orders out on the weekend. If they get filled or not come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's fine. That's okay. Because sometimes I'll put an order out and it won't get filled till Tuesday or Wednesday. This is fantastic, Sharif. You know why? Because that is 2 less days that I'm holding onto a position that I would have held onto for a week, but I'm still collecting the exact same amount of money.
Bang.
So 2 days less in the market. We get filled on a Wednesday. Wayner and I were talking about it. It expires Friday. That's 3 days in the market. That's less exposure for me, and that works.
Fantastic, man. All right, I think you kind of touched upon this, but viewers are always coming in and out, so sometimes they don't hear. How much does the delta affect your decisions?
Oh, it has an absolute massive impact. It is my key metric on how I select it, whether the contract or whether the trade is even worth putting on. So when I look at my delta metric, it is the first thing I look at the options chain. When I'm combining my technical analysis support and resistance levels, I pull up my options chain, and before even looking at the strike prices, I look at the deltas.
I love it. So you mentioned delta there. Is it delta or theta that you focus more on?
So to open the trade, delta.
Okay.
Theta we just let work for us, right? Because it's time decay. So as time passes, it's working for us. It's as we're sleeping, theta's chewing up the value of the contract, so we're making money in our sleep.
Okay. Ghost D. Do you sell put? Please explain. So I think you made this point, but just one more time because it's new for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So do I sell puts was the question?
Yes.
Absolutely. So if you have any familiarity with options, a put is a bearish entity, right? But I use it in a bullish case, a bull put spread. And that is my favorite position to put on because I'm now going into strength with the overall market. We all know the market all goes up over time. So if I can continuously collect premium selling puts, putting me in a bullish trade via a bearish entity, I will continuously do that.
All right, now we got a real live example, Joe. Havana Woody. Shout out to my man Havana. He's one of the OGs in the chat.
Okay, shout out.
What are your thoughts, Joe, on selling covered calls on Donald John Trump shares I own for the November 15th expiry? The premiums seem very high. Do we need TA or do we have to look at the
let me pull up DJT here. So if you're selling covered calls, that means you're already in a long position.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yes.
So again, absolutely. If you want to gain some extra passive income, maybe potentially buy more shares, sell the covered calls. Sell them far out the money so you don't get assigned, especially if you want to hold on to the stock. So if you want to get assigned, you're going to come closer to at the money, right? And then eventually you will get assigned, but then you'll have to give your shares away. If you just want to collect premium while owning the shares, sell those covered calls far out the money.
Love it, man. All right, and last one over here. Joe, should we buy leap options instead of spreads if we want to go long on the underlying instead of buying the stock for better buying margin?
I absolutely love that question. That is a fantastic question. I love leaps. Leaps are great. So spread, when you create a spread, so I like this question because when you create a bull put spread, a bull call spread, opposite of what we're talking about, you're capping your profits. So when you buy a leap, they're a little bit more expensive, but your profit limit is essentially infinite. So that's why we like leaps, right? So if you don't say you don't have the capital to buy 100 shares of Apple or something like that, then you can buy a leap expiring 2 years out, and say you spend a couple grand on it, opposed to 20 grand on the 100 shares, you can spend a couple grand on the leap on Apple and still have access to those 100 shares.
Man, you're getting a lot of love here. Tara, please, more of these new faces. They are so good and explain so well. Bravo, says Tara. Then you got love from one of the OGs, Juan Alejandro Castillo. I understand nothing, yet I really enjoy this guy talking. So even, bro, your voice is soothing.
Hey, man, hey, we want you to understand some stuff, but if you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. That's what we want.
Absolutely. I said that one just for, you know what, and giggles.
Yeah, just have fun.
Mark Knight, member for 25 months. Shout out to you, Mark. I'd like to wish happy anniversary to my wife, Marie. 3 years of happiness together. Love you more than anything. And yes, baby, we're Long Baba. Yes, my man. We were Long Baba with you earlier. Mark Knight, the OG. Thank you again, Mark, for 25 months of being a member. And certainly happy anniversary to you and your lovely wife. Marie, I hope you guys have a lifetime of happiness. Shout out to you guys on that one. Do appreciate the comment there, guys. It looks like maybe here, I don't know, Joe, something afoot in these markets. Maybe the winds of change coming here because we're breaking through some of these moving averages. You're seeing the likes of the Fuge above the 10 and the 20. Your Meta is now approaching the 20. These are anemic bounces, to be quite honest with you. There's really no direction so far. Apple seems to be above the volume weighted average price. Is there any other one that's above VWAP? No, Apple is alone in that regard. So even though it's only up 0.43, highly consolidative on the day, ranging at that volume weighted average price. There was a gnarly double bottom at 226.70 that, you know, not a level I charted personally, but ex post facto, after the fact, you can kind of see that little bit of a double bottom there. But yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot, I guess, in these Mag 7 days. Maybe there was, I just didn't cover them. Goggles, I should mention as well, GOOGL. Interesting look here as well, kind of the same area of support that it bounced off last time. There's the 1120 candle that found support at 162 and a third. We get right back into that level at 125. We do breach it. We do print a low of day, but it's very, very small move below the previous low, 162.28. And now we're moving into the 50 exponential, sorry, the 10 exponential, excuse me, on the 5. Let's see if Google wants to double bottom here and move up. But yeah, man, I got to tell you, so I use these LLMs a lot for like so many different things. Gemini is done.
Yeah?
I am no longer using it.
You're not.
No, bro. No,
you're done with
it
them?
disappoints me
See you
every
later.
day.
So you're just gonna stick to Bing, I guess?
The thing is, I'm using ChatGPT now. But I was watching CNBC this morning, and one guy who always gives Elon a hard time was actually talking about Grok being really good.
Grok, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so I want to give that a shot.
Hey, so we got these large language models everywhere. They're popping up left, right, and center. So one's going to show up on top.
Yes,
absolutely. One's going to come out on top, absolutely. So we're looking forward to that. We're just in the beginner phase of this stuff. It's like the iPhone 3 almost. We're not even a flip phone, a keyboard phone or something like that. So we're just in the beginning of this. So that's it, yeah. And just a shout out to a couple guys in the chat. Rogello, thanks. I appreciate it. Some great stuff, great feedback. Showing the love, you guys. Everybody's showing the love. And there's a couple other names in there. Miguel Lopez, appreciate it. Everything. Thanks for the love. Much appreciated.
Like, I'll go into Gemini and it'll be like an article with a political figure in it. Just anybody, Joe, anybody. It's like, even if the article is not about that figure, it won't review it. It'll be like, no, I'm just an LLM. I can't provide you a comment on political figures. I'm not asking you to provide a comment. I'm asking you to review the damn article. That's one. Two, if the article is too long, Joe, it gets mad. It gets upset. It's like, no, I'm an LLM. I can't help you with this long article. I don't understand. You throw that into ChatGPT, it's done in 2 seconds.
It's done.
So it's like, what are you doing over here, right? So I'm disappointed with Gemini. I got to be honest with you. And so we'll see how that all works out. And we all talking about this in the beginning of the year too. Do LLMs fundamentally change search?
Absolutely. Well, like,
Right?
if you, anything, any question, I need a script of this. It's crazy. When I first discovered this stuff, it was like I would type anything into it and it would give me an answer that I was looking for. And I'm like, there's no way. I didn't know this existed. We didn't have this when we were significantly younger. So this is groundbreaking innovation here. This is the new. We've now left the car phone and we're going to something extremely different. This is great. This is great stuff, and it's just the beginning, as I said before.
I don't know how to even respond to this. Is Joe single? I want him as a stepdad. You're hilarious, man. Viva Jurgen, you made me chuckle there. But what's going on over there, Viva? Come on, get it together, Viva.
Yeah, sorry. Shout out to my girlfriend. She's probably watching right now, so she might not like that one even.
All right, John Del Segno, huge spot for SMCI, probably in turn the Qs. It's going to test that double top at the bottom. Let's bring it in an SMCI chart here and look at what John Del Segno is dropping hot lines about. Okay, I see what you're dropping hot lines about, John. We're rounded bottom. So this is certainly rounding over here. We're putting in sequentially higher lows. Excuse me. And higher highs. We're now above the 10 and the 20. And now look where the 10 is pointing. Look where the 20 is pointing. They're pointing up. So it's not the biggest thing in the world, and you shouldn't rely entirely on it. But hey, OB loves the mean reversion trade. The mean reversion trade doesn't work one way. It's not only when things pop, you reverse. No, when things sell off, they can move back up as well. The mean reversion is what it is. You're reverting back to the mean. So let's see if this one can go, man. I want to see what it does. Number one at 400. Number two, I want to see what it does at 415, where the volume weighted average price is. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, John. I'm pretty sure some of the traders would like to have notice of that. Ian Respeto, my man, $10 super chat. We're going to drop the money there. Hey, Joe, what's the best way to start learning options if you have never done before and have no knowledge of how they work? Any resources or videos you have yourself? Thanks. First of all, watch a show when Joe's on, but second of all, Joe's going to give you some info.
Yeah, that's such a great question. You got to start somewhere with everything. You got to start somewhere. So my suggestion is to you, start with YouTube. Go type in option strategy, basic option strategy on YouTube. That's why we call it YouTube University, because you can learn so much from it. You type in something in the search and you're going to find it. Once you've dabbled into the basics on YouTube with your search and you kind of get more familiar with options, then you can start going into the books that we discussed earlier. So keep working, keep moving forward. It'll come. They may seem complicated at first, but as I stated before, the more you try something, the more you do something, the more comfortable you're going to get with it. So once you start there, you got to start somewhere, and then eventually you just build and build and build from that. So yeah, shout out Richie, thank you. Wow. Yeah, all the love. Shout out all the love in the chat. And again, guys, keep throwing me your questions in the chat. If you have any options questions, please keep sending them my way, and I'm going to answer as many as we can. We don't have much time left here on the show, but the more you send out for me, I'm going to look into them. And thanks, Rick. I am no options king, but I do enjoy options. So shout out to you, Rick, for that. Thanks for showing the love. Ricky Kwan, thank you. Thank you, Ruben. We like it. Okay, you're throwing out me some tickers. Join Costco is a great stock. We like Costco. If you're going to own Costco, it's best for the long term, right? We like Costco. The thing is an absolutely outstanding stock. If you look at the daily perspective, let me pull up a daily on Costco. The thing is just cash, right? So we like Costco for the long run. Maybe buy it, don't trade it intraday. So we'll keep it from that perspective. But Costco is great. Get your shares of Costco. If they split, that would be fantastic, because I would personally like to own some Costco myself for the long term. So just like Nvidia, they split. If Costco, and Walmart split too, so not too long ago. So Walmart, Costco, those are great retail stocks, though.
Fabian was just asking me right now, is there any way to paper trade options? I know for certain there is, because IBKR allows you to, but obviously other platforms allow you to as well.
I'm sure they do, but yes, to add on to that, IBKR. If you just get familiar, if you're going to trade on something, see if that platform has paper trading itself, so that when you go to execute live, you're not making silly mistakes, like costly errors and stuff like that. There will be some growing pains. Absolutely, it comes with everything.
Right.
But get familiar with trading paper with the same account or brokerage that you're going to trade live with.
Love it, man. Ruben, thank you for the super chat, my man. $4.99. Not seeing an attached message. Ruben, if you want to tag me or Joe with any message, be happy to answer it or shout you out, whatever the situation is. Pathek, Sharif, Joe, please ask Joe an important question. Does hammer candle on SPY 15, 30, or the 45-minute chart mean reversal for sure? I'm in puts for SPY 171. Thoughts or hold? Well, I don't know if anything's for sure. I'm going to let Joe answer for himself. But
no, nothing. Unfortunately, nothing's for sure in this game, because if it was, we would be disgustingly rich. So, no, nothing is for sure. But the more sample size that you gather, the more conviction you'll have in the trade, and you'll notice the little nuances within price. So when you notice those things, that gives you more conviction on whether that type of style of trading is going to work.
Fantastic. Look at this. Italian honeybees. Joseph, the Oracle of Options. Thanks. Not the Oracle of Omaha.
No.
The Oracle of Options, baby.
Right,
I love it.
All right, we'll take it.
There goes Baba, ladies and gentlemen, through that 104.80 top. This has been a resistance level on the day. Look over here before we broke it. There was certainly a shelf at 80. We just took it out after consolidating to no end. I was watching this as it was forming. Great move today for Baba. I don't want to say it's predictable, but it did give you, look, this is not an area that I would have charted, okay, because it didn't have anything to do with the moving averages, but it was very predictable in the sense that that 104 level that was very obvious there. You had the IB high into 104. You had an attempt at 10.15 into 104, and it rejected. Once you took 104, you used 104 as support. This is a great technical analysis, support and resistance setup. I don't want to say it's predictable, but this gave you a long time to make your decision. Like this 104 touch started at 12:40 in the afternoon, and we got off the schneid at 120. So you had plenty of opportunities to add, scalp, even play the range before waiting for the breakout like I did there through that 104.40, and then it continued to give you, it did another little range right there, right? From 104.80 to the downside to 104.60, so the range tightened up, but we were higher, and there it goes now. I mean, it's printing local highs, wanting to break 105, BA, really strong on the day. It's not the only Chinese ADR, obviously, that's strong. Just to give you an, say it again, Katina Man? The Katina Man is displeased with Alibaba at the moment. But PDD, guys, 14%. JD.com, 14 in the fifth. XPEV, oh my goodness, 11 in the third, Joe. Billy just won't stop. Billy's at, is this day high? No, there's no way this is a day high. BILI. No way. No, close. About 40 pennies or so. Billy's up 16 and a fifth. You got some other stuff. KWeb, the ETF, obviously 11 and a third, Joe. And the FXI, 7.85, which is another Chinese ADR ATF. But the ADRs are in play, man.
They're in play. So yeah, they're really in play right now. We got the rate cuts from the Chinese government, so we're buzzing. We're almost out of time here, but we got one more question. What are your thoughts for PDD swings at this level? See, the incredible Mr. Lib, I will not be buying it up here. Wait for it to come back a little bit, and then maybe you'll get a little bit better of an entry. But again, with the Chinese government stimulating the economy, who knows how higher these things can go, right? They've been battered, they've been beaten for the past couple of years. So again, wait for it to pull in a little bit, and then maybe you can enter a trade there.
Yeah, and let's put this in context, man. Charlie Munger obviously is no longer with us, but they were buying this at 250, at 225, guys. I mean, big money was buying it at that level. We're at 105, so we still got some ways to go. You know what I mean?
Like we were just coming off the bottoms there, so there's a lot of room to recover there. Absolutely.
Mashworth wants us to talk about NVIDIA. Absolutely, we shall take you up on that. Obviously, the big kahunas are going to be on in exactly 2 minutes. Likely, NVIDIA is going to be on the rundown if history is any guide. But look, man, NVIDIA is lower lows, lower highs on the day. It's been very strong strong lately. Let's be realistic. It's only down 0.25% today. It's been, I don't know what the percentage up on the week is, but it's obviously green, okay? So let's give it a breather today. We got really good headlines out of Micron, SK Hynix as well. Apparently was up big on the Korean markets as well. And the reason that Micron was affecting, microchips in general is because demand for these advanced AI GPUs requires high bandwidth memory to make the entire server. So, demand for one basically translates into demand for other, not so cut and dry, obviously, but that's a very basic definition or explanation of it. So obviously that had a very good influence today on the semis. And as you can see, nary a red name, obviously SMCI red for its own reasons today because the Department of Justice looking at investigating them for fraudulent accounting practices. That is after, guys, the Hindenburg hit piece that we got last month. SMCI sold off aggressively on that. Obviously got bought back up, but nowhere near where it was before. This thing was about $1,400, I forget. People were asking in the chat, does this latest down move affect the split upcoming? I don't know. I don't know if they can backtrack on it. I don't know what the rules are with respect to that, and I don't know how much it's going to affect it. It's still $400 stock, so it can still split.
It's still split. It's still split. Well, it was $1,000 not too long ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah. So it can still split. How much they want to split now, I don't know.
The Katina man says they can still split.
They're still going to split. So they're still going to split. We're running out of time. It's almost 2 o'clock. Action-packed midday show.
I'm going to let you send it off, man.
No, that's your job. But I'll send it off. We got a big hockey game tonight. What a day with Sharif here. He was putting up numbers. Great trades on Baba there. We had a great time and looking forward to talking to you guys again.
It's okay. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining Joe and I. I think Joe absolutely killed it today on the lessons for options. Make sure to join us again because he will be back on. He will be dropping hotlines about options. But for now, we're going to send it over to the right, to the big kahunas.
Oh, you can't. They don't know it's to the right. It could be to the left. You guys wouldn't know. No, it's okay. Fine. You've seen the shot. You guys know we're heading off to the right. The market is up and to the left now, off the bottom. I guess because you're going in that direction. Whatever. You're going back upside, and part of it, as alluded to rightfully by, I like that. Kind of slide over to the chart there. Great look there, Fabian. See, I love this kind of stuff. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So we're bouncing to the upside. As alluded to, SMCI, it's actually slowly grinding higher here. Obviously down 13% on that short seller report and nothing good about it. But it's trying to reclaim 400. 400, and we're going to get to all the names that you guys are interested in. But 400 was right where we halted up. So there was a halt down into 400, like we're 398. There was a halt up into pretty much the exact same price, a reopen, and then it flushed. Or at least it reversed. So same thing, it's going right into that resistance level. So I think the chips are coming to a very interesting price point. I mean, I'm looking right at resistance on AMD. I was actually just in it. I'm looking to jump right back in because if SMCI doesn't hold on to this level to the upside, I feel like this is kind of a rollover zone specifically for the chips. So that's what we're going to be watching here. SMCI right back down to 396. So it looks like it's still finding resistance at that 400 level. That was the story this morning. I mean, look, the market was going up and the chip names were good and the longs were fine. And you guys all saw what happened to SMCI. When that rolled over, there were a few names that were already breaking down, but it didn't matter. If you were strong at that point, you weren't necessarily after that, unless you were in an unrelated space. Like Bitcoin was doing pretty okay, but everything else took it on the chin when SMCI had that big down move. So they're at resistance at 400. If it breaks out from there, I think you can have some nice relief rally longs. But if I see a pop and fade like it did the last 2 times, I think I want to look shorts in some chip names.
All right. Well, we're short rate. I mean, we're going to get the list rocking and rolling here in a minute. Basically, the only positive, I'm positive on Amazon and we're positive on the futures. I mean, we're buying dips. We talked about the levels that it finally was getting to, right? We wanted to be patient. We waited for 20,200. We wrote this level down many times. And today it actually came through. We liked the long when it was there before. We like the dip buy today, the long break, the dip buy. Yesterday we talked about that long break through that level. Somebody had it in the chat and they were like, oh my God, that was so good. And then today, look at this, just so good again. So this is by far the number one P&L name today, but we'll have a red day. I'm just upset because I basically read what we were up yesterday, and I hate giving back a day, but we'll still battle back. Right now we're $1, so there we go. I mean, let's be a little more positive. We're $1 in the money right now with this TQQ trade. A lot of top outs right now at this level, so we've done really well to hold into here. So far so good on this talk. And then NVIDIA right now at the 200 period, just seeing if it wants to break 50. I want to try to play short. We're underneath the market right now. Although NVIDIA, we'll talk about it when we get to it. Not as bad as it looks, really. Just too many fills here. It was really that SMCI cascade of downside moves here where we sort of got all jumbled up there, but we had that long. We've had a couple longs in here as well. Now we're back into the short against the 200 period now with NVIDIA. So, okay, I have a feeling that'll be on the list. So let's go over and talk to
Pretty good shot.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. As you saw, Neil and Sean, they're locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join us during the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Let's start off here with the NQ. Still positive, about 0.5% in the green. The ES lagging behind, most of them here up about 1/4 to 1/3% last time I looked. And the Dow up 2/3. The Russell performing the best on the day as that rotation trade continues to manifest, up about 3/4 of a point. As you can see off the lows there on the NQ. But everybody wants to talk about Micron, guys, because we really, at least personally, I was really surprised by this yesterday. Micron shares trading far higher as they beat the expected Q4 results. Multiple rating agencies giving this the nod and increasing the price target.
Yeah, well, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. No, look, obviously, beat top, bottom, guide good, all that stuff. We gapped up a lot on Micron. And obviously, if you're watching the aftermarket show, which you all should be, especially today, getting Costco earnings, because Costco is going to move around a little bit. Walmart's moving here. It's going to be a fun one with Sean. I believe Danielle Shea is going to be joining, so that's fantastic. Make sure you do that. Everyone enjoying the options talk in the midday. Then you get a little bit more after the bell. But after the bell was fun for Micron. But if you looked at the open, was favoring a dip and rip into 110. It gave you the initial move. And then after that, it just couldn't hold on. And we were talking about this in lesson of the day. Like, some things broke in reverse trend a little bit sooner than when SMCI, like the exact time SMCI was about 10:45, right? So Micron was probably reversing trend 15 minutes before that, but then it was pretty distinct after that fact. So early on was okay. I did try it 2 more times after the first, went 1 for 3, and I'm red on it. I think in the longer term here, if you're just looking at the daily chart, let's try to respect the move. Like, it's still the nice consolidation break. You still held 100. You went essentially from support right into like a double top resistance level. So yeah, some people were taking some profit in there. I'm gonna like this 200 period. Thank you, Randy. Moving average at 105. I think that's gonna be the spot to watch out for in the upcoming days. Let it settle down. Let Micron hold this 105 in the 200 period, and then all of a sudden it can be just as slick a level as Randy's awesome cut. Looking slick.
Hey guys, all right, NVIDIA next here, and interesting headline coming out of Dell Midday. It seems as if robo-taxi event's not the only thing that's taking place on October 10th. Dell posting on X, join us October 10th as we reveal with NVIDIA how AI is reducing OpEx, boosting revenue, and transforming operations. Add that to your calendar in addition to the robo-taxi event. And yeah, shares of NVIDIA were stronger initially, obviously, as the market in general and chips got that buoy yesterday from the Micron earnings.
Hey, Randy's looking at some Magna over here.
What's the random names? Little O Canada action with Magna. No, look, NVIDIA, as we said, and look, it's going to be the same thing as Micron at that time of day. So a little bit before the event
Come up here, though.
of SMCI,
Good break.
there was that 1025 breakdown on NVIDIA, and then you're going to have right in here, like this was the moment when SMCI started to absolutely crumble. So NVIDIA was good early. Like there was no question about it. Like you had 125 as previous resistance into support. It dipped into the pre-market I guess, support level in front of that, 126. It gave you a couple of shots at the long that were good, and then the trend reversed. That was it. I wish I could tell you that I went into the short, and it obviously would have been a good one. We're at some pretty key levels as we speak, but it's underneath that 125, and that's sort of the problem with NVIDIA. You know, you didn't hold on to that breakout. It was a double top yesterday. So anytime you get a failed breakout above previous resistance, and the previous resistance in my book is still resistance, just because you spent like 30 or 40 minutes at the open above or below a certain level, if it gets rejected and then trends away from it, then you got to go right back to the well where 25 is resistance here on NVDA. So I haven't really been back to it here because I was favoring that long, but I'm glad we kind of got away from this one. Much like Micron, I think you got to let this one calm down. You know, we've got that 120 support in there in the longer term, and I still really like down in the teens on NVIDIA. Whoops, keep forgetting it's not split adjusted, but the 15-minute shows it pretty clearly. Like, there was a great consolidation area. If there's ever a bigger drop here in NVIDIA because of this, there was a great consolidation in the 115 to 117. Like, that's a hit it and quit it zone. But I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon. I think we're probably going to hold on to 120 first. 25 is your resistance this afternoon. AMD at VWAP, because we're not going to get to talk about it. That's one I'm also looking at.
Look, let's just call a spade, right? We talk about this all the time. The other day we had everybody in the office green. Today, we have to give a big shout out. It's the man in the red that is the man who is green today. So a big shout out to Sharif. And look, the problem with today is very, very simple. NVIDIA today just did not hold the bids. We talk about this all the time, especially on our floor. And that is that when the momentum changes and doesn't continue through, it's hard to catch. And today, fighting this trend puts, as I said, everybody. Maybe you're still red on green on NVIDIA. But
I stopped trading it.
Right, so. Exactly. So it's this momentum right here that killed the day. So unfortunately, we have over 200 fills on it. It was not great. We're now short. We just took a little bit out here. You know what? The market probably rallies the rest of the day. All we were doing was trying to catch the bottoms here. Unfortunately, eventually it breaks back down below, and that's it. We really tried 125. We lost 125, and that was the end of that one. So. Yeah, that sucks. We'll hold the short now, but it looks like we'll get stopped out here. It's not revenge trading, like I said. We're just giving back what was yesterday. I just feel bad because during the beginning of the day there, we could sense that it wasn't going. Like sure, the SMCI is the canary in the coal mine, fine. Like when that SMCI hit, this is what created this. But NVIDIA wasn't going anyways. You know, the market was not giving. Sure, we had a great trade here, 126 up to 128. That was huge. So we were up great on NVIDIA. Everything was cool until it was. Well, there we go. We're not using big shares now, but we just got stopped out of that short. I'd probably leave it alone. But it was just SMCI. We're going to get to that in a minute, but that's what really turned the market around. It's funny our net's not changing, and the reason why is that the NASDAQ just continues to go higher, so we're still in this trade. I'm going to take a piece out here at 83. There we go, if we can get in, and we do. So, yeah, NVIDIA, the nightmare stock today, putting me red. Without NVIDIA, I'm green, but we're red today. So that is a tale of 2 days. Yesterday, NVIDIA, great, and helping me to get to Greensville today. Without it, we're green and leading, but we have it and we're red and lagging. So, all right, SMCI, let's go talk about it.
On August 27th, Sean, we got that report from Hindenburg, which alleged violations with respect to accounting, specifically fraud. It was based on a former employee by the name of Bob Luong, who filed a lawsuit against SMCI and Charles Liang, who is the CEO, as well as filing as a whistleblower. Today, we got more news. Midday, the Department of Justice was following up on that short report and following up their investigation on the accounting fraud. So we'll have to see here, but this article by the Wall Street Journal says that the investigation is still in the very early stages. But look at this, the market not waiting for an investigation to manifest, they're already selling.
Okay, we'll get to SMCI in a quick little second, but I'm just going to point one thing out. Like, anytime you have somebody in a space that gets a really bad piece of news, and like in this case, whether it's fraud, whether it's exactly what they say in the short seller report and there's accounting issues, just take if there's a related name that ever moves down on that, and then there's any kind of a rebound, it's like that other name should be fine. Like Dell's up 4% here, and I'm not going to pretend, like I actually was short Dell. I mean, I got out of it, but like still, like it's like why? Like, oh, let's join the party because it's going to VWAP or whatever it was. No, but Dell recovers, higher lows, might even break it out if this market goes. I feel like that's sometimes like the lower hanging fruit trade. Like everyone wants to go over to the, like what's the thing that's the sexiest in that moment? Maybe going over and shorting SMCI, but I just look at the price action in Dell, and once that made a bottom on SMCI, let's zoom it out here. You know, once it, or let's even call it this wick in here, that's 1103, right? Or this bottom here at 12. So right in here is the 11 o'clock up move, consolidation break. And if you look at where this thing is at 12, it was actually holding VWAP when it made that bounce. And now you're just going higher. So relative strength, obviously, in that name. I just wanted to point that out because I don't know. Like sometimes it frustrates me that I didn't think of that, and it seems obvious now. But there's 400 on SMCI. So look, we all know what happened when it was tanking. I can tell you, it's like, oh well, why not just short it on the reopen? So when this reopened after the down halt at it was $433 at reopen. Immediately tanked down to about 415 or so. Like I was watching it come back up. I'm like, okay, well, how about the short back into the halt gap price, and then we'll see if it goes the over under 430. It pops over 430, doesn't break out here, and then grab that short. When 430 broke, I was looking at the offer. It's like, is it going to be a short trade? When I saw it start to go back down, the bid was at 425. So it was like a $5 spread in the moment that I'm like, this is where I think you should execute a short. That it's just not a trade that I think was all that great to make, so I didn't pull any triggers on it. But now that it's above 400, I feel like there's a bit of a relief rally coming back in here. As I said, I'm going to be looking at some Dell this afternoon because, you know, hey, lower hanging fruit. I feel like taking this one to the long side just feels a heck of a lot safer than playing with SMCI today. Anybody can do what they want. They're probably still going to split next week. And we'll keep an eye on it because if it screams to the upside, it can drag some stuff with it. But Dell here, triple top, 125 half. I like to support at VWAP. I like to support at 124.50. As long as we keep trending back up, this is the one I'm going to be buying the dips on this afternoon. Not messing with SMCI in that guessing game.
Is Mara the final name on the list here, guys? Mara, position board. So crypto, 65,000 we broke midday there, and that had Mara pumping. I think we got into 18 some odd change on MARA. This is from earlier in the week. McCrary initiating coverage on Mara with an outperform and announcing a price target of 22. It's been doing pretty well this week though, guys.
Well, it's up 10% today.
Oh, we're just going to hate on Tesla? I mean, we have Tesla on the board.
Oh, shoot. You know what?
We didn't even get to SMCI. You just went from NVIDIA to SMCI all the way back. That's all good. We don't need... Oh, we did Tesla?
No, we didn't.
No.
I know we didn't talk about Tesla.
That doesn't matter. We can talk about it right now. All right, so let's just have a quick look at Tesla. Well, we got to give the people what they want.
Yeah,
I mean, they're voting for it, right? So
votes are in.
You know, the votes
we
are
respect the results of an.
You know, it's like what Trump says. He would do another debate, you know, but the voting has already started, so he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to like wipe the floor with Kamala again, you know, of course, and do another debate. She'll just go on Oprah and do her own thing. Okay, Oprah. So 255 rate there for Tesla. Again, like. We're lucky. I feel pretty good. That was $1 there, and then we didn't lose it there. So Tesla's fine for us today. But again, nothing was spared in that SMCI drubbing to the downside. But what it did give you was an opportunity to buy Tesla. And I think as long as we stay above 250, it looks like it's going to be fine for now. There's 250 right here. Dripped into it a couple times over the last couple days, and every time bought up. So it looks like 252, 251 or so on Tesla might be something that we got to give a little more love to. So that's the look there for me on TSLA into 252, 251. So we'll just continue to support Tesla. Again, like the stock, don't love it up here. I think it might be a little overextended. Look where the high was, 262. We talked about this we didn't really talk about it with Randy, but I was mentioning that, hey, once stocks get to support and resistance levels, it has a choice, right? I mean, supports it, resists it, breaks it through. And I mean, right now, it looks like, based on today's action, that 260, 262 might have been the top for Tesla. So we'll just wait to see what's going on with that. But look what's going on with this right now. It's the futures, and it's a nice upside move. We got light there as it touches view up and falls right back in. So day getting a little bit better now as we've made back, again, a decent amount here. But we'll be red for now. We'll see if we can turn that frown upside down. I'm going to get out of one more piece here. We'll put some, we just tried some 01. See, instead of punching out, I try the offer. There we go, give it to me. Ooh. Give it to me again. On a prop floor, if I get filled by offering or bidding a stock, we'll actually get rebates for that. So here at Real Trading anyways, that's the way it works. If you choose the proper gateway, that is a paying gateway, and you, what we call add liquidity. So you post here, like I'm posting out 01. So all it has to do is this for real? All it has to do is go through 01. Like, this is insane. This is a triple levered NASDAQ ETF, and I can't get a penny that I was looking for there, but that's okay. Here we go. I just want to get the fill so I can show you. Here we go. Go through. There it is. So there we go. Finally. So if that was 1,000 shares, you'd get like a whopping $2 for doing that, but you would get paid to do that. So that's something that is important to a lot of us day traders as we negotiate the world of fees.
Which is important.
Which is important when you have over 400 trades today.
And very important for prop traders specifically to worry about fees. And that fill brought to you by, well, not really, but this segment brought to you by Trade the Pool. Hey, great update from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool is built on a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourselves and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about that PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with 20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right. It is that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description below on the video. I'm just going to co-sign on Tesla in the 250 level. I think if it doesn't lose it, then we're okay. If it loses 250, I think we're in some trouble. That's the idea with support and resistance and decision-making levels. Make a decision at that level. And if if it ain't at it, then you don't have to make that call. But are we doing Mara? I don't know.
You can do it. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, that's okay. Sharif's not there, but let's.
He went to go iron his jorts.
You got to. I mean, it's a
They're
very.
a little wrinkled.
It's important. You want to stay clean. Ain't nobody dope as me.
Gotta stay fresh and so clean.
Gotta stay so fresh and so clean. Bitcoin. Okay, so Bitcoin's at 65,000. It's been a pretty good day for, all of crypto in a general sense. Mara in particular with its breakout. Hey, what did I just do there? That's interesting. There we go.
There
how did I make those all thick and thin? Look at that. I can change.
Are we still doing Mara?
Anyways, so breakout on Mara there on the daily. I did have an early break, which was no good. And I think sometimes it wasn't really a break. It was a trend line trying to hold on to the trend. And this was at 65,000. So I tried to get cute with it where you were breaking 65,000. I think you heard me say the exact line was, I'm going to take it where it lies, right? Which was, if we break 65,000, I just want to get into Mara. And then it broke trend. So I got it. I think it was a pretty sloppy entry. If you waited till it made the same move and broke essentially the same level, that's kind of where you usually want to get in. Now you can sort of see that 1740, it made the bigger breakout. So this time I waited for it to get down to that level, bounce, and then go to the upside, which is why I'm in it around the same price, around the same area. But there it is. It bounces off that same place where it failed. So it's that wasn't a horrible place to have made a decision, but it was a curl there. So let it bounce off that level, then take the consolidation higher. So I'm in Mara, going to look to see if it can hold on to VWAP. Look, it's not just Mara. I would argue, it's basically the same looking chart, but I would say that Coinbase this morning, in terms of the way it broke out the morning, probably the more clean opportunities. Because if you just looked at yesterday's high, it broke out early, and then yesterday's top was your on-the-nose support level. And then look at it go. The first move's okay, but the second move off of yesterday's high was a 173.5, and then it just went straight to 178. So Coinbase that was $5 on a pretty obvious dip buy level. So coin's back into play here. You know, it's breaking out. Look at the nice gentle upward trend after making the low in coin. And the other thing that this did, it's not to harp on Mar or anything, but look at the trend line break. So if you just kind of connect these big downward moves that Coinbase is putting on the daily, well, consolidation off of it, and then there's your break back out, back above support. Feels like all systems go to the 200 period moving average. Probably should be looking for longs in Coinbase in the next few days here, at least into that 190 area, as crypto is doing a good job recovering. The 65 is a big one, and then we got 68 next, and who knows from there.
40, yeah. Okay, let's just keep on moving around here and figuring out what we're doing. So we got out of the queues. We still have a small piece left. We have less than 10% left on this. We're trying to do our best job of explaining to you exactly what our plan of action was, and that was buying the lows. And again, we tried this on NVIDIA and did not work. I'm going to have some beef with SMCI. But at the end of the day, we tried it with the NASDAQ. It did work. And again, when you take away single stock risk, it's funny how things sometimes can work. And there goes the TQQ. So again, it's like 10x the next stock, but NVIDIA is 10x, not 10x that. NVIDIA is like 4 or 5 times negative as opposed to the Qs. So, we didn't do a great job on that ratio right there, but that's okay. We'll continue to look for more trades. Tesla, the one I liked was Amazon. It's just a matter of what is this market trying to do right now. We're at a good level, I feel like, with Amazon right here. Could go for that short. This is a stock that we're up on today, battling the long, and we were able to be pretty patient with this one, obviously, as we get that first bounce in and around the same area that we're at right now. And then we caught another bounce down here at 190, which was good until it broke. So we're able to get enough out each time that it was not a painful trade. But right here, I'm wondering about this. 191.80 sort of as that high right now coming back into play. We're not really there yet. I mean, I feel like on the 20-minute, we could get to this 192.50. That's probably a little bit of a better area if we're going to be honest with you right now. So maybe we just wait. But this looks like decent double tops right now for Amazon. So if there was a trade that you're kind of looking for right now, 191.80s or so coming into play here, that you could short against that. We might as well give it to 92 at this point. I could see a turnaround here. And you're just looking at the NASDAQ, the bounce right there off of VWAP. So I feel like that's been a good little look there for us as of late. VWAP bounces. So we'll get out of the NASDAQ and then maybe wait for Amazon to do something there. But VWAP, of course, underneath. JP Morgan, like it's all the same names that just keep on hitting the scanner right now. We had IBIT, and I know Joe was looking at IBIT a lot during the midday show. So there was a lot of that talk on there.
Upstart apparently is making
a move here. I'm going to turn on my Benzinga Pro there. I did have it off. So if there's anything that hits, I'll bring it to you.
Good point.
Yeah, nothing right now. It's because I hadn't heard anything in a minute on there. Join me with Danielle Shea tonight at the Market Recap Show, and she'll be going over more things. If there's any questions that maybe Joe didn't answer, or he did, but you like some clarification or something like that, make sure you put them in the chat, and Bears vs. Bulls will find out that immediately when he is available to take those notes down. We'll still look at the chat, man. I mean, we'll look at Micron in the next hour or so. We'll look at Tesla. You were talking about Upstart right now. Apparently, Micron.
I'm trying to find the news on this.
Ripping, as someone just said. Is that true?
Not
really, but it's up to 110 again.
Well, Easy Peasy's happy about it. Shout out to you, Easy Peasy. Sharif, good call on Micron. Let's hit the old like on that one. Appreciate it. We'll go to Bora Howard. I'll get to Affirm. Firm is pumping, my guy. Yeah, I was actually on Affirm earlier, but it's Upstart. There's no story here. It just, I don't know, like acceleration through 40 is pretty much what happened. Like it made a bottom when everything else was making a bottom. Like 11 o'clock, there was a bottom in SMCI, and a lot of stocks made their low at that moment, and it's just been a bounce ever since. But this is a little bit of acceleration on Upstart through that 40 level. Just going to give you the resistance here, like 41.5, 42. You guys can see that lower high. I like the trend on it. I think it probably needs to pull back. It will pull back into prior high. 40.5 would make some sense. Again, no story. Affirm was having a really, really bad day for Affirm. And mea culpa. Like we're so focused on the chip names today, rightfully so. I mean, come on, how could you not be? But I missed one. And it's weird because a firm had this little level, and it was about 42.5, and consolidation, resistance, support. And then today, it just kind of blew right through it, and I wasn't even paying attention to a firm. It consolidated under that level. By the time I realized it was already consolidating under another bottom. So I did play the short. It then did a trend reversal into a long trade. So this trend kind of reversed on the short trade, and it got to 42. But I think Upstart looks a heck of a lot more interesting than a firm. A firm down 2.5%. I mean, Upstart's trying to press those highs. Dell is the one that is starting to get away here. This is the first time in a while that I've actually entered Dell into my level 2 and not out of instinct put NASDAQ because it's on the New York. But Dell's about to take out the high. I like this 125. It just did this wick underneath 125 and now back to the upside. So it's about to get to the high of the day. I want to buy the dip on this. That's what it's going to be all about. And Sebastian's right. SMCI was a very distracting type of thing because in that moment, you wanted to be playing chip stocks. You were either trying to find stocks that were trying to go higher off the bounces or things that were following in to reverse short because SMCI was going haywire. But there were other plays out there, no question about it. Dell going through the high of the day, it looks like, looking pretty good. And Spark Sharp saying SMCI is now trading at 15 times PE. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't sound like a good value. I don't know. I haven't read the report, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know anything about the whistleblower and the specifics of it, right? I didn't dig into it, and I'm not into the fundamentals of it. We're just always here to trade some price action. But, I've seen this before where if you do get, a short seller report's one thing. I think it's always a little bit different whenever you have, the thing about it was the delay of the reporting. That's when you get the government looking at you. That's always a different concern level to me. If it was just the short seller report, I think I'd be looking at buying the dip myself. But there's a little more to it than that, which makes it at least a little bit concerning.
I mean, it's just first of all, we got a big winner with this trade right here, and that is, of course, our friend and my friend and your friend, the TQQs. As the futures continue to go higher here. I mean, okay. Let's just wait to see. Oh God, I'm just waiting to see if we can get a fill up here. Maybe it's time to turn it around. It's I'm tired. I said this already. I'm tired. I don't want to keep fighting all the time. The market, if it wants to go one way, I'm fine with that. But let's make up our decision. So I'm going to actually now get out of. There we go. We're out. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen there. I just offered out. So now we are out of the TQQs here. Fine by me, man. I mean, we do not need to be in this name. We just got out of it. It's at VWAP. Now I have to debate shorting this name. Good move up. It's had a big move. We like it. I'm just wondering, do we want to go short this or do we want to go short the NASDAQ? An individual stock like an Apple, like an Amazon, something like that, rather than the market. But just fighting the trend, it did not work early. It's funny here. Let me move this over. Let me just zoom this out again. Right here, we were underneath, and